It's good morning, to our two match umpires, Paul Baldwin and Chris Watts. And good morning as well to the Glamorgan team, led into the field by Captain Kevin Carlson. And good morning as well to the two opening batters from Kent, Ben Compton and Jaden Denley.
Very good morning from your BBC Sport commentary team here at Sophia Gardens, where Glamorgan have won the toss. Daniel Bell-Drummond calling incorrectly and asked Kent to bat first. I'm Nick Webb. Alongside me is Matt Cole.
Good morning. Bora.
Good morning. What news of your boys?
Well, three changes to the last team that drew with Northamptonshire in County Championship Division 2. No Akansh Singh, he's playing with the England under-19s. No Nathan Gilchrist, he is not signing a contract and is in the second 11 this week. I'm not sure if those two things are related. Tawana Yeye has an injury. In come Chris Benjamin, Grant Stewart and Joe Denley for those three.
Thank you very much indeed, Matt. Glamorgan also make three changes, with Sam Northeast, the skipper and former Kent man, absent on paternity leave. Billy Root takes his place in the batting lineup, probably batting at 4 with Carlson at 3, and two changes in the bowling lineup from the last championship game as well, with Mason Crane and Andy Gorvin left out. Crane playing for the second 11 against Kent at Abergavenny this week, and the return of Asitha Fernando, the Sri Lankan paceman, and Ned Leonard comes back in as well. So it is one of the two left-handers, Ben Compton, who is on strike, and Tim van der Hoogten to bowl from the River Taff end, with 3 slips and a gully, and the first delivery with a grunt of effort is played out on the leg side by Compton gently, and there is no run. The weather is pretty overcast at the moment. We aren't expecting any rain today, although there were just a couple of drops as I came into the ground today. But nothing significant and nothing to prevent play on time. Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, and Compton plays again on the leg side, and there is no run. These two teams back in County Championship action, of course, after the second block of T20 games, during which Kent were successful at Glamorgan's expense overall in the table, albeit Glamorgan won the only match between the two counties. It was Kent who progressed through to the last 8 where they play Lancashire, so well done to them. Van der Hoogten into Compton, who again defends on the leg side, the ball trickling to Fernando at mid-on, and there is no run. So the last 2 rounds of championship games, both these counties ended in draws. Kent just holding on really against Northants, having drawn with Lancashire. Glamorgan had the better of a draw against Gloucestershire after batting out for a draw at Leicester. Another defensive prod by Compton on the leg side. Again, Fernando in the action. So Asitha Fernando, the Sri Lankan paceman, played in the first 6 games of the championship for Glamorgan. Rather bizarrely, he was then rested, and Matt Kuhneman, the Australian spinner, came in and won a game for them. But Fernando now back for the remaining 5 championship matches, as Van der Hoogten bowls and Compton forward. Good tumbling stop at mid-off by Ned Leonard, and there is no run. So Glamorgan under the leadership of Kieran Carlson, who in accordance with that has moved into some northeast position at second slip as well. As on his way in is Van der Hoogten running towards us, and again a defensive shot. No leaves, but half a dozen defensive pushes from Ben Compton gets the day's play underway. Just to say, the pitch for today's action is slightly towards the grandstand, so it's slightly away to our right, but of course we have the benefit of the screens. As a ripple of applause for Fernando, who had a couple of poor matches early on, but was hitting his straps by the time he left. Wearing 78, charges in with the rehearsal, and he'd taken 17 wickets at 35 overall, which doesn't sound too spectacular, but he was decidedly getting better, you had the feeling. As Fernando is in for the first ball of his return to Jaden Denley, and it's down leg side, and it's well taken by Chris Cook. Billy Root looking enthusiastic at mid-wicket. Fernando, since his last spell with Glamorgan, has more test and one-day matches to his credit. Sri Lanka against Bangladesh. As Fernando bowls, that's something of a half volley, and it's stroked away through the covers by Jaden Denley to open the scoring for the game. 4 runs to Denley, and Kent 4 without loss.
Yeah, no real indications so far of anything massive happening in the air or off the pitch, but good shot as well. First proper shot from Kent at this innings so far. Jaden Denley opening the innings, hoping to establish himself in this county championship side.
His 4th match of the season for the England under-19 man, as Fernando is in to bowl to him. That's a better line, and Denley just blocks it gently up towards mid-off, and there is no run. It all seems slightly gentle. The players and the commentators, having been used to the hurly-burly of T20 for the last few weeks. Block of 6 games, in which Kent took that all-important 4th place in the table, and Glamorgan did not. Here's Fernando in to bowl to Denley, who plays that one on the leg side, runs up towards Tim van der Hoogten at mid-on. Root at mid-wicket enthusiastically charges towards the ball. This is Billy Root's first championship game for Glamorgan since September last year, and his first team game of any sort since the one-day cup final, where he got 30 odd in Glamorgan's victory over Somerset at Trent Bridge on that very unlikely Monday morning. As Fernando bowls a swing and a miss from Denley, it was a wideish ball outside off stump, and his eyes lit up, but he didn't quite get to it, and it went through to Chris Cook.
Yeah, certainly wanted every inch of that, didn't he? Chasing it down the offside. It's all left-handed partnership for Kent. There's very few left-handers in their squad as a whole. They are front-loading them in this game.
On his way in again is Asith Fernando, and that is defended by Denley. So just one real attacking shot in the first couple of overs has earned Jaden Denley the 4 runs that are on the Kent board, having been put into bat. A little bit of grass on the wicket, as you'd expect. Maybe not quite as green as it might appear from your screen if you're watching on tablet or television. It's a little bit inconsistent, the grass, but you wouldn't have thought there'd be hugely advantageous bowling conditions, so Glamorgan with the Kookaburra ball need to strike early.
Yeah, Compton settling, Van der Houten now to bowl to him and clips that off his pads down to the leg side, wide open gap, just backward a square, and that'll run all the way through, just using seam bowler's pace against him. That will go for 4. Characteristic Ben Compton strokes. Very happy to work it off the pads or cut. It's another decent season for Kent, with yeah, it is 4 centuries still. Once again being very important in their county championship side. The left outside the off stump through the wicketkeeper, and there's no run, albeit they haven't won a county championship game since, it seems like an age ago, because it is. First couple of weeks of April they won 2 games, and everyone was pretty much working out when they were going to go to Surrey and they're like next season. Not quite, but yeah, won the first 2 games, and then a draw, 4 defeats and a couple more draws. The recent Kookaburra games. Van der Houten to Compton, forward defensive, 3 slips and a gully in for Glamorgan on this overcast day.
If you're listening or viewing in the Abergavenny area, by the way, these 2 teams, second 11s, are meeting there. Kent 149 for 4 in reply to Glamorgan's 232 all out. There was a century from Henry Hurl and 62 for teenage all-rounder Tom Norton. 5 wickets for Nathan Gilchrist.
So Van der Houten bowls to Compton, swings away from him, he leaves it through to wicketkeeper Cook, and there's no run. You did ask if, though, the fact that he'd decided not to sign a new contract and is moving to Warwickshire and is playing in the second 11 were entirely connected. I can't tell you, no information on, nor intelligence on that. Well, certainly no intelligence.
It's not going to help your chances, though, of maintaining a first 11 place if they know you're off at the end of the season.
From a Kent point of view, their bowling ranks aren't that extensive, so Van der Houten bowls to Compton, is a little bit short and is whipped away on the offside. So a lovely little cut into the offside past the man at point, and that's 4 runs. So he does like to play the square or behind the wicket on the offside as Ben Compton. He's very self-contained as a cricketer, and not one to thrash at deliveries. 12 for none, saw the opportunity a little bit wide, a little bit short, and that's 4 runs.
Yes, it's been the tale of these first 10 minutes that Kent have simply put away the wider deliveries. Clipped to square leg off Van der Houten was really no more than a defensive shot, but that was pretty hard hit.
Once again, Van der Houten to Compton on the front foot, back to the bowler, or back past the bowler to mid-off, and that's the end of the over. And Kent are 12 for none then off the first 3 overs here. The 3 boundaries coming off, legitimate shots, no edges so far. It's hard to say anything's really beaten the bat from the bowlers, which doesn't bode particularly well, but there's a chance that the shine on the ball is better. 3, 4, 5 overs in maybe. More controllable.
Who knows with the Kookaburra ball. We're into the 3rd and 4th matches of this season's experiment, which not that many people will be hoping it continues. I wouldn't have thought. Fernando is in, running away from us, and forward goes Jaden Denley. Plays to mid-off. There's no run. In that second 11 game, Kent 154 for 4 in reply. Ollie Morgan, a teenage wicketkeeper, made 71. Jack Leaning captaining the side, he's out for 23. And a spin bowling all-rounder called Mo Rizvi, who's been playing quite a lot for Glamorgan seconds recently, is lining up against them for Kent. Such is the nature of second 11 cricket with uncontracted players. That's through outside off stump from Fernando. No shot necessary from Jaden Denley.
Yeah, the departure of Nathan Gilchrist will be felt keenly by Kent. Said they don't have the deepest bowling resources, and at 25 years of age, it's a great time. But obviously, from his point of view as well, he's looking at a bigger county, I suppose, a Test playing county. Probably a very good contract as well. They have to make those decisions, don't they? But Kent will have to try and replace him somehow.
Fernando in to bowl, and Denley playing it inside the line at the last minute there as it went through to Chris Cook.
But I should say, for those Kent fans who are just catching up on this, so Nathan Gilchrist's 3-year contract with Warwickshire starting next year, but Tawanda Mayeye, the Kent batter, has signed a 2-year contract with Kent, so he will be staying. I believe I'm right in saying Joey Everson is still yet to commit. Obviously an important player for Kent, the all-rounder. Wouldn't be surprised if he's caught the eye of other counties too.
Fernando in to bowl, and Denley drives but doesn't really time it. Fielded at mid-off, and there is no run. Yes, no news on next season's contract in this neck of the woods as yet. It's the time of year where I check back through my records and try and establish who's out of contract, who's bidding to get a new one, who, if anyone, might be leaving of their own accord. As Denley on the defensive, good ball from Fernando, played up to mid-off. No run once more. So Morgan probing away, but unable to get the immediate breakthrough that Kieran Carlson would have hoped for. Congratulations to Sam Northeast, by the way, if he's listening or following. I doubt he's got the time, to be honest, on paternity duties. But there might be a 10-minute gap when the baby's asleep, I guess. As this one is, again, not quite timed by Denley, and again fielded by Harris at mid-off, no run. 12 without loss, with Fernando 0 for 4, Van der Hoogten 0 for 8. Both men have bowled one maiden from their 2 overs so far. I remember talking to Sam, was it 2 or 3 years ago, when he had his first child, and I think playing an away game, he was quite relieved to be playing in a game where he could get some sleep as well. Man of Kent, of course.
Yeah. Well, the warmest wishes to him. If anyone could pass that on, or indeed Sam, if you're listening, on the unlikely event. But yeah, so yeah, sorry not to see him here, but for a very welcome reason.
Yeah, Fernando, by the way, now up to 24 tests to go to, with his 23 one-day internationals and 7 T20 internationals.
So Compton settles in. Looks like Van der Hoogten is going to come round the wicket to him. 3 wickets and 3 slips and a gully in behind. That's clipped into the offside through the back foot drive through extra cover, and that will go for 4. 2 fielders run after it, but can't catch it. And attractive looking shot there. I was saying that how composed, I could probably tell you which shots Ben Compton was going to play in these first 10, 20, 30, even maybe 40 overs of his innings, but that's, yeah, he's obviously confident in the pitch early there. Back foot drive through the offside, and Ned Leonard and Al Hassan running after it. Not to catch it, that's 4 more, so 16 for none. Compton on 12, Denley on 4. All of them coming from boundaries. 4 defensive by Compton, and that's a dot ball. But he already looked pretty confident in this pitch to the 2 batters. It's obviously asked questions of the fielding captain already and of the bowlers. Compton 8, I wouldn't say sprightly 12 from 14 for him. It's almost the blood rushing in his ears. 16 for none. It's Van der Hoogten round the wicket to the left-handed Compton. Again defends that. It's better Ben up to mid-off, and there is no run. So Glamorgan, it's teasingly, enticingly placed just behind the top two in this County Championship Division 2. Obviously, we don't quite know what that means at this point, do we? For next year?
Well, I think it would be very ill-advised to change the format now for next year at this stage.
Van Hoogten round the wicket to Compton. Defends that more into the onside. It's a good ball from Van Hoogten. It's just not quite Yorker length, but a good length. And just having to stave it off his stumps up towards mid-on. Fernando doing some high kicking, stretching the hamstrings. There's no run.
I'm not just saying that because Glamorgan are in contention for promotion to the top flight, but just the integrity of the competition itself, I think.
Sure, you need to know what you're playing for.
You need to know at the start of the season what you're playing for.
And Hoogten around the wicket to Compton, and defends that one more or less off his midriff, and that's a dot ball.
And I can't see, even if there is a reduction in fixtures, I can't see the idea of having two top conferences and one below that is going to gain traction, to be honest, because I can't see counties risking being in the bottom six, as it were.
Yeah, did you feel like you're rather cut adrift in that respect? It's Van Hoogten to Compton, and again plays it up to mid-on off the back foot, and there is no run. Ends the over. Good reply from the bowler. It's very tight after being hit for a 4 early in that over. 16 for none. Van Hoogten has done for 12 off his 3. Fernando done for 4 off his 2, and Compton 12. And Jaden Denley, we should say. Can't just say Denley, can you?
No.
His nephew, and can't even just say Jay Denley. It's so tricky for the commentators. Playing with Uncle Joe, nephew Jaden. Has played, as you say, under 19s cricket, but counties, obviously, if they are intending to put players in the first 11, can have first dibs on them.
In comes Fernando, and balls. Oh, there's a thud on the pad, but possibly something else as well, and they didn't really appeal with any degree of conviction against young Mr. Denley. I presume that was an inside edge, because looking back on the appeal, it would have smacked into middle stump, I think.
It would have made an awful mess of the stump. You're absolutely right. So, yeah. I mean, to be frank, Jaden Denley didn't react like he was at all nervous either, did he? No. So, as you say, I presume it was an inside edge onto the pads.
As Fernando is in and bowls, and Denley drives, but again, James Harris, who's been kept busy by Jaden Denley, blocks the ball.
It's umpire Baldwin, I think, at this end, isn't it?
Yes.
And the Cathedral Road end?
Yep, that's it.
Yes, Chris Watts at the other.
Resident on the West Wales coast, Paul Baldwin. So this is his
sorry,
nearest...
Paul Baldwin.
Paul Baldwin.
Pat Baldwin.
This is his nearest game. Fernando in to bowl, and that's played away on the offside. Again, Harris is the fielder. In fact, Sith Fernando was playing in a Sri Lankan domestic game as recently as last Thursday, when he featured for Colombo against Bloomfield. Game well won by Fernando's Colombo side. He bowled 7 overs and took 1 for 21, having featured, as I say, in that series of internationals, Test and 1 days against Bangladesh. Here he is bowling a short ball that's Denley motions to hook at, but in the end doesn't really go through with the shot.
Yeah, one for the over, says the umpire.
In those matches, Mr. Fernando took 8 wickets in the 3 recent one-days, which is pretty decent, and 8 wickets in the 2 test matches that he played against Bangladesh. Those all in Sri Lanka. So that's what he's been doing since his last championship game here. As that is punched through the offside by Jaden Denley. I think this one will reach the boundary. It's a slightly laborious chase from Harris, and just reaches the ropes ahead of him. And Kent are dealing entirely in boundaries in the first 24 minutes of this match as they move on to 20 without loss.
Sure, statisticians will love this kind of thing, won't they? No runs taken whatsoever, no running between the wicket.
Weather overcast, a bit cooler than it has been in recent weeks.
I'm fine with that, I have to say.
As Fernando into bowl, and here's the first single of the day at 11:24 as Denley pushes it into the capper. In the covers, Al Hassan comes round to field, but the batters change ends for the first time. So Jaden Denley has 9, Compton has 12, and Kent 21 without loss after 6 overs, and really very little has beaten the bat so far.
Yeah, it seemed very secure for the opening batting pair. As Ben Compton showed with that shot off the back foot against Van der Hoogten in the previous over. So we're not decrying the bowling attack here. Just they're obviously trying, but combination of ball and pitch, even albeit overcast, not working at the moment. But Van der Hoogten to Denley. It's way on the back foot as he plays it back to the bowler. The 64 in red on his Glamorgan shirt. Van der Hoogten passing Chris Watts at the far end. Yeah, as you say, Paul Baldwin, not to be confused with the former Colchester centre-half, Pat Baldwin. I mean, who would make a mistake like that? You can't see I'm putting my hand up at this point in the commentary box. 21 for none, Kent. Van der Hoogten to Denley, tries to work it off his pads. You can hear the thump on the pads. There's a shout from the slips and wicket keeper. The bowler tellingly not interested. I presume it was going down, even if it did get an edge on it. And there's no run.
And if you're listening back in the Beckenham area, it's one-day match there between a professional counties 11, which includes Glamorgan's Dan Douthwaite and Pakistan A, or Pakistan Shaheens as they're labelled.
And Hoogten to Denley, flashing blade, cuts it away, backwards point there. Not quite sure, that's maybe slightly on the outside of the bat than he thought. It's gone for 4, I should say, but certainly swashbuckling looking shot, little bit of width, and has cut that away with force, and that'll be 4 runs. Yeah, just backward a point.
So at Beckenham, where they've had a bit of rain, but the toss is scheduled to take place in about a couple of minutes' time, so the captain should be walking out to the middle, and we'll keep you in touch with what's going on there.
I think I saw some rain at Somerset, Taunton earlier in the day, but I'm looking to Denley, trying to get on the front foot this time, trying to attack him, but again, it's good delivery, and he hits it into the ground up to mid-on, Fernando fields.
Yeah, they've had a toss. Well, Somerset have put Durham in, but no starters yet at Taunton.
I think, chatting about the forecast, as you do on the start of a day or start 4 days, I think it's looking, if overcast, a little bit breezy, fine today. Hopefully not escape any showers. Van der Hoogten then to Denley, works off his pads. Just hear the thick sound of that coming off the leg, the pad there, and that'll be a leg by as they come through. 4-1, running 1, 20 26 for no wicket now. Ben Compton has 12. Jaden Denley has 13. I'll do this last ball and then off for an update for BBC Radio Kent with a really tempting fate here. At the moment, it's not going badly for Kent. Let's see what this last ball of the 7th over gives them. Left by Compton outside the off stump. 26 for none. Kent off 7.
Thank you very much indeed to Matt. In the other games in this division at Derby, the top 2 meeting, Leicestershire lost both their openers, Patel and Budinger, without scoring. 25 for 2 are Leicestershire against Derbyshire, who are chasing them in the table. And to see David Lloyd is in the Derbyshire side, as is an Aaron Donald. So the 2 Welsh lads, as well as the half-Welsh Lewis Rees. 26 for Nort Kent here after a fairly sedate start. Boundaries keeping them going though, as Jaden Denley is hit on the pad. And there is no run as the ball trickles out on the offside. At Middlesex, they're playing at Northwood, I believe. Middlesex 6 for naught after 7 for naught in the 7th over against Northants. Cautious start there on at school outgrounds. And at Cheltenham, Lancashire 23 for naught against the Gloucesters. Lancashire having chosen to bat. Glamorgan up in Lancashire next week. Fernando is in. Bowls, that's a nice drive through the covers by Jaden Denley, and that will earn him 4 more as Kent move up to 30 without loss, and it's been plain sailing for them so far, Edward.
Certainly has, Dick. Yes, good morning, and good morning to everybody. It's easy pace wicket, and the usual non-movement from the Kookaburra ball is making it easy for the batsmen at the moment, or relatively easy. And Morgan must be wondering at the moment why they've elected to bowl first.
Fernando in, bowls to Jaden Denley, who pushes that one up to Harris. No run. Harris and Leonard, the other members of the Glamorgan seam attack, with Ul Hassan as the 5th seamer and Ben Callaway doing spinning duties, and Mason Crane in the second 11 against Kent at Abergavenny this week. Crane played in the most recent championship match, but was unable to bowl in the second innings, a fact which probably cost Glamorgan victory against Gloucestershire, because Ben Callaway picked up 6 wickets. As Fernando bowls, Jaden Denley on the back foot, looking well organised so far, the youngster.
Yes, he is, and at the moment, as you say, Nick, they're dealing exclusively in boundaries. I think there's been 1 run, 1 single and 1 leg by. Van der Gooten's conceded 4 boundaries, 3 or 4 boundaries, and Fernando 2. And bowling is not easy. You question perhaps why you've got 3 slips in there.
Yes, the gully has already been, well, the finer gully has already been withdrawn and sent squarer, as that's on the legs of Jaden Denley, and he tucks it away through mid-wicket. They'll run 1, they'll turn and they'll come back for a second run as Ned Leonard does the fielding. A little surprised not to see Gorvin in this lineup, because he's played in, I think, all the home championship games to date.
I think he probably would be quite useful on a slowish pitch as this is, because he does bowl slower pace than Van der Gooten, Harris and Fernando, and it just wobbles it around a bit, but at the moment we've seen nothing regarding movement.
Fernando in, bowls, and Jaden Denley on the back foot comfortably defends to Harris at mid-off. 32 without loss after 8 overs, so relatively rapid going for the visitors. 4 and over, yeah.
There's a change of bowling at the River End. Coming on to bowl for Glamorgan is James Harris.
You probably heard that. James Harris coming on in place of Van der Gooten. 4 overs for 16. James Harris does get a little bit of movement, but he's in deep discussion with Carlson and Van der Gooten at the moment. It's probably to the field he wants, because anything offline here, as we've seen from these two left-handers, will be punished. So normally Harris would have opened the bowling, and what interests me, Nick, is that for the last 2 games he played before he went back to Sri Lanka, Fernando was coming on first change, and that seemed to work, because in one game I think he took 3 for 20 odd.
Good point.
And it's interesting to see him now bowling, opening the bowling, and why things have changed after he was successful as a first change. Anyway, it's Harris from the River Taff End, and he's coming in to Compton and bowls to him now. Compton tucks this off his legs onto the short boundary. We'll get 4 runs of Harris's first delivery. 36 without loss, and Compton, I think it's fair to say, is not known for his adventurous batting. Is going on very well. That's he's on to 16 4 boundaries.
Yeah, successful season for him. 912 runs.
Yeah, he stays around as Ben Compton. Harris again over the wicket and bowls, and this defended by Compton, pushes it back down to the bowler. There's been a little bit of cloud cover, but that cloud is slowly breaking, and there's some blue sky above us, and the crowd is probably as you would expect for a midweek start. First of 2 games before we go into the 50 over competition, as Harris comes in and bowls again, and Compton again tucks this, but it's a little finer this time, down to Fernando on the fine leg boundary, and they amble through for a single. That's his first single of the morning. 37 without loss on this placid pitch in the Kookaburra ball. I can't remember now, but I did count up the centuries in the last county match, and I think there was a double hundred somewhere and loads of centuries with this ball. Poor bowlers. And then they went into the 2020 with the boundaries were brought in. Harris in and bowls, and this time he seems to be pitching on that leg stump, because this is flicked away, but there is a man now at mid-wicket and there's no run.
Yeah, the Balconeers would like me to mention that booking for the trip to Derby in September still open until August the 11th. Indeed, details on the Balconeers website, thebalconeers.co.uk. 3 nights in Derby available on that one.
Harris bowls, and this is a plainer miss from Denley, Jaden Denley. It's the first false shot of the morning. He attempts to drive it through the offside, but instead went through to the wicket keeper.
And the Balconeers also want me to mention a publication called Heroics and Headlines at St Helens.
I've ordered it, Nick.
Ah, there we are. It's available via the Balconeers website. 20 quid.
Harris is in. Bowls, Denley is forward this time. Plays it out into gully area, region. Oh, it's immediately fielded by Kellaway. That's the end of the over. 37 without loss. Compton on 17, Denley on 19. And you probably know more than I do about the goings on in Welsh rugby. I don't think, I'm pretty sure that there's nothing been signed yet from the Ospreys in St Helens. How lovely it would be if they decided not to go there.
Well,
and perhaps Glamorgan and the council will change their mind, put some money in, and it's a very sad state of affairs when you think of the history of the ground.
That ship has sailed. I mean, it's been
Dear me.
not maintained for several decades, really. And even if the Ospreys rugby move hadn't been mooted, then As Hugh Morris, then Chief Executive, was telling me just after COVID, the standard of the ground would have needed quite a bit of upgrading according to ECB regulations, and not sure that it would have happened anyway, even if the rugby hadn't been on the horizon. Here's Fernando into Compton for a change, and he's beaten and nicked off, and he's gone 37 for 1. Asitha Fernando has his first wicket on his return, low catch through to Chris Cook, and a regulation chance. And Ben Compton will not get to his 1,000 runs for the season today. Ball just slanted across him, across the left-hander, and he didn't even bother to wait for the umpire's appraised finger. Well, it was a relatively routine dismissal when it came, because there'd been very few plays and misses or mistakes from the batters in that first 40 minutes, Edward.
Yeah, he's a very compact player, is Ben Compton. I think he might have just played inside the line, and I'm sure there was a little bit of movement there from Fernando, probably the first time the ball seems to have moved this morning, and playing down that route line and taking low down. It perhaps tells you the state of the pitch, that it is a slowish pitch, and got kind of go forward and take it low down in front of him. And Glamorgan will be very glad to see the back of Compton, who can stay there for a very long time. As the new batsman comes to the crease.
Yes, it won't be the family affair quite yet, because Chris Benjamin, playing his 5th match of the season, 302 runs, an average of 43 and 350s, and he is batting at 3 today. Jaden Denley, Daniel Bell-Drummond, Joey Everson, Harry Finch, Grant Stewart to come on the batting lineup, followed by the bowlers Parkinson, Agar and Quinn for Kent.
Notice here that Benjamin, remember watching when you were down at Canterbury, unbeaten 94, the only batsman who got any runs of any substance in a total of 212, and Glamorgan won that game by an innings, and he has been promoted, as you say.
So Fernando to the right-handed Benjamin. Seems a long time ago, that match back in May, which Glamorgan won with remarkable ease at Canterbury. It was
Callaway got a big 100, didn't he?
Yes, 181. Tribe 94 in that game. Fernando is in to bowl to Benjamin, who's forward, defensively, cautiously steering it towards Leonard at mid-on. Benjamin, 94 not outs out of 212 in Kent's first innings, batting at 7.
Formerly Warwickshire, I've been playing for Warwickshire.
Good starts in all 3 formats. I think he got runs in his first match in Monday Cup T20 and Championship. Here is Fernando bowling to Benjamin. It's a no ball that's pushed through the offside for at least 1. They'll fancy coming back for a second as Benjamin makes it comfortably back to the striker's end. Umpire Baldwin signals the no ball, so 4 more onto Kent's score, 2 off the bat, and 2 with the first no ball of the day. Let's hope that isn't a recurrent theme for Fernando, who suffered from it in the Bristol match, I think it was, off the top of my head, early on. 6 matches, 6 wickets in his most recent match here, so sure most Glamorgan followers will be welcoming his return. As he bowls to Benjamin, who is steering that one up towards Leonard at mid-on. Leonard will probably be the next bowling change once Fernando gives way in an over or 2. 41 for 1. If you want to drop us an email, glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk. official X account is BBC Sport Wales. As in comes Fernando, bowls
Shot.
full length, driven into the offside, and there's a hurried single in the end.
He might have struggled there. It hit.
It was push and run to Ul Hassan's right, and maybe not the sort of single ideally to be taking at this stage of the game, as the replay shows he just about have been home. I think his bat was just about on the ground by the time the ball whistled past the stumps at the non-striker's end. 42 for 1, Benjamin to 3. Fernando to Jaden Denley. Drives to Harris at mid on no run. So if you want to sign up for the trip to Derby as a supporter, or to purchase the St Helens collection of articles, go to the balconiers.co.uk website for details of that. I'm on Blue Sky as well, Nick Webb 2017 there. 42 for 1. Fernando still with 3 slips. Bowls, slashing square drive, not timed by Jaden Denley. I was looking away to the grandstand boundary there again, but hit it down into the ground, fielded by Callaway, no run. 42 for 1, the applause for the Sri Lankan paceman Fernando at the end of his successful over.
A couple of times, Nick, we've seen Denley especially trying to force it away on the offside, but because of the slowness of the pitch, it's I think it's about 3 times it was just gone very slowly to the man at cover, ball not really coming on to the bat, and I think perhaps Callaway might have a ball before lunch to see if he can get something out of it. I don't think he'll get much turn, but possibly bowling a good length, bit of flight, bit of vary, and he does vary it in as much as he bowls left arm spin as well in the same over. James Harris to continue then. First over cost 5 runs, and he is bowling to the new batsman Chris Benjamin, who is on 3. 3 slips, 3 men in the covers, saving a single. As he bowls the first ball, Denley drives nicely, past mid off. It's a long chase for Fernando up to the boundary, but in vain, as that is 4 runs off the first ball of the over. And the score moves on to 46 for 1. Yeah, I think you've got to bowl accurately on this pitch, or you will be punished, as been shown. Harris going for 2 fours, the first ball of each over that he's bowled. And 3 slips, I might think, be rather a lot to Harris, but he does pop in now and again and take important wickets as he comes in past umpire Watson. Bowls are short, pulled away. That'll be runs again, but just the single. But he went to hammer that, and I thought at the first moment that he'd run away for 4. It's trickled away just past square leg and a single. Again, slowness of the pitch. And I think you've got to have a look at this pitch, Nick, and say, right, it's not coming on. I better not play too early. I might be giving lofted catches somewhere. But he gets a single, 47 for 1, and Benjamin, looking quite comfortable as yet, is not out 8. Denley waits as Harris bowls to him and plays it defensively up to short mid-wicket, and Hassan trots in. Threatens perhaps to throw down and glares at the batsman, and the batsman glares back at him as he stands in his crease.
Yes, I think that word that gets overused, I'll have to try and think of some synonyms. Attritional cricket that we've talked about in every game played with the Kookaburra ball.
Yes, Harris comes in and bowls to the left-handed Denley, who defends on the line of off stump. Playing it up. Yeah, going back to that book, I'm looking forward because it'll describe all the great moments of St Helens cricket. Glamorgan winning in 1964-68 against the Australians. Malcolm Mash conceding 6.
Are you a contributor to it, Edward?
No.
Oh.
I was going to enjoy reading it. It's I'm told it's a very good book, good read, holiday read for me, eventually. And probably where you, I think, went as a young lad with your dad to see Clive Lloyd getting the double 100 down there.
Yeah, it was the first day of first-class cricket I watched at St Helens, where West Indies, I think we were a little late, and West Indies were 4 down when we got there, and they were still 4 down about 6 hours later, as Lloyd and Butcher carved everything around them. And Glamorgan were 4 down at close of play.
Harris bowls, and this is edged close to third slip, but it was dying on him, and no real chance there to Ace of Tribe, who thrust out a left hand, but it goes down for a single. End of the over, 48 for 1, and a host of other cricketing stories. I feel still a tinge of sadness having, as a young lad like you, watched so many first-class teams at the county ground. And interestingly, Robert Croft put on X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it, the other day, his favourite 5 outgrounds, his 5 favourite outgrounds in the country. And number 1, of course, was St Helens. Chesterfield was another. Cheltenham College. I'm not surprised he named that, because he took a hat-trick there once. But yeah, I would agree on those 3, certainly.
Here is Fernando in to bowl to Denley, who drives into the covers, but it's intercepted by a tumbling Ul Hassan, and there is no run.
Lovely flowing drive out. It looks a nice player, does Denley. Nevyov.
Confirmation that Glamorgan's Dan Douthwaite is in that professional counties select 11, snappily titled, to play the Pakistan Shaheens, which I believe is their A side, and that is getting underway at Beckenham shortly after a delay. Fernando into bowl. Denley drives. Oh, he will take the single
well
to
judged,
Leonard.
Yeah.
Just a straight drive past the stumps to Leonard's left, and the single was available there. So that is, I think, still a 50-over game despite the delay.
I think you find
released.
Those 15 players are players who are unlikely to play in the championship, as we know, with Douthwaite hasn't played a game this year, and who were available. Playing at Hove as well.
Yes. That's nice to see Douthwaite getting a little bit of wider exposure.
If he plays.
No, he is playing in this one. As this is driven by Benjamin to wide mid-off, and there is no run. I think the county's squad only had 11 available out of the 14 they chose, because 3 of them are still in an England under-19s match. Anyway, that's about to start at Beckenham, with the county's side batting.
Played there.
Did he? Yeah.
Many years ago.
As Fernando into bowl to Benjamin, drives slightly streakily on the onside, but will pick up at least a couple of runs, possibly 4. It's flicked back just inside the boundary by Ul Hassan, and Van der Hoogten came round to throw the ball in. And that is the Kent 50 up there, 51 for 1 in the 12th over.
Yes, good start for them. Going back to Beckenham, when I left school, I didn't know what on earth I was going to do, so I went into the bank, could you believe? And the big bank grounds at that time were in Beckenham, Lloyd's Bank, the Midland as it was then. And I went up there a couple of times to play against the London lot, as it were, from the provinces.
Fernando bowls, turned off his leg down towards backward square. Ul Hassan is off after it, and they've still managed to scamper a couple more runs. 53 for 1, Benjamin to 12.
I'm sure Matt knows the ground well. It's a vast ground, and one of the most beautiful wickets you could wish to play on. And then when they gave up and sold it, I think Kent bought the ground, Beckenham. Yes. Long lease ground, but not far from the city, but it's a lovely ground.
Fernando in to Benjamin on the defensive this time to Leonard at mid on no run. 53 for 1 at the end of the over. Benjamin has 12, Jaden Denley has 21, Ben Compton, the man out, caught Cook bowled Fernando for 17. Was it Beckenham or Tunbridge Wells where you had a bit of a nightmare on the commentary front?
Yeah, it's not. It was
Tunbridge Wells, that one.
Yeah, I do. Have you ever done a game in Tunbridge Wells?
No, I haven't worked in Kent outside Canterbury.
We used to sit up on the top, lovely view, and the scoreboard was just behind, and it was an exciting, very exciting finish. And I'll just wait for Harris to bowl his first ball. Bowls to Denley. Denley drives nicely, but straight to cover, and it was so exciting that the chap in the scorebox, the scorers were downstairs. The chap in the scorebox got in a heck of a tangle, and I said, "What is the score? What's needed, please?" "I don't know," he said. So I had to say, "Well, sorry, but it looks very exciting. We shall see now. This is the last ball. Who's won?" And Glamorgan won off the last ball of the game. Next ball is driven, 4 runs again. It's a half volley wide. And Glamorgan bowlers, apart from Fernando, have not got the grips with the pitch or the ball at the moment. Lovely ground, Tunbridge Wells, but the bowling coach for Sussex now, he was with me. He was doing, who is the bowling coach?
Kirtley?
James Kirtley. He was the one that I rang him up and he said, "Well, you fancy doing it?" "Yeah, I'd love to," he said. He was as confused as I was, just the two of us. Here's Harris, 57 for 1, comes in, bowls, and this is driven again, and 4 more, and this is not good bowling at all, I'm afraid. Surely you don't want 3 slips for this. 1 is left of cover, 1 through the vacant gap there, and well, 2 of the first 3 balls, and Harris has gone now for 19. "61 for 1, and the scoring rate is nearing 5 and over, 4.88. Harris in past Empire Watts bowls, and this is a better delivery, and is defended back to the bowler. Benjamin is on 12, Denley is on 29. Looking very comfortable, Jaden Denley. The only batsman out, Compton, caught low down by Cook, the wicketkeeper. Fernando, 17. 3 changes in the Glamorgan side, the side some 3 weeks ago. True with Gloucestershire. Harris bowls short, and he tries to pull it away, but it's a little bit too high for him and thudded into Cook's gloves. Andy Gorwin and Mason Crane and Sam Northeast not playing. In comes Billy Root, who's scored a lot of runs for the second team, deserves his place, I think. Fernando has returned from Sri Lanka. Ned Leonard, who's bowled quite well in the T20 in the last couple of games that he's played county cricket, I think deserves his place. Harris bowls, and this is driven and caught at cover. And Denley can't really believe it. And well, having been struck for 2 boundaries, Harris gets a wicket. I did say, Nick, early on, he just pops up with wicket after being punished, straight to cover. And it's 61 for 2. And Denley must think, I got 29, it was in no problem, then I hit it. Good length ball, straight to cover. Life is rather unfair. 61 for 2 then, and Billy Root, making his first championship game of the season, takes a comfortable catch straight in front of his face, and off goes Denley for 29.
Last ball of 13th over then. Yeah, he had looked in very little difficulty, and there have been very few plays and misses really from the Kent batters. So I presume J.K. Denley will be replaced by Uncle Joe, J.L. Denley. is due to come in next, although there's also Bell Drummond.
Is Bell Drummond? Oh, yeah, Matt will be joining me in just a moment. I should be asking about Bell Drummond. I think is 5 a little bit too low for him.
So Joe Denley is indeed replacing Jaden Denley.
Didn't play against Glamorgan down at Canterbury.
No, he's still recovering from serious injury, wasn't he?
Joe Denley comes in, and he will join Chris Benjamin, who's looked quite comfortable.
And Joey Everson, who's in after that, I think a couple of seasons back, played for 3 different counties against Glamorgan because he was on loan here and there.
Notts, wasn't it?
Yeah.
At the start. Yes, I remember that. Interesting that Tim van der Gooten seen Fernando ball quite nicely for the first hour, taking the wicket. Van der Gooten, he went for 16 or 4 overs at the far end. Will now try his luck at the this end, which is the end we're commentating on, of course.
Yeah.
Interesting move. I thought Leonard, as you mentioned, might come on this end. And he will be bowling to Chris Benjamin.
So, here comes Van der Hoogten. Just the 2 slips now, but 6 in fairly tight, and a play and a miss from Benjamin first up.
Oh, not a great shot, it was wide, the off stump.
I was just looking at the phenomenal amount of cricket going on today on one of the lists, as well as this and the second 11 game between these 2 counties. There are also 3-day national counties matches going on.
And why not?
There's
It's middle of July.
Under 18s are playing 3-day games around the country as well. Glamorgan in action at Newport. Van der Hoogten bowls and Benjamin plays no shot, and it goes through on the second bounce to Chris Cook, which is somewhat concerning.
On social media last Saturday saying, I work 5 days a week, I want to watch some first class cricket, anything, he said, and there's nothing on. And here we are in the middle of July. Well, there we are. That's the system these days, I'm afraid. And
it's a moot point for Saturdays, though, because county attendances aren't great on Saturdays because a lot of people interested in cricket are doing something with their club. Van der Hoogten in to bowl, and Benjamin, who's playing this one up to mid-off, no runs.
Sundays seems a good day to start, I would have thought, county cricket, because you well remember, as I do, when we had the immensely popular 40-over competition, it was packed. Every ground was packed, which was the ideal competition for after lunch. 40 overs, not too. And if you're driving the other following day, well, finishes rather early.
Van der Hoogten bowls. Benjamin on the defensive steers it to cover, and there is no run. In the second 11 game at Abergavenny, Mason Crane has taken 4 wickets this morning, having been left out of this match. He was the 6th bowler used, and he's taken 4 for 18, as Kent's been reduced to 181 for 8 in reply to Glamorgan's 232. Henry Hurl got a century.
That lad seems to be getting a lot of runs, Nick. I've not seen him play, but he hasn't been involved in any of the first team.
As Van der Hoogten bowls, and that is steered up towards cover, no run. Yes, I think his technical Glamorgan first team appearance was that game you covered for me at Edgbaston that was rained off halfway through. So I think Hurl technically made an appearance but didn't actually go onto the field, if you like.
Well, last year, on a 50-over game, I went up instead of you, and I think, as we look through the record books,
Van der Hoogten
didn't play there. North East got a big score, won the game for Glamorgan.
Pushed to mid-off, and there's no run. 61 for 2, Benjamin 12. Joe Denley yet to score. It's, listeners will wonder why I'm not looking online, but frankly it's quite often quicker to find things. Is it last season or the season before?
Maybe the season before, because that was a 50-over game. I didn't think he was involved in that. Harris, as you would expect, after taking a wicket in his third over, will continue, and he will bowl to the new batsman, Jaden Denley. A Kent man, and did go and play for Middlesex, played for England, of course, and then has come back. And here he is, two right-handers now. As in comes Harris, buoyed by that wicket, and bowls to Denley, who leaves this time outside the off stump.
Yeah, I found the game. It was meant to be a 50-over game. It was actually only
last
reduced.
Year, was it?
Last year, 8th of August, yeah.
Yeah, I was there on that.
Yeah. It was reduced then to 18 overs and then rained off after Glamorgan batting. So Hurl actually is technically made an appearance there.
Even though he didn't step on the field.
Did Glamorgan warm up or something and it rained? I can't remember. It didn't take part in any action.
Right. Harris bowls, and this is played off the back foot out into the Covers Callaway Fields. He's due for a rest.
Once Matt comes back.
Oh, of course he's doing his...
He's doing BBC Radio Kent updates
right.
Quite frequently during the mornings and then on the hour during the afternoons. If you are listening to BBC Radio Kent at any point over the next 4 days, you'll hear Matt in your bulletins there.
Harris from the river end, 3 slips in addition to the keeper standing back, go down as this is driven nicely, but there's no run. 61 for 2, openers dismissed Ben Compton, called Cook bowled Fernando for 17, and 2 overs ago Jaden Denley, who didn't look at any problems for him, was caught at cover by Root bowled Harris for 29. I think that was a case of playing a little bit too early on this pitch, as we mentioned some time ago. Harris in bowls to Denley. Denley plays it nicely off his legs, but straight to mid-on, where it's fielded by Van de Guten.
It's paradoxical, isn't it, that bowlers have to work harder for their wickets, but batters also have to work harder for their runs.
Yeah, horrible to play on these slow pitches.
With this Kookaburra ball, we're still in the first 20 overs, and it doesn't sound very clean off the bat, does it?
Harris turns, no runs off the over so far, bowls, and that's a good length delivery. Harris appears to get into his groove and Denley defends.
Edward Bevan will be joined for the next half hour by Matt Cole, and then I'll be back to replace Edward.
Thanks very much, Nick, and as Matt comes in to join me, we'll watch Harris turn at the end of his run and comes in again over the wicket and bowls to Denley. Denley plays this nicely off his legs up towards the mid-wicket boundary. It might not get there. He's going to pull up some 5 or 6 metres short, and eventually it's picked up by Root, and they will cross for a comfortable 3 runs. And a ball pitched on Midland leg and tucked away nicely for Denley to get off the mark, and he retains strike. Good afternoon, Matt.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you again.
We're down to you.
Yes, it's a few questions I was going to ask you.
Blimey.
No, quite
Just
simple.
sat down.
Quite simple. Chris Benjamin, first time at 3?
Will be first time at 3, absolutely, yes. And
Right.
still ostensibly recovering from dislocating his shoulder just a few weeks ago in the T20 blast, and was said to be out for the season. Head coach Medics said, yeah, that's him done. Chris Benjamin said, don't worry, I'll be back for the T20 at the end of the T20 blast, which he has been. So yeah, still
Tough cookie.
yeah, absolutely, yes. The left shoulder, the front shoulder is the one. So yeah, I think you're right. First time at 3. As Van der Hoogten is going to bowl from this Cathedral Road end. It's changed ends. And for 16 off his 5 so far. So he'll bowl to Joe Denley, who's on 3. A very nice looking 3 it was. He plays it back at the bowler, and there's no run. My question to you, Edward Bevan, was Kent seemed to be cruising along. Didn't see anything in the pitch, nothing in the ball.
No, but I don't know if you've been listening.
I have.
And Nick and I were saying it's such a slow, and the Kookaburra slow pitch. You do tend to play early. I think what happened to Denley, he was there into the shot really, and it pulled up a little on this slow pitch in the Kookaburra ball. and that was taken easily at cover.
And to Denley right behind that one, back to the bowl, a good delivery, good length on off stump as well. And we've seen this certainly in, I suppose, when the Kookaburra ball gets a bit older, captains setting fields that rather than putting an umbrella behind the wickets, in front of the wicket almost, looking for the mistimed drive.
Yeah, no third man, nothing's gone down there today, and the batsmen really have got to play themselves in.
Van over the wicket now to Denley. 2 slips in. He guides that one up to mid-off defensively. And you, I think, like I, are staunch members of the third man union, but
absolutely, but not today.
But I think we will allow it. Will we? The committee will meet and say that with a Kookaburra ball, perhaps.
No, no, nothing's gone down there.
No, quite.
Well, we haven't seen any deviation, have we?
No,
really,
no.
Nothing played and missing, and.
I think you're right.
So,
that one ball from Fernando was probably the best ball of the day, wasn't it? In terms of
you probably
the
put it
bowlers
down the wrong
anyway.
line.
Yeah. It's, Van Hoogten too.
Where's the ball going?
Reacted to that one. It's gone through to third. Well, and that's why we say
4 runs.
but it's gone for 4 runs. Reacted to that, Denley. Played it a little bit late. I think it might have got a little bit big on him actually from Van Hoogten. I think has bowled really well in terms of length and line, just plumbing that furrow. And it's deflected away by Denley through third, all on the ground. To be fair to him, 4 runs, 68 for 2.
Yeah, and another thing is that I'll just break off for.
Yeah, Van Hoogten for a seamer gets bowled. So he's overs pretty quickly, doesn't he?
Yeah.
2 slips in, and this one is once again, but very much more confidently from Denley, guided behind square through wide third. In fact, for 2 runs to come through for. Yeah, they do. So he's on to 9, 70 for 2.
When we see the Duke's ball, of course, you see quite a lot of any game. You start first day, first morning. Everybody says first hour will be important. Yes. A lot of deviation, some nicks. You look at the scorecards, 3 overs gone. Oh, they're 2 wickets down, that sort of thing. Apart from what we've seen at Derby this morning, which I couldn't believe my eyes.
And at the battle of the top 2, of course, in this division, as Van Hoogten bowls to Denley. A bit on the leg pad, that one quite high up, hits him. End of the over, 74-2. Kent, Benjamin 12, Joe Denley 9.
Yes, they were 1 for 2 in the second over. Both openers out. 22 for 2 I did see as Matt has a look.
Yeah, well, they've moved on a little bit now, 65 for 2, so making runs. But obviously with the top 2 playing, Glamorgan are in third place, hoping they can pick off Kent here. Well, they didn't just pick them off at Canterbury, did they? Absolutely destroyed them by an innings.
It's going to be difficult, I think, because this pitch doesn't really do anything over the 4 days. With the Kookaburra, certainly you don't get any real turn, even though Kellaway has bowled extremely well, but he is a very good bowler. If it doesn't turn, he's got his variation. He's a tall lad, comes down from quite high and gets the ball, not always a turn, but float outside the off stump, the arm ball, which gets him wickets, slip. Ned Leonard is going to have a bowl, and he's coming in now. And bowls to Benjamin, who's forward to good length delivery. Denley is quite prepared for a run at the other end, but certainly wasn't on. Just the 2 slips for N. Leonard, who's in his first season, full season for Glamorgan, and I think it's a good signing.
Yeah, it's
Good trier, tall young man, and
did well on the T20.
he has done well in the T20. And he comes from the river end, replacing Harris, and bowls, beats him outside the off stump, and Benjamin there, nonplussed by that, which looked a genuine movement for the first time this morning, and went through to wicket-keeper Cook.
Yeah, perhaps just coming back in towards him when the seam, but yeah, good ball. Good lift as well from Leonard. There's not been that much life in the pitch, tending to bounce low.
Leonard, pleasant morning here at Cardiff, comes in, bowls, and that's driven, full length ball, and Van der Gooten stops it from going down to the boundary, because there's small boundaries here, straight. If you do miss anything, then It runs away for 4 runs. 70 for 2 then. Benjamin's on 12, Denley's on 9. Joe, as opposed to Jaden, his nephew, who made very pleasant 29 before he was out. Immediately he struck a good length as Leonard comes in and bowls, and that's played again up to mid-on, and again there is no run. 4 dot balls.
So Ben Cadaway's in this representative team, the PCA 11, is that right?
Douthwaite.
Oh, it's Douthwaite, sorry, beg your pardon.
Incidentally, Callaway has been up with the England Lions in Loughborough in the past couple of days, so he's in contention for a place there, and why not? Leonard in, bowls, thus driven straight to cover, and there is no run.
My apologies. So that answers my question really as to what sort of primacy the PCA 11 has. It would only be players that weren't be picked.
Exactly.
So counties would get first choice if they wanted to play.
Absolutely. They probably said, well, look, he's not going to be playing the championship, but certainly Callaway would be first on the list in this side. As I say, he's trained with the Lions, so he'll probably go on tour this winter, certainly. So the next ball is played defensively, and that's a maiden over, and a good over from Ned Leonard, bowling, and deserved applause for him. Kent to 70 for 2.
Apologies, getting my Callaways and Douthwaites mixed up.
Yes, Matt, and I always regard you as a little bit of Welsh in you, because you went to university in Lampeter.
I did.
And I always like to let Welsh listeners know, Lampeter down, that's where Paul Baldwin now lives.
Now, because Nick was talking about that, not very far away from here. It's his closest trip of the season, this will be.
But I think it's either closed or about to close, which is rather sad. Lampeter,
Yeah,
it's been changed into something else. So, an old Lampetorian or something, what do they call it?
Van Hoogten Bowls, it's left by Denley outside.
They don't have names they do have them for schools, but
I'm not sure.
Not for universities. Well, I suppose they do.
St Davidian, maybe? It's
I don't know if Nick
St David's University College it was called. Or
an old Bathonian when Nick went to Bath University, I don't know. I don't know.
Happy years spent there. And
you enjoyed it, 3 years.
Yeah, absolutely. And then 2 years in Cardiff after that, with living there, before I made the mistake of going back to the southeast. There we are, 72. Regretted it ever since. Van Hoogten Bowls to Joe Denley, and defends that into the onside.
Because I would say that a high proportion of students that went to Lampeter were going in for the ministry, weren't they?
Yeah, initially, yes. Yeah, originally I should say. But by the time I went, it was pretty much a godless place, Edward, I have to say.
Was it? Right.
No, there's still
I like
very high reputation.
I like Lampeter very much. It's out in the country, and it's great, but not a huge amount of nightlife.
No, not well. No, you made your own entertainment. We'll leave it at that. Yeah. But no, you're absolutely right. I mean, the countryside is just incredible. So, but that's always rambling has always been a big part of my life. In both people be rolling their eyes in Kent at that. Here's Van der Hoogten to Denley, rambling, don't we know it, into the offside, and there's no run. So
it's not far from Aberystwyth, you see.
No, that's true. At the coast, and Aberyron's a lovely spot as well. We spent some happy days there as well.
I bet.
Yeah.
So there we are. We've got a bit of Welsh in our guest commentary.
There we go. Well, I got a quiz from Tony Cotty last time I was here on spelling of Welsh place names. So he
did he? Was he?
He did, didn't he? Oh no. Oh, sorry. Of course it was as Van der Hoogten Bowls to Denley. Back to the bowler, and there's no run. Of course, Nick wasn't here. Now I got a quiz. Ebervale, he says. So I got through that one. It says EBBW, and then Municipal, he said, it was next. And I got the first 2 Ys, and then got a bit confused. There we are. So. Is that how you pronounce it?
He's a wicked little man, is Tony Cotty at times.
He said I'd done enough for a pass mark to be an honorary Welshman. I was very proud of that. So there we go.
Well done.
70 for 2. Yeah. I might need to be re-examined at some point, I'd imagine. Van der Hoogten to Denley.
Well, he emigrated to Hull from here.
He what? Sorry.
He emigrated to
He
home.
did, yes.
Went
yeah.
out to Sussex and
'Cause
had a
he's
very
Swansea
successful
man.
time.
Yeah.
Gower boy, as we used to call him. Yes.
What a beautiful place in Wales. I mean, I'm safe in this country, but this commentary, but I tend not to advertise Wales too much to people I know because I just don't want them cluttering up the place, to be honest. It's one of the great things.
I've been off for the last couple of weeks. It's been beautiful going up to the countryside. It's not far from me. And down the Gower we went in the heat wave.
Yeah.
It's like being on a holiday, living at home.
It's Van der Hoogten to Denley, leaves it outside the off stump. And there is no run, end of the over. 70 for 2. Benjamin has 12. Joe Denley has 9. If you're just joining us, Ben Compton the first to go, caught behind off the bowling of Fernando for 17. And Jaden Denley was cruising along, looking really good. Struck one to cover. Smart catch by Billy Root off the bowling of James Harris for 29. 70 for 2 as the meeting of the Welsh Tourist Board here. Ed Bevan and Matt Cole with you at the moment with Nick Webb to come back in at half past. We were in Cardigan a couple of years ago as well, which is beautiful up there on the coast. So first time.
It'll be full this time of year.
I bet it
those
will.
names
Yeah.
that you've mentioned. Here's Ned Leonard after a good first over, which was a maiden, comes in now and bowls to Benjamin. Benjamin clips a half volley off his legs, down to fine leg, Harrisville Field, and returns on the full, and they go through for a single. The run rate has gone down. It was 4.88 when I last mentioned. It's now 3.91, which is good for the first couple of hours of a championship match. First paper on 37. And 24 for the second wicket. But on this pitch, as we've just mentioned, Matt, I think the batsmen have to be careful of the slowness if they go to drive, as we saw with Jaden Denley. As Leonard comes in and bowls, and that's, again, he's played that 3 or 4 times, shot down to the long-on boundary, which Van der Hoogten there's no way of going to catch it. Drifting down the leg side, appears to favour that shot, just get inside it and clipped it away for 4.
He's such an attractive batter when he gets going. No consolation to Glamorgan fans because it's sometimes hard to admire players on the other side when they're doing that kind of thing. But yeah, lovely looking shot. 13 each now, these two batters.
Yes, and what sort of season has Denley had, Matt?
Not bad. I mean, he broke his arm pre-season, had a plate put in his left arm.
Thought I hadn't
so
seen it.
yeah, the two of them actually there have been.
But Benjamin certainly has.
Yeah.
Leonard bowls outside the off stump with a ball that came back after he had sort of passed the stumps, and exaggerated when Cook moved just to his left to take it. Chris Cook's had a good rest, didn't feature in the T20 competition, as Glamorgan gave a couple of players a chance to show what they can do. Alex Horton kept wicket, but came in at number 3 and really didn't get many runs. In comes Leonard and bowls, and that's again clipped on the onside, but Root is in the mid-wicket boundary to protect as they go through for a single.
Yeah, just checking actually. He has just played the one championship match this summer, Joe Denley.
Has he? Would he play today if May been fit?
Yeah, I think so. I think maybe Chris Benjamin would have dropped
down.
out. Yeah, it's been great this summer, I'll tell. But Denley had a really good T20 blast so far as well. He's been hitting the ball from ball 1. Important in T20 as well. Some good knocks.
Leonard bowls, played late by Benjamin, down to third man. We have a man down there, thank you. And it's returned by it's a Tribe, good fielder's Tribe, and he's proved his worth. Strange business there. We all expected him, and he was included. I think Nick will correct me if I'm wrong. Included in the Jersey side for the World Cup preliminaries, and then I think they said, because you played for Glamorgan, we're not considering him. We'll pick him in the squad. Leonard bowls, and this again played by Denley. Strong onside player down to fine leg, and they go through for a single. At the end of that over, and the over number 19, 78 for 2. Benjamin is 14. Denley is 15. I think I'm right there, Nick. And
So he played one.
he did play and came back.
And then came back, and then regulations said that he couldn't
Even though he played, well, why didn't they pick it up before he played the one?
He was allowed to play that one, but he wasn't allowed to play once he'd come back to Glamorgan.
I don't know if you heard Nick saying there. He was
did,
allowed to
yes.
play one game, and then they said you can't play anymore. Extraordinary. Well, nothing surprises you. Why? International board and other boards these days.
We were fixated on Kent on Italy qualifying because Grant Stewart was part of that team. Keeper
It suddenly appeared on there
rising
and said,
outside the off stump.
I'm qualified for one of those countries. My mother was there for 6 weeks and I was born.
Who's that? Sorry.
A lot of people come out to say,
Oh, right.
well,
Oh,
my
sorry,
grandmother
yes,
was born,
yeah.
and that's why I can qualify.
I'm going to. Kent fans will know this already, but Grant Stewart's mum is Italian, so
authentic.
Yeah, he is. He is.
Yes. Because you're
Other claims. I'm
it's the
not
same in
gonna,
rugby.
Yeah, I'm not.
Never seen anything
No,
like
I know
it.
exactly what you mean.
The British Lions.
I was going to start naming names, and I'm not on solid ground there. So appeal from the bowler there.
He
Might
did
have been
step across a bit, didn't he?
Yeah, might be an inside edge onto the pads even there, but didn't feel like the full excitement perhaps from the bowler, but worth a shout. Let's have a look. Yeah, maybe just slipping down,
Yeah.
but yeah.
It's in so many, well, especially rugby now with the Lions. There's so many players there who've played for New Zealand, Australia.
As Van der Hoogten comes over the wicket too. That's a lovely delivery. That one's got shape after its
Best
pitch.
ball he's bowled.
Indeed so, yeah. I think that might even be the best ball of the morning. 78
Yes.
for 2. Obviously,
Beauty, wasn't it?
yeah. The one that got Compton out did move a bit, but that absolute jaffa from Van der Hoogten, who's
Glamorgan take another wicket and then it'll be justified.
Yeah,
That's what they
absolutely.
say, 3 wickets before lunch.
I think with the Kookaburra ball on this pitch,
Yeah.
you'd be very happy with that. Kent hoping in the next 35 minutes or so. Which I didn't see the replay of that one, but now Van der Hoogten bowling to Denley, treats that with respect, defends it into the offside. Yes, I mean Emilio Gay, who played for Italy, has an Italian first name.
That's right.
I don't know if that means anything at all. Joe Burns less so, but we'll as I said, I'm on very shaky ground.
Yeah,
he may have a full Italian family on one side or the other side. But as you say, it's funny how people suddenly realise 78 for 2, but we're absolutely behind Grant Stewart. Proper qualification and obviously
Did you know that
historic
game when
as
you
well.
got the big 100 coming in at
I
8 or
didn't
9?
know at Gloucestershire,
Nice word.
180 scored.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is Van Hoogten to Denley, defends that, and there is no run. 78 for 2. He's got another 100 since, which I did see at Blackpool.
Why is he batting it?
Well, that's a very
8?
good question. I mean, he is explosive. He's an attacking batter, and I suppose by all that he benefits from the ball being a bit older, bowlers being a little bit more tired. But I think it's fair to say he's a proper all-rounder at this point, and yeah, massive with the bat. Those 2 innings. Well, the one it wasn't a losing cause against Gloucestershire, but important runs when Kent had failed in the top order. This one's back at the bowler, back fielded at mid-on, in fact. And that will be the end of the over. Ned Leonard is actually doing the fielding there, a mid-wicket. 78 for 2. I'll be with you for another couple of deliveries and off to bring the news to Kent listeners at the moment that they haven't lost a wicket in the last half hour, which it felt like they come a little bit from nothing in the previous half hour, but yeah, good work from Glamorgan sticking to their task.
Must be rather disappointing for Ben Holyoke to see Kent at the bottom of the second division because he had hopes of bigger things. Okay, you've got, of course, to the last 8 of the T20 competition, which is something. But as I say, there were high hopes, weren't there?
Yeah, absolutely. And after the consecutive wins at the beginning of the season, back-to-back wins and no victory since.
Leonard starts in the over to Benjamin, bowls to him, and Benjamin watches that pass outside the off stump through to the wicket-keeper.
To be fair to them, I mean, Keith Dudgeon, who bowled them to victory in the
Injuries,
first game,
of course.
was injured straight after that game and out for the season. He's to return next year, but a cruciate knee ligament. Jazz Singh, who also bowled really well in those first 2 games. Terrible ankle injury. He's just getting back to, well, he's batting in the nets, he told us the other day, but he's a long way off bowling. He won't be back until next season. So, yeah, it has been tricky in that respect, but all teams have injuries, don't they?
Leonard bowls, and Benjamin quickly gets into position there and plays it up to mid-off. I think on this, put this question to Nick when he comes in, but Matt is off to talk to the good listeners of Radio Kent, tell them what has been happening. It's been an interesting morning, in my opinion. It's, we're not going to call it attritional. We decided on that, Nick and I. We're going to call it a very interesting morning's cricket. As I shall take a break when Matt returns. But for the moment, we're watching Ned Leonard comes in, bowls, not far away from the off stump, and goes through to the wicket keeper. An interesting morning in as much with this ball, relatively slowness in the pitch, you've got to bowl well, as we've seen. If you don't hit your length, especially in the first few overs, you're going to be dispatched to the boundaries, and I think Kent started with 5 or 6 boundaries before they crossed for a single. But if you settle into a length, it's going to be quite difficult with a defensive field to score runs quickly. Leonard in, bowls to Benjamin. Benjamin pushes at that tentatively and plays it down to the pitch. 78 for 2, Benjamin on 14, and he's faced 28 balls, and Denley is on 15 and has faced, would you believe it, 28 balls. 2 slips, cover, extra cover and a mid-off, big gap between extra cover and mid-off, and then there's a mid-on and mid-wicket and a fine leg as Leonard in his third over comes in and bowls, and that's a little short. It's cut away down to third man where it's a tribe field, and they go through for a single.
Yeah, I didn't really understand that jersey business.
Neither did I.
But apparently, once you've left an ICC tournament, you can't go back to it, or something along those lines.
Thanks for coming, but you're not playing again.
Yeah, there was. He played on the Saturday. Having
you get any?
No. 4, I think. It wasn't a great weekend for him.
Leonard, to complete his third over, comes in and bowls, and Denley seems to favour that little flick off his hips, gets another single down to fine leg. The score moves on to 80 for 2. Interesting morning, fairly equal at the moment, as Denley is on 16, retained strike, Benjamin on 15.
So elsewhere in Division 2, Leicestershire recovering to 88 for 2 against Derbyshire, having lost those both openers for naught. They were 0 for 2 after 8 balls of that game, but Ryan Ahmed leading counter-attack, 64 not out off 70 balls.
He's getting some runs, that lad, this year.
Strange case, his career, isn't it? Van der Hoogten is into Joe Denley. Oh, that's nearly caught at short leg. Turned away.
Did he get anything on it?
Yeah, I believe so.
Try, would that be?
Usually is under the lid. Flicked away by Joe Denley. Billy Root it is, who's under the lid there. And he certainly made a diving effort.
Denley has hurt himself.
Oh,
and a
strange.
quick call to the dressing room. He threw his bat down. He's done something.
Was it off the hand, maybe?
He's taken his helmet off. I don't think it's off anything to do with helmet.
Perhaps we could get a replay of that delivery. Would be useful.
Might have jarred his. We heard this is his only match of the season.
Here we are, the replay. Well, his leg. He's holding
hamstring.
As he flicked that away on the leg side, just about made the other end. It's extraordinary. It seemed to be straight away during the playing of the shot almost. Thought initially might have been hit on the hand as it flicked towards short leg. But he's wandering around, and I think he's going to need some sort of pain-killing spray if he is able to continue.
I don't think he is,
Might be wiser to get off and bat later with a runner if necessary.
Oh yeah, I don't like the look of this for him, poor chap. Rothesay's competing here with Mr. Hignell. Just to say that I don't think, Nick, that Joe Denley is going to come back. He is limping badly. He had a run because he was nearly caught, and he ran rather quickly up to the other end, and then as soon as he got up there, he threw his bat down. Yeah, what a shame. Not out 17 and retired hurt. And we heard Matt saying that he'd recovered from a nasty injury. He's been injured at the start of the season. Yeah, so that is a blow, and especially on the first morning, really, of the championship match. We do sympathise with him.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
he's limping badly, isn't he?
It looks like quite a nasty tear or strain. Very awkward, because he looked to do it in the playing of the shot.
Yeah, and as he set off as well.
Might have been just in the first stride and made it to the other end, but that's just about all. And well, Kent remain on 81 for 2, but in comes Daniel Bell-Drummond at number 5, as I think Matt is poised to resume, Edward. So if you want to shake out the lunch selection.
I shall go and tell you what it is.
Thank you, Edward. Don't eat it all. Edward Bevan will be back during the afternoon session. Matt Cole from BBC Radio Kent is back alongside us as Daniel Bell-Drummond makes his way to the middle in rather unexpected circumstances. I was so busy watching the effort of Root to catch him that didn't notice at first the fact that Denley had hobbled down to the far end.
But his reaction as well, just throwing the bat down in frustration. You were saying he's started a late start of the season because of a fractured arm in the nets, having a plate put in that. But that, I mean, it doesn't bode well, does it? They couldn't put weight on the 1 foot when he was walking off, and we'll find it very difficult. Hard to see him coming back anytime soon, but we wish him well. Let's hope it's just an impact injury, but I think, as you said, it's the way he was moving suggested it's
I think his
a tear or a pull or
position for the rest of the match will be batting for a runner and not taking the field when Kent are fielding.
So it's a great shame. So Joe Denley has gone. I mean, for Glamorgan, obviously it gives them a further way into this game. 81 for 2, looking more like 81 for 3 at this point.
Van der Hoogten in with Root crouching at short leg, and Bell-Drummond defends. 606 runs at 33.6 for Bell-Drummond. A couple of centuries in there, but it's probably a sort of medium-ish season by his standards.
I think you're about right, yeah.
Tawanda Mayeye out of this match with a hand injury, having signed a new contract, pulled a muscle in his signing finger.
I was going to say.
Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's run down eventually by Benjamin towards third man. There'll be a couple of runs at least. Kieran Carlson led the dash down to the third man boundary, cut them down to 2. Daniel Bell-Drummond, who of course came to the non-striker's end because Denley somehow managed to complete the single. James Harris is warming up for another spell. Harris and Fernando, the wicket takers for Glamorgan so far. As Van der Hoogten is into bowled Benjamin on 17, and he punches that one out into the offside. Tribe fields at cover, no run. Unusual to find a relatively senior member of the side such as Billy Root under the lid. But there have been stages when Glamorgan had very few young players available to be pressed into service at short leg, so Root has done it plenty of times before. As Van der Hoogten is in to bowl to Benjamin, who's forward defending, up to Harris at mid-off. No run, so the 4 seamers used so far. Al Hassan would be the 5th seamer, and Callaway the frontline spinner. No Mason Crane, but He's made something of a point in that second 11 match against Kent at Abergavenny, with taking 5 of the 6 Kent wickets that fell today. Mason Crane 5 for 22. As Van der Hoogten into bowl to Benjamin, defends, watches it onto the bat. Romano Franco, teenage left arm spinner, finished with 3 for 13. Kent were all out for 189. Having been 127 for 2 at one point. Glamorgan now 20 for no wicket in their second innings. 63 runs ahead in that contest at Abergavenny. Sadly, haven't been there for some years since Glamorgan stopped playing there, but a lovely venue and a big club in that part of the world. Run 4 first teams, I believe, 4 senior sides rather, on the men's side of it. 83 for 2 at the end of the over.
Yeah, this will be Leonard then, number 10 off his 3 so far. And Daniel Beltran waits for the delivery and guided to cover, fielded by Zain Al-Hassan there. The covers, it's 2 slips and a gully. So Mrs. Ingram Carlson and what am I not seeing here? I'm not seeing Asa Tribe's name, that's what it is.
Tribe.
Yeah, there you go.
Tribe third slip.
That's yeah, it's a little bit strange from the 2 slips there. There's a point. Cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket. As this one's left by Beltran outside the off stump, and there's no run. Bit of excitement from the fielders. The one miss I missed out in the sweep of the field there was James Harris. You could just hear applauding at deep backward square, long leg. That's another dot ball. Skimp probably looked to dig in a little bit, I would have thought, before lunch, and important for them just to keep wickets intact here with 2 gone, and Jaden Denley looking very unlikely, I'd say, to return anything but an emergency for Kent, having limped off. Leonard goes quite wide of the crease to try and spear the ball into the pads of Beltran. Plays it up to mid-on. Van der Hoogten fields, and there's no run. So the professional county club select 11.
Snappy title,
it is. You look at the Pakistan Shaheens and you just think, surely there's got to be another name that England could.
Yeah.
Is another version of Lions of
England Tigers.
Professional Pride? I don't know. Obviously, it might come before a fall. I'll just leave that hanging there. He's Leonard to Bill Drummond. Straight back at the bowler, fielded really well actually, reaching down with his right hand in full flow, full flight as he comes down the pitch. Leonard on his follow through, good fielding, it's no run. They are 42 for 2. Have you just done that in that score? My apologies if you have, Nick, but Will Smead has 35 of those. He's decent, I've seen him. Certainly with the white ball for Somerset. Leonard to Bell Drummond then, clipped off the pads. It's a glance down to fine leg. Then looks a bit frustrated, I think probably with himself actually just straying onto middle and leg, and it's a single for Bell Drummond. He gets off the mark.
He's smacked Glamorgan round once or twice with the white ball, as you say, Will Smead.
And indeed. The wickets are falling at other matches, despite the Kookaburra ball. Or utilising the merits of the Kookaburra ball, I should say. But most wickets have fallen in the 2 games which are now off for rain, so that might tell us a little bit more. As Leonard bowls to Benjamin, sees that off his chest. It's a shortish ball, but just cushions it backward a square, and there's a single. End of the over, it is the 23rd, 85 for 2. Benjamin has 18, Bell Drummond has 1. So Durham are 33 for 3 against Somerset. They're off for rain there. And Sussex have had the misfortune of losing 4 wickets against Essex. At Hove, 69 for 4 there. Elsewhere, Nottinghamshire, it's 20 for 1 against Hampshire at lunch at the Utilita Bowl, but they are off already for lunch there. And Yorkshire, 81 for none at Scarborough against Surrey. And Worcestershire 50 for 2 against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Elsewhere in Division 2, the battle of the top two, Leicestershire have recovered, very much recovered. 1 for 2, were they? 95 for 2 now against Derbyshire at Derby. Lancashire 75 for 1 against Gloucestershire at Cheltenham. And Middlesex 70 for none against Northamptonshire at Northwood.
Fernando back at the Cathedral Road end, and Benjamin turning the first delivery slightly uncertainly down towards square leg, and a single is taken. So Fernando into his 7th over. 1 for 26. Had Ben Compton caught behind. Driving, maybe a little bit of movement. Denley caught at cover driving at Harris. Billy Root given a relatively simple chance. Root is back at cover now as Fernando steams in bowls, and Bell Drummond works it on the leg side. No run. 86 for 2 it remains.
So there's 2 representative Glamorgan teams. Apologies if you've just done this and I haven't picked up on it, but 2 of them playing at Newport today.
So yeah, the under-18s are playing at Newport, I believe.
And the Women's Academy as well.
Okay, yes.
Academy, but
there are 2 grounds at Newport. Yeah. Back to back virtually.
Gotcha.
There's this one is run away off and angled back nicely by Bell Drummond. He'll pick up a couple of runs here. Callaway is on the chase, and Bell Drummond ambles back for the second with the gait of a man who's played many years of professional cricket and knows exactly how fast to run to make his ground. 88 for 2. Yeah. All sorts of things going on. Wales national county side are playing down at Salisbury. Under 18s, Academy Women, second 11, all sorts of things. There's Fernando bowls full length, driven by Bell Drummond, but stopped by a diving route at cover. And there is no run.
Looks like Glamorgan and Kent, that one's at Gaveni, as you said. Looks like they're the 2 sides are in a hurry to get somewhere at the moment, because Glamorgan have already lost a wicket in their second innings. They're flying along. So that's 21 wickets are fallen already there.
Yeah, that's just day 2 of a 3 or 4 day game, not sure. Is it listed on there?
4 day, yeah.
4 day game. It's not going to go to the 4th day. But look at that. As Bell Drummond punches this one to mid-on. No run.
I suppose you could, at some points during the games of the Kookaburra balls, minds of thought turned wistfully to contests where it's 200 plays, 250 plays, whatever, rather than 700 plays, 800 plays, 900. But it is the 3rd year of a 3-year experiment. I wonder if it'll be continued.
Fernando into Bell Drummond, who's punching that one nicely through the offside, and it beats the dive of Root at cover and runs away, hops over the boundary rope, and it's first boundary for Deebs, Daniel Bell Drummond.
You get good value nicely across the square there, don't you, as well? So you're right, no good timing. Yeah.
Nicely timed by Bell Drummond. Didn't really look to put that much force into it, but sweetly timed. Ran away for 4. 92 for 2. Kent, having been put in to bat, would be reasonably satisfied with that if it weren't for the fact that Joe Denley's also hobbled off. And I mean, with no degree of medical expertise, that looked like batting low down in the order with a runner sort of injury. As that first ball from Leonard is pulled away by Benjamin for a single down to mid-wicket.
Enjoying your commentary so much that I've settled into it's just 93 for 2. Yeah, my over. Just looking at the toss and teams at Chestler Street, England against India there. Seeing who we recognise, Alice Davison Richards from, I could say from Kent, just not from the team anymore. Tammy and Beaumont the same, both on the side. Here's Leonard bowling to Bell Drummond, and clipped nicely off his pads there through mid-wicket. Again, it's timing rather than muscle from Daniel Bell Drummond all the way through mid-wicket for 4. Nice shot, 97 for 2.
Been a high proportion of runs in boundaries today, isn't there?
They're really, it's a good point. You're reaching for the scorecard now and seeing how many there are. Right,
that's the 15th 4 of the morning. Out of 97 for 2.
So, 60 of them scored in boundaries. Make that 64 as Danny Baldwin cuts a slightly short one away from Leonard to the offside. That did have aggression on it, and that's 101 for 2. And so Kent have scored pretty well. The run rate is not somewhere I can find on the scoreboard, so I'll look it up on the...
it's 4s basically, isn't it?
Absolutely right. At 101 for 2.
It's on the screen, the video screen.
Oh, thank you very much.
4.12.
Just need to know where to look. Absolutely right. Just sneaking above 4 now with Daniel Bell Drummond. I think there's 2 boundaries. Make that 3. Goodness me. That's guided away. Got closer to the body that time, but it's cut away neatly again from Daniel Bell Drummond, and it's 3 4s in a row now for the Kent skipper. Moving on to 19. Yeah, it was wide again though, wasn't it? So I didn't give him much room, but just wide of the off stump.
Yeah, Leonard is one of the few players who's actively said he likes bowling with the Kookaburra ball.
Really?
But not in this over, he doesn't.
No. So none for 25 or 4.4 so far. Daniel Bell Drummond making a bit of a mess of those figures in this over. Leonard persisting. It's pulled away that time. It'll be 4 more. That was almost dismissive. Daniel Bell Drummond warming to his work. Looks at the toe end of the bat. It didn't feel like he'd timed it particularly well, but certainly enough to thump that away through mid-wicket. Still going to replay of that shot. Yeah, just very little foot movement. Didn't need it. Ball came to him in his arc and has now overtaken his batting partner. Bell Drummond on to 23. Chris Benjamin on 20. It's 23 from 14 for Bell Drummond, who's been uncompromising in this over, that's for sure. 16 off it from him. 1 from Benjamin to give him the strike at the second ball. And that one takes the bottom hand off. It's a much better delivery, and Bell Drummond tested by that one. Ended up just cutting it to a point. End of the over. Number 29 for Leonard. It's 109 for 2. Kent moving on at a decent rate, as we've been saying, but 2 wickets down, and Jaden Denley off with a leg or ankle injury. Unlikely to bat for some time if he does, I would suggest. End of the over. Breezy here at Sapphire Gardens. The trees, I want to say they're this side of the river. I can only be right or wrong on that.
Yes,
they
you're
are
right.
this side.
Well, some trees on this side of the river and some trees on the other side of the river. So
well, it's tree line.
So you'd be right, whatever you said.
Thank you very much. It rarely happens to me. But beautiful Butte Park beyond.
109 for 2 is the reasonably beautiful score as far as the visitors are concerned, having been put in. Benjamin on 20, having been overtaken by Bell Drummond, and watches that one carefully onto the bat and steers it towards Van der Hoogten at mid-on. Wonder if we'll see the token over of a spin from Ben Callaway before lunch.
You're just dialing that one in now.
Kieran Carlson leading Glamorgan in this game, in the absence of Sam Northeast on paternity leave. Didn't feature in the T20 blast, Sam, as that is turned by Benjamin down to fine leg for a single. 110 for 2. Kieran Carlson has done plenty of white ball captaincy, of course, in recent years. Sam Northeast played in all 14 games last year. Just trying to think whether Carlson's... I think he's done it before, deputising for Northeast at some point. There's Fernando on his way in to Drummond, who just drops the bat on that one. Send it very gently towards Harris at mid-off. 26th over of the innings, so it's not going to be a great over rate, but we did have some delay, of course, when Jaden Denley was limping off, and really I think he took the sensible decision, really didn't wait for treatment on the field of play. He just felt, right, can't continue, get off, don't do any more damage, and hope to come back later on. Fernando bowls, and Drummond watches that past his off stump with very little fuss. Just picked up the bat and didn't bring it down. And prods away at the surface. 110 for 2. Drummond 23. Thanks to those 4 successive fours off Leonard, the highlight in scoring terms. Fernando into bowl. Drummond works it off his hip down towards square leg. The Tribe comes racing in. Keeps them down to a single. 112 for 2. The men out. Ben Compton for 17. Caught Cook bowled Fernando. And Jaden Denley driving James Harris to cover, where Billy Root took the catch for 29. Joe Denley retired hurt for 17 on the card at the moment, but of course that can change. Fernando in, bowls, Benjamin defends, back to the bowler. 2 singles off the Fernando over. Kent with luncheon and survival on their minds in that over. Anyway, Drummond might have other attacking instincts. Chris Cook has just been handed a helmet, which means that Ben Callaway is going to bowl an over of spin of some sort.
And you say that advisedly.
Yes, he'll start off spin. Doesn't tend to bowl the left arm stuff very often in championship games.
Well, I think it's a salutary lesson to players like Chris Benjamin, who dislocated a left shoulder, that he could still bowl if he wanted to. It's like, left or right. You've got the other arm. I suppose Benjamin is showing that himself by using his recovery to bat in county championship matches. He dislocated his shoulder a few weeks ago. It's Callaway to Drummond. It drives this gently up to mid-on. There's no run. Single slip in. Kieran Carlson set somewhat back from Chris Cook, the wicket-keeper, with the helmet on, as I was saying, up to the stumps, of course. They've got men mirroring just behind square, off and leg side. This one's given a bit of air, but good length delivery. Actually just jabbed into the ground by Daniel Drummond, who holds the pose a little bit. Doesn't beat Ned Leonard at cover. It's a boundary rider on the leg and off side, also mirroring each other. Got mid-wicket and extra cover. Also very much symmetrical. And mid-on and mid-off, a little less so, but still there. That man finding, that ball finding the mid-wicket, no run. 111 for 2. And certainly going through this over very quickly. It's Ben Callaway. Again gives it some air. Too much air on that on occasion. I think Daniel Drummond will be a little bit disappointed. He's not managed to beat the fielder there. Didn't make a great contact to it, that full toss.
How did he not lay into that one?
I'm not sure. Looked like he just held back from that one. Perhaps he's playing for lunch at this point, but Callaway once more. Quicker delivery. Pitches this time. Drummond blocks it away. And there is no run. ball to come then from Kellaway. Will they get 2 in before lunch? Oh, field change comes. There we go. Ken have got Glamorgan running scared at this point. They're just trying to play for time themselves. Do very well to stretch this out, though, weren't they, for 2 minutes, I would have thought?
Ingram in at leg slip.
Yeah, it's a leg slip, conventional slip. Manning on the drive now at mid-wicket crouched. As the Kellaway bowls to Danny Bell-Drummond. Long stride down the pitch. Long front pad, just pushes it back at the bowler. Blocks it. And that's the end of the over. 111 for 2. I'm not sure exactly when they started, but the umpires are happy for there to be one more. It's either Fernando will bowl that for Glamorgan.
Yes, we usually go off the digital scoreboard rather than the analogue one up on the pavilion there that stream viewers can see at the moment. Not too many in the pavilion seating today because it's an awful long way and it's not a great view, frankly. The spectators in the pavilion seats. The boundary is some 30 metres away from the advertising hoardings. Fernando will bowl the 28th over of the session and the last one before lunch. And he'll be bowling the first ball of it, at least to Chris Benjamin, on 21 not out. As Fernando's on his way in, bowls, and Benjamin thinks about a quick single there as he pushes towards Harris at wide mid-off, but Harris was quickly enough onto it to prevent that from happening, and Bell-Drummond wandering down the pitch and maybe saying to Chris Benjamin, no quick singles please. Let's get to lunch intact.
Perhaps he's just put a default no into into any runs there.
Billy Root wanders round from the covers to backwards square leg, backwards short leg, leg gully, wandering around. Leg gully, I think we'll call that. It's a semi-catching position. So square leg has to move in front of the umpire as Fernando bowls, and Benjamin blocks it back to the bowler. Umpire Watts decides to go for a little wander. Now that's strange because Root is in no way in his eye line. So
he's off to point.
Why is umpire Watts off to point? First to dinner, first to lunch, you see.
He's not stopping.
So you think they're going to be short of supplies? He's actually closer to a fielder there than he would have been on the leg side.
He just moved behind him. Or, well, to his right-hand side now.
That's extraordinary.
How weird.
Very peculiar. Fernando into bowl, hits Benjamin on the pad. And there is, by Fernando standards, a very, very low-key bit of an appeal. You'll know when Asitha Fernando really thinks it's out. There's an awful lot of dramatic that goes on there. Runs backwards down the wicket. Arms outstretched, imploring, beseeching, etc., etc. Didn't need to do that with the early dismissal of Compton. 3 balls to come until the lunch interval then, here on BBC Sport Online. As Fernando bowls to Benjamin, who is forward defending, and there is no run. So Glamorgan putting Kent into bat. Ben Compton was caught behind off Fernando for 17. Jaden Denley drove James Harris to cover for 29. That was 61 for 2, but that's strange. I've written something down wrong. Well, 61 for 2. The partnership is now 50, exactly, I think. It's started again when Joe Denley was retired hurt. That's why the partnership is only 30 on the board. Another dot ball passes by. Another defensive shot from Benjamin. So Joe Denley retired hurt. 17. The score on 81. So it's a sort of half-century partnership involving 3 men. As here comes Fernando for the final ball of the session. It's a short delivery that's hit Benjamin, and off they go. Showing no signs of damage. He just seemed to let that one hit him on the shoulder. Very peculiar. Update for BBC Radio Wales to follow shortly.
A reminder that the members' forum will be starting shortly in the museum situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre.
Kent are 111 for 2 at lunch after being put in to bat by Glamorgan. Wickets for Asitha Fernando, the returning Sri Lankan paceman, who had Ben Compton caught behind for 17, and for James Harris, who had Jaden Denley caught for 29. Glamorgan led by Kieran Carlson today with Sam Northeast on paternity leave. Daniel Bell-Drummond provided the batting highlight of the morning with 4 successive fours off Ned Leonard. Joe Denley, though, has been forced to retire hurt for 17. Kent at lunch strongly placed, 111 for 2.
I've got some lunchtime scores from the other games taking place elsewhere. We'll start at Avenue Road in Abergavenny. The second level championship game between Kent and Glamorgan. It's in the second day. You may remember yesterday Glamorgan's second level made 232, a century there for Henry Hill. And today Kent have been dismissed for 189. Mason Crane taking 5 for 22. Young spinner Romano Franco picking up 3 for 13. At lunch, in their second innings, Glamorgan are 44 for 1, so Glamorgan are leading by 87 runs with 9 second innings wickets remaining. Now, around the country today in the Rothesay County Championship, there has been a fair bit of rain and interruptions. Starting in Division 1, at the Utilita Bowl, just 9 overs so far there. Hampshire won the toss, they decided to bowl against Notts, and in the short passage of play, Notts are 20 for 1. There's been rain as well at Taunton, after Somerset won the toss and also elected to bowl against Durham, and they're taking an early lunch there. Play will be resuming at 1:20 with Durham on 33 for 3. A full morning low at Edgbaston, where Worcestershire won the toss, batting first against Warwickshire. The battle of the Bears against the Hares, and so far Worcestershire 67 for 3 at lunch. An interrupted morning as well at Hove, where Essex won the toss, elected to bowl against Sussex, and before they came off for an early lunch, Sussex was 69 for 4 in the 20th over. They also came off for an early lunch at Scarborough, where Yorkshire had won the toss and elected to bat first against Surrey, and providing there's no further rain, play will be resuming at 1:30 with Yorkshire 82 without loss. In the other games, in the second division of the Rothesay County Championship, at Cheltenham College, it's been a full morning there, with Lancashire winning the toss and batting first against Gloucestershire. Lancashire at the interval are 82 without loss. A full morning as well at Merchant Taylors School, where Northamptonshire won the toss, elected to bowl against Middlesex, and Middlesex 90 without loss at the interval. And a full morning as well at Derby, where Leicestershire won the toss, elected to bat first against Derbyshire. And at the interval, Leicestershire 118 for 2. A reminder that if you're seeking a score sheet for this game, they're available completely free of charge from reception, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's where you can also purchase a copy of the 2025 Glamorgan Yearbook. The Glamorgan Club shop run by Missouri Sports is situated opposite Gate 2. It's open until 5 o'clock today. It's selling, as always, a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kits, plus a range of recently published cricket books. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, don't forget that a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, also situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. There's also a 10% discount for Glamorgan members and season ticket holders on all food sales. Hot drinks and snacks and cold drinks as well can also be purchased from the mobile unit situated beneath the Caster Howell stand. That's at the Cathedral Road end of the stadium. And snacks can also be purchased from the vending machine at the rear of the indoor school. The Museum of Welsh Cricket is open today. It's being used at the moment for the members' forum, but during the tea interval, well worth a visit there to look at the brand new displays as well as to watch the memory match, which is the recording of the highlights of the Kent Glamorgan match at Canterbury in September 1993, as well as being Viv Richards' last ever game. It was West Glamorgan won the Sunday League under the captaincy of Hugh Morris. The museum will be fully open for the next 3 days, so if you haven't got an opportunity at tea, there'll be an opportunity then for you to go down memory lane. The museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books and old Glamorgan yearbooks, which together with a range of other items and souvenirs are on sale to raise funds for them running off the facility. It also has copies of the first 2 research monographs tracing the fascinating history of women's and girls cricket in Wales, as well as another pamphlet looking at cricket in Wales before Victoria. Finally, a reminder that we stand against all forms of discrimination. There is no place for it in sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity, together we are strong. Here at Glamorgan County Cricket Club, we are dedicated to raising the game. So if you witness any form of discrimination, you can challenge it and call it out by contacting in strictest confidence your nearest steward.
to me is possibly why you come.
resume the Kent first innings after lunch, Chris Benjamin and Daniel Beltran. And to resume the bowling for Glamorgan after the interval at the River End, Ben Calloway.
Very good afternoon and welcome back to Sophia Gardens, where Kent are resuming after lunch on 111 for 2, which is reasonably good going, having been put into bat. But they are without, at least for the time being, Jaden Denley due to a leg injury. So it's Ben Calloway to bowl to Daniel Bell Drummond, 24 not out, and he's back in the crease and defending it out in the offside, and there is no run. Nick Webb and Matt Cole with you for the start of the afternoon session.
Yeah, it certainly feels like it wouldn't be a Kent game without an exciting new type of injury. That is a joke, obviously, but yeah, like maybe a calf tear or a pull.
Calloway bowls. Bell Drummond watches it suspiciously go past outside off stump. Didn't look good though, did it? He made fairly immediately for the dressing room and didn't really attempt to get medical treatment first. Calloway bowls. Bell Drummond back on his stumps defending. Over 8 is level, even though only 28 overs were bowled in the morning session. That presumably because of the injury, which didn't seem to take that long for him to be replaced. Calloway in bowls, gives it some air, and Bell Drummond drives back to the bowler. Fields in his follow through, and there is no run. Benjamin 21 not out, Bell Drummond 24 not out. Jaden Denley's 29 was the highest score of the morning session. Calloway bowls flatter, turned away on the leg side by Bell Drummond for the first run of the afternoon towards Harris at deep square. Benjamin checks his guard from umpire Chris Watts. Considerably the taller of the two umpires. As in comes Calloway, bowls to Benjamin, who chops it into the offside, thinks about a single. Ingram is quickly round from Gully to do the fielding. Just a single off the first over after lunch then, as we've got some pleasant sunshine piercing through the clouds here at Sophia Gardens. The morning session played largely in cloudy conditions. But Kent reasonably happy surely with their match position, having been put in to bat, albeit having lost Jaden Denley possibly for the innings. I mean, it looked as though he should be able to bat again on one leg with a runner sort of thing, but not a great start to his second championship match of the season.
No, I guess that frustration as well. I could see him just throw the bat down and after the injury, and having spent so long getting himself fit enough to start the season with a broken arm. So yeah, innocuous, but certainly enough to keep him out. Harris then to Bell Drummond, 2 slips in behind Bell Drummond, low on the back, defends it up to mid-on. Fernando leans down. It's the Morgan cap.
Good afternoon to Kevin Higgins in Istanbul. A real chance to make a statement for Glamorgan and claim second place, with Derbyshire playing Leicestershire, the top 2.
Yeah, Leicestershire have made an amazing comeback in that game, hasn't it? I think 118 for 2 lunch. Of being 0 for 2 against Derbyshire. Oof, Yorker length. Great delivery from Harris. He's asking the umpire if that didn't hit the toe before it hit the bat. It did not, says Paul Baldwin. or indicates that, or fails to indicate that it had done. So dot ball there. You say very pleasant sunshine, pleasantly warm outside as well. As Harris bowls to Belgium, inside part of the bat there. Tester from Harris, bowling well.
In the women's one day, India going well, 64 without loss after 12 overs against England. Mandana, of course, leading the way, as so often. India winning the toss there, deciding to bat first.
Harris over the wicket to Daniel Bell-Drummond, drives it back at the bowler, bumps straight back at him, takes it throat high. Yeah, keep an eye on Tammy Beaumont from Sandwich there, and Alice Davidson-Richards from Tunbridge Wells, who's going to come for all our jobs once she's finished playing, I can tell you that.
Okay.
A couple of quick stints as a commentator.
Yeah.
She may aim higher, who knows. Maybe your job rather than mine, I'm saying. But yeah, fantastic company. Her commentary career rather brutally cut short by England call-ups for cricket, so I'm sure she was ruining that. This one's rather clothed down to a long leg by Daniel Bell-Drummond. Oh, leg by, there we go. I thought it came off perhaps the glove.
Thought it looked like a glove, didn't it, from the way it came off away?
It says maybe it's body or forearm. I don't know, but leg by nonetheless.
At Beckenham, the counties select 101 for 2 off 17. Rayner's interrupted play in that one day. Will Smead 60 not out. Hamza Sheikh 36 not out.
Looks like a drink's coming on for one of the Glamorgan fielders as Benjamin plays that into the offside. And there will be no run, 113 for 2. So 2 added after lunch so far. Both of them to... one for Daniel Bell-Drummond. There was an extra as well, wasn't there? The leg by.
That Pakistan Shaheen's A-team, including Mir Hamza, who had a brief spell with Glamorgan at the start of last season. And the select side, including Glamorgan's Dan Douthwaite, who will be delighted to have a bit of exposure elsewhere, I think. Not required for championship duty at the moment, as Callaway is in and bowls, and back goes Bell-Drummond on his stumps. Just a bit surprised that he hasn't been picked up for the 100 this year. Callaway bowls, Bell-Drummond is forward defending. Callaway and fellow Glamorgan spinner Mason Crane feature in the Welsh Fire squad. The only 2 Glamorgan players to be picked up by the franchises at the moment. Bell-Drummond forward defending again, back to Callaway. It's a no ball. Strange. Shouldn't be bowling him as a spinner. It wasn't a full toss sort of no ball. Callaway, right arm over, bowls. Bell-Drummond steps forward and defends. 115 for 2 in the afternoon sunshine. All quite quiet at the moment. 31st over, so it'll be very hard work as that one's over pitched by Callaway, driven handsomely by Bell-Drummond through the covers for 4 runs, beating Ul Hassan, fielding at cover and root, sweeping in front of the grandstand, but it was straighter than Root could get to, and he was well beaten. Bell-Drummond moves to 29, Kent to 119 for 2, and building well, having been put into bat by Kieran Carlson, who is leading Glamorgan in the absence of Sam Northeast. Bell-Drummond forward defending, plays it so dead bat that Chris Cook comes out from behind the stumps to pick it up. Extra ball because of the no ball then. 7th of the over comes from Callaway from the River Taff end, and forward comes Drummond and defends back to the bowler. It really is defensive mode from Drummond when he decides not to play a shot, doesn't it? It's very dead bat.
Yeah.
No risk of spooning a catch. He's absolutely killing any risk of it.
Will he flick the switch at some point, I wonder? But 29 for him, 21 for Benjamin.
Well, he did off Ned Leonard this morning.
Yeah.
4 successive boundaries off the Glamorgan seamer.
He certainly did. So Harris bowls to Benjamin then. New over from the Cathedral Road end. Rising delivery. Does well, guides it behind square. And I'll take 2, I think. Yeah, well run. Ben Callaway does the fielding. Backward a point. It was pointed out to me that see the Fernando hit Chris Benjamin with the delivery before the interval, and basically on the bad shoulder of Chris Benjamin. There we go. Very little sympathy given, obviously, I'm sure, by the bowler.
Well, he seemed to let the ball hit him.
Yeah, a bit surprised, but he just didn't pick it. Nice looking shot that, clipped into the onside, but fielded by Zainul Hassan, and there's no run. We're talking about represented in the 100. Zach Crawley will play for London Spirit against it again this summer, and Sam Billings and Tawanda Miyeye in the for the Oval Invincibles. And Fred Clarkson once more for the Manchester Originals. It's Harris once again to Benjamin, looking to work it past the man at mid-wicket, but ends up with Zainul Hassan. A good field placing. 2 rather irritating things in the document I've just looked out. Firstly, spelt Fred Clarkson's surname wrong, and of course you're not actually allowed to know where they come from. There won't be in any literature because it's a secret. It's as if they've been dropped by a spaceship.
Yeah, they're all produced by the franchise academies, aren't they?
That's right. Being fully formed as Harris bowls to Benjamin, and there's no run. I feel that's all a little bit... Well, there we go. Whatever you might think of the format, I think the
cross-promotion is not what it should be, is that?
I think the sort of, the whitewashing of anything outside it or any history seems a bit... Well, it seems pointed to me, but there we go. 121 for 2. Here's Harris to Benjamin. Drives it inside part of the bat. Again, end up with Zainul Hassan. It's not exactly a battle between those two, but he's certainly getting a lot of fielding practice. 2 mid-wickets now for Benjamin. He's trying to pick that shot through there. They're looking perhaps for the losted drive. And there's no run. But yeah, I feel like English cricket, it could live as a happy family. I think it's possible to acknowledge what else is happening around the place. But sorry, post-match grumble. I do apologise. Ooh, looking for almost a paddle around the corner there. Well, he's rehearsing a pull. Is Chris Benjamin? Has it come? Has he dragged it onto his pad? Oh, maybe off the toe end. Yeah, it's come off from the offside. I think you're right.
Well,
or am I right? I'm not sure.
No, I think you were. It's
has it come down onto the pad?
His bottom-edged pull onto his pad, and it's trickled out to the off.
Yeah, the offside, but yeah, definitely a full shot there. So good work by James Harris. No run. Ben Callaway to resume from the River Taff end. Yeah, it's rather comical, isn't it? I suppose when you see Chris Benjamin, firstly all eyes to the leg side, to where that pull has ended up, perhaps in the crowd,
yes.
And then realising very quickly, looking over his shoulder to the off.
Here's Callaway then into his 4th over from the River Taff end to Drummond, forward, playing this onto the leg side. Tribe fields at mid-wicket, no run. So will Bill Drummond be the first Kent man to breach the 30 mark? Compton 17, Denley 29, Jaden, that is. Joe retired hurt for 17. Daniel Bell-Drummond plays out another dot ball. No time to sit and wonder when Callaway is bowling, because he's back at it very quickly indeed. Floats this one up. Bell-Drummond plays it yet again to short mid-wicket for a third successive dot ball. Callaway in the afternoon sunshine is into Bell-Drummond, who drives to mid-on, calls for a quick single, and it's a good call. And Ned Leonard doesn't pick it up cleanly anyway, as he shapes to shy at the stumps, only for the fact to be spoilt by the fact that he hadn't actually picked up in the first place, and the ball was still on the ground. 122 for 2. Bell-Drummond is the first Kent man to 30. Callaway to Benjamin, slightly quicker, and knocked again to mid-wicket, where Tribe is the fielder. Slip and a short fine leg for the top edge sweep by the look of it. Callaway bowls a bill for LBW, given eventually by Chris Watts after a lot of thought. Chris Benjamin has gone for 23. It's 122 for 3 as Callaway strikes.
Yeah, long hole batter is with their back to us. Be interested to see that again, but so Chris Watts giving it full consideration. Length of time, rather felt it had been turned down. Perhaps just wishful thinking.
Yeah, it's a question of whether it's struck in line, I think, there.
Yeah. It's interesting. Benjamin making play of moving himself outside the off stump, wasn't he? But I'm going to frame it that way at least. 122 for 3. I mean, long and short of it is, Chris Benjamin is out.
Yes, it would probably have hit the stumps, I think, but question of whether Benjamin thought he'd just got in outside the line for the impact. But nothing against umpires taking their time, because they're having a think about it. Is there any reason why I shouldn't give it benefit of the doubt to the batters? But there was no doubt eventually from Mr. Watts, as Kent 122 for 3. As Everson comes in, if you are just joining us and you're wondering why Everson, who bats 6, is in on the fall of the 3rd wicket, it's because Joe Denley limped off, retired hurt for 17. So we shall see at what point, if any, he re-emerges. So Callaway has his first victim of the day. Started the season slowly with no wickets in the first couple of matches, wasn't bowled much when Shoaib Bashir was around, but then 4 wickets at Lords, 5 at home to Derby, and 6 at home to Gloucestershire. So he's had his moments, Ben Callaway. Make that his 17th wicket of the season. For some reason it slipped through my notes. The one you need is the one you forget to write down. As Callaway, as Harris bowls the first ball of the new over to Bell-Drummond, who drives to mid-on, and there's no run. Glamorgan given something to cheer about, and the match tilts back towards some sort of balance, I think, at 122 for 3, given the absence of Joe Denley, at least for the time being. As Harris is in, bowls, and Bell-Drummond is forward, defending, and there's no run. second 11 match at Abergavenny. Glamorgan 65 for 1 in their second innings, leading Kent by 108 runs after Mason Crane claimed 5 wickets for Glamorgan this morning. Harris in bowls as Bill for LBW, even though there was some bat involved. Harris obviously thought it was pad first as Drummond got both together, but did so effectively enough to put some doubt in the minds of the batters. In comes Harris bowls, and that's worked away on the leg side by Drummond for a single. 123 for 3. News coming through from the Glamorgan Members Forum, and I'm indebted to my informant. David Harrison will lead the coaching team for the One Day Cup, with Richard Dawson away on 100 duties, as that's defended by Joey Everson out on the offside. David Harrison, who of course steered Glamorgan to their triumph in 2021 as the coach there, and his assistants will include Ian Harvey, who's been doing various consultancy work with Glamorgan this season on a sort of availability basis, and, wait for it, James Harris is into bowl to Joey Everson, who drives on the leg side, fielded by Al Hassan, no run. Colin Ingram will have his first coaching role as an assistant, and is not going to be playing in the One Day Cup from the sound of it. As a result of that, he'll be concentrating on a coaching role. Talks are underway with Richard Dawson, the Glamorgan interim coach, as he was officially titled when he took the job, with a view to having him back next year. Conversations are underway. And Sam Northeast, who is not expected, Sam Northeast, who is absent from this game rather, on paternity leave, is expected to be back against Lancashire next week. So some interesting food for thought there. As in comes Callaway to bowl. Drummond drives to mid-on, and there is no run. 123 for 3. Callaway in bowls. Drummond is forward, playing back to the bowler, and it's thought that Glamorgan young players like Henry Hurl and Romano Franco could be in that One Day Cup squad. Callaway bowls. Drummond well down the pitch, padding it away when he gets there. Glamorgan without their first 2 choice spinners in Ben Callaway and Mason Crane at the 100, so good to hear that Romano Franco, a young left armer from North Wales, will be considered. Ben Callaway gets a bit of bounce there as that goes down leg side. Chris Cook blocks it rather than taking it cleanly. Asa Tribe is in at short leg. Callaway in bowls. Drummond stretches forward and defends. And when the England management were watching Shoaib Bashir, 21-year-old off-spinner, playing for Glamorgan in the first 3 matches of the season, wonder if they noticed the 21-year-old off-spinner bowling at the other end at times. As Callaway Bowls nudged away by Drummond on the bounce to Tribe at short leg. He's got through a maiden over in very little time at all there as Ben Kellaway and Kentry Zuma on 123 for 3 here on BBC Sport Online. So just a summary of those points from the members forum today. David Harrison to lead the 50 over coaching team. Colin Ingram to get his first assistant coach's role for a few weeks. Not set to play in that. Sam North East expected back in the side after paternity leave next week, and talks underway with Richard Dawson about next season. His coaching role, of course, just for the one season initially and labelled interim, one presumes on legal grounds after the exit of Grant Bradburn in midwinter. Matt Cole is back with us.
Indeed so, and James Harris is back here at the Cathedral Road end to bowl to Joey Everson. Everson ducks underneath that through to the wicket keeper. Everson, as I said, still waiting to hear about his contract. Feels like a very important player for Kent, not just now but for years to come as well. The young all-rounder bowled really well in the T20 Blast group stages. Strangely enough, his entry into that competition was delayed by injury. You'll be very surprised to hear from a Kent point of view, but a couple of really important knocks as well in the last 2 games in the championship as well to make sure Kent came away from those games with came away. That's a motive way of saying it, with draws. That's a great delivery from James Harris. That's gone over the top of off stump. It's a play and a miss inside the line from Joey Everson. So Glamorgan understandably on the attack here and hoping 123 for 3, maybe thinking 123 for 4 with Joe Denley's injury. He can make serious inroads in the Kent innings today, just as they did at Canterbury in fact. Although they were, I think, Kent 50 odd for 5 at that Canterbury at one stage. That was pushed in the onside by Joey Everson, by the way. But he root with the stop to the catch that got rid of Jaden Denley earlier. And was fielding, might have even been a miscatch when Joe Denley pulled up and had to go off injured. Harris now to Everson, goes on the drive, again from a good length delivery, nice Yorker length, testing the batter. Up to mid-off for Cesar Fernando. Concentrated, shines the ball on the outside of the whites and the outside of the thigh. With a score at 123 for 3 on BBC Wales, BBC Radio Kent via the BBC Sport website and app. And with the pictures as well, welcome wherever you are listening. Here is Harris then to Everson. Forward defensive head right over the ball. No run. One to come from James Harris. That's 1 for 25 from a ball short of 8 so far. A couple of questions from Kent fans coming in, one of which I'm applying to the club for some information, so I'll fire on those for the moment. Here's Harris to bowl to Everson, defends it back at the bowler, no run. Can tie it over that from Harris. It's a maiden. 8 overs, 1 for 25 right now. Just to say, I know we're here in Wales at the moment, but we have changed our email address under advice from our solicitor, from the corporation, to kentcricket@bbc.co.uk. So going forward, that phrase, which means absolutely nothing apart from now on, and that's where we'll be getting our emails from. If you're emailing on the previous address, then don't worry about it. I'm still picking them up at the moment, but just to say, it'll make very neat and tidy. kentcricket@bbc.co.uk.
Yes, Glamorgan. Likewise, glamorgancrycket@bbc.co.uk. As Callaway starts a new over and bowls, and Drummond defends it to Tribe at short leg. And there is no run. It was Root who went into the lid first in the morning session.
Yeah.
Now it's young Tribe. as that's driven by Bell Drummond, and well stopped, sprawling effort at mid-on to prevent the ball going through. By Leonard, I think it was. Single taken. Bell Drummond moves on to 32. Everson yet to score on strike. As Callaway balls. Oh, Everson really back on his stumps there. If he'd missed that one, he'd have been in trouble. As he got absolutely everything in front. But thankfully for him, got back there first. Callaway bowls. Oh, that's floated up and driven. Not a great ball. And Everson taking full advantage to get off the mark and crack it away for 4 through the offside. 128 for 3. Good shot from Everson. Just taking advantage of the width that was on offer there. 128 for 3. Callaway in again. Bowls driven out on the offside. Fielded covered by Al Hassan this time. No run. Callaway in again. Bowls. Everson getting back on his stumps again, chopping it away down into the gully and just wide of route, so they're able to go through for a single. Everson has 5. Kent 129 for 3.
Good to hear from you, Andrew, and Jonathan in Norway as well. Andrew asking about Kent injuries. He says, I wonder if you have any views about whether injuries to players have been more common lately, and if so, why it should be. Is there too much counterproductive fitness training? Andrew and Bleen. Thank you so much for your email. I mean, it's something we all ask ourselves as, you know, when we're watching clubs and there are a series of injuries, but talking to one of the medical staff the other day about the number of really unpredictable injuries compared to soft tissue injuries, if you like, which might suggest, you know, more stress on a bowler, for instance, or something like Joe Denley's maybe, which looks like a pull or a tear. It's all squished into slips, has it? I'm not sure if that was catchable or not. It's certainly come off the edge of Everson's bat from Harris. Has it bounced in front of the slip, Colin Ingram there?
Looked to me as though Ingram went forward. He looks rather hacked off with himself.
Yeah, he does. And there was certainly an ooh from the supporters there. It's a great delivery.
No, it hasn't carried.
No, it hasn't quite carried. It's looped up. He's tried to field that as well with his hands pointing downwards, and it's gone up over his head. But great delivery from Harris. And that one was very close indeed. Definite edge from Everson, more or less off middle stump. Didn't know much about it. Bell Drummond faces now. Harris bowling up a storm. But they were saying very much fewer of those. So Daniel Bell Drummond's hamstring injury, for instance, which kept him out of a couple of games of the 100, being one of those soft tissue injuries. But when you look at something like Joe Denley breaking his arm in the nets, that's not something you can predict. It's not to do with overtraining. Keith Dudgeon injured in training as well. That terrible knee injury, not to do with overtraining, perhaps the nature of the training, but his I think everyone knows it's a poorly kept secret by now, but that's swung away by Daniel Bell Drummond, hooked low towards the boundary, so certainly an accidental. Jazz Singh the same, his ankle injury. Chris Benjamin, this is a list I appreciate, Glamorgan listeners, which you're probably getting a bit bored of by now, but Chris Benjamin trying to complete a run, falling on his shoulder, not something that you can legislate against. Again, Tom Rogers falling in the field or diving in the field onto his shoulder, you can't rehearse that for players. You'd end up injuring more than you would protect, if that makes any sense at all. So, as this one from Everson is pushed into the onside again to Zain Hassan, the two of them will be well known to each other by now, and James Harris, the bowler. Dot ball.
Yeah, Harris missed the first few matches of the season through injury. Just trying to think who else was injured. Crane missed the start through injury and then couldn't get back in the side for a while. Missing this one. Playing for the seconds.
It's Harris now bowls to Everson. Defends that off middle and leg to Zainul Hassan at mid-wicket. I think my point being is that there have been wear and tear injuries, definitely, or injuries that you would say happen in matches, and perhaps you could look at strength and conditioning or physios at that point. But those 4 or 5 big impact injuries, that is just really bad luck on a team that's already suffered a lot of injuries before, if that makes any sense at all, Andrew. So I think if you took those out, and perhaps that would be some sort of false metric, but Harris to Everson, flashing blade, and that's driven into the offside. I'm not sure entirely where he'd intended. Perhaps a little bit square, Joey Everson, but that's 4 runs. He is out there, and so is Daniel Bell-Drummond. I'm touching wood all around the place. Everson 10, Bell-Drummond 33. So, from my view, Andrew, it's not been no soft tissue injuries, but I think you probably expect that, some of those during the season, just because players are putting through those physical exertions. But
yes, I mean, in terms of warm-ups, people do question the advisability of playing football.
Yeah, and Kent have very pointedly stopped doing that now.
Will Smale picked up a minor injury, but didn't keep him out of any first-team games for which he would have been picked. Here's Callaway in to bowl, and that is worked away on the leg side by Bell-Drummond. Fernando gets round and stops it in fast bowlers fashion, not too elegantly, keeps them down to a single.
This might sound a bit facile, but I think part of the playing football is the players really enjoy it. They not only get warmed up, but they kind of get G'd up for a day's play as well. But
Callaway bowls. Everson back on his stumps and missing that one as it goes through to Chris Cook. If I were a Kent supporter, I'd be a little bit worried about Everson facing Callaway at the moment, because he's getting so deep in his crease.
Yes, he's going further and further back.
Callaway bowls. That time he goes forward and gets a safe edge past slip, which will pick him up a couple of runs as Kieran Carson dashes back from slip.
Interesting to see on the replays, is he getting some turn here, Ben Callaway? Certainly that one seemed to be a little bit thickish outside edge.
Next delivery, forward comes Everson, back to the bowler, no run. Callaway in again, bowls back on his stumps, goes Everson, defends up to mid-off, no run. Well, long spell of Ben Callaway will certainly improve the over rate, because even for a spinner, he's very no-nonsense. Not too much messing around. In to finish his over. It's knocked away on the leg side by Everson. He goes to 13 with that single. It's 139 for 3. Everson 13, Bell-Drummond 34. And Joe Denley also back in the pavilion, presumably getting some sort of treatment for that leg injury that saw him hobble off, setting off for a run when he was on 17. It'll be another spell from Fernando, the Sri Lankan paceman. There's Matt Cole, busy seeking information from here, there and everywhere.
It's almost like doing journalism, but don't worry, we won't fall into that mistake.
Journalism on the run while commentating.
My apologies, Nick.
No, that's all right.
139 for 3. Asitha Fernando, 78 on his bat. They're Sri Lankan. For Everson, they've still got those 2 men on the drive at mid-wicket and 1 at cover as well. He sees that, almost dead batting it. Well, perhaps dead padding it. It's hit bat and pad into the onside, and there's no run. I thought James Harris was bowling really well, appreciate. We just talked about soft tissue injuries. You do need to rotate your bowlers rather than bowl them into the ground, but how many he's bowled since lunch. It was 28. Yeah, so due a breather maybe. Fernando 1 for 34. He got the ball rolling. Well, it wasn't rolling actually. Went on the full to Chris Cook. Oh, full toss. Everson reaches for that one and ends up just pushing it up to mid-on. Almost got himself in trouble reaching so far forward there, Joey Everson. Thank you for obligingly laughing at my joke there. But, it wasn't meant. But yeah, Chris Cook taking the wicket of Ben Compton, one that moved off the seam across the left-hander, edging it to the wicket-keeper. Jaden Denley looked to be going really well, and then, I won't say inexplicably, but hold out at cover. Spying of James Harris to Billy Root before lunch, and Chris Benjamin LBW to Ben Kellaway after. That done the leg side as well. Feels like it's hit pad. Umpire Baldwin says it's not out, but it is a leg by, so impact outside or going down, the umpires adjudicated.
We haven't quite had a full volume from Asitha Fernando so far in terms of LBW appeals.
Quite demonstrative, is he? We'll know about it.
It'll last about twice as long as that one and probably be twice as loud as well.
Does he go down on one knee, both knees?
No, it's a running backwards, arms outstretched until he reaches the non-striker's end.
Always done a full lap of the ground. Again, 140 for 3 at the moment. Fernando looking for a breakthrough. Danny Bodrum did play that one late into the onside, shy at the stumps as Everson comes through. From Kieran Carlson running away square on the onside. And Danny Bodrum gets himself a single. He's on to 35. Everson has 13, 141 for 3, Kent. To remind you or inform you, if you're just joining us, Joe Denley limped off earlier in the first session. We do wonder what sort of part he'll play. I think it's very unlikely he'll bat or field. He'll field or bowl, but will they use him as a batter with a runner maybe? Will he be fit enough to do that one? Driven back past the bowler up to mid-on, Van der Hoogten fields. And there is no run. Some applause from James Harris there. And the remaining slip, Colin Ingram, has come out to make a... Here we go. This is a mid-wicket umbrella.
Oh yes, it's the umbrella rather than the slips.
Indeed. So, 2 orthodox mid-wickets, then a short mid-on, that's Colin Ingram. No slips whatsoever. Ball's not doing that today. At least not more than once or twice. Fernando to Everson ends up sort of digging that one outside on off stump into the offside. One bounce to the fielder. And that's Ben Kellaway who's shining the ball end of the over. Kent 141 for 3. Tim van der Hoogten is about to take his cap off. I think he's about to bowl.
Do you want to take your metaphorical sweater there, Matt Cole, who will be replaced by Edward Bevan? Kellaway, it wasn't really expensive, just conceded 4 in that last over. Nice little spell after lunch from Kellaway, and claimed the wicket of Chris Benjamin leg before for 23. That was 122 for 3. It's now 141 for 3. With batting to come, Harry Finch, Grant Stewart, Mark Parkinson, Wes Agar and Matt Quinn, plus the return, we hope, of Joe Denley, having retired hurt on 17. Edward is back with us.
Yes, thanks, Nick. Some good bowling since lunch. I went down the bottom end there behind the bowler's arm, and very impressed with Kellaway. But it's the medium pace now of Van der Hoogten that comes in and bowls the first ball of the over. Bell Drummond just shovels it away on the onside, and there's no run.
Was there much evidence of Kellaway getting turned? Could you see from that end?
But what he did do, Nick, was to vary his pace, and because it's such a slow pitch, pushing it through. And I heard you remarking Everson was taking his life in his hands by going back, because Bell Drummond just got down on a couple, otherwise he'd been absolutely plumb. I'm surprised he's been taken off, to be honest. Here's Van der Gooten, comes in, bowls again. An appeal for LBW there. And Chris Watt took a long time to give Benjamin out. So if he doesn't give it immediately, don't be surprised. It could be out, as he did then. But
yeah, nothing against umpires considering all the various options, because there's a lot of moving parts, and of course that they don't have any of the technology available that...
some of them are rapid, and others take their time. No, I agree with you. Van der Gooten and into Bell Drummond, bowls to him now, and he's right forward and pushes it about 10 yards in front of him, and is fielded by Carlson.
What I don't really understand is that with all county games now like this one, pretty much a pretty decent stream in 90% of cases, why there's not some latitude for umpires to refer decisions upstairs to the match referee and say, have a quick look at this one, I think it's out, what do you know, anything that I shouldn't, why shouldn't I give it out, etc.
Short leg has been brought in now. It's Van der Gooten in bowls, and again he has to go right forward, Bell Drummond. I suppose they're probably saying, well look, match referees, 90% of them are former players. They haven't done the exams and everything else that umpires have. It's like me or you umpiring on a Saturday afternoon. I was asked to do it last week when I declined, simply because I haven't umpired for many, many years. And
no, but we know most of the laws. The LBW laws are not hugely complicated once you've been playing the game for a bit.
Always the next ball. What do you do though if your grandson's batting the other end? Come on. Or in your case, Nick, if you've got two daughters, if one of them is playing cricket, then there's a huge appeal, bang in front. Right. Miss Webb, you're out.
Yeah.
What, Dad? Little things like that. But I take your point, but I suppose you have to be fully qualified to be as you are with a referee in the TMO, I suspect. No runs off the first 5 balls of this over as Van der Gooten bowls, and this is jabbed down. They think of a run, but Fernando in quickly, got over that, pushed away into the offside. Run rate 3.4, where it was before lunch at 4.8. So they've bowled well since lunch, it must be said. But I really would have kept Kellaway on there and given the seamers perhaps just a little rest. Because apart from giving 1-4 when he pitched a half volley outside off stump, he was treated with a huge respect, especially by Bell Drummond. Van der Gooten, 10 overs, 2 for 25, steady. He did go for a couple of 4s early on, but since then, Fernando, 1 for 35 of his 10.
Yeah, I think his re-signing has been a sensible move by the club, given that he seemed to be hitting his straps when he left in May.
Yeah, I agree with you. What everybody else now seems to be thinking of next season already and signing people as Fernando.
Down leg side, and well taken by Chris Cook. Emerson making no contact. Yes, it'll be interesting to hear in due course. Announcements from Glamorgan, as we've heard from Matt. They're starting to emerge. Players re-signing or moving for next season.
Interesting to read an article that Leicestershire are actively employed because they are. It looks very much like they're going to get promotion.
As Fernando is in to bowl, Everson on the defensive, plays it out on the leg side, and there's no run. Yes, where's the money coming from? That's the trouble. You have to recruit to compete in the first division, but you don't necessarily get an immediate boost to your bank balance to enable you to spend more on that.
No, Leicestershire. You would think they're well set already. Apart from being 1 for 2 this morning, last time I looked, they were 130 for 2. So if they can stop Derbyshire and Glamorgan, have a draw match, and if they do happen to win, well, they're odds on, I think, to gain promotion.
Fernando is in and bowls, and Everson playing that very watchfully back to the bowler. And there's no run.
Oh, do you know who's walked into the commentary box? The eminent Mr. Steele.
Indeed, Phil Steele.
Who commentated last week on the
Welsh rugby
Welsh match and said afterwards, I'm off for a champagne breakfast. Nice to be rich, isn't it?
141 for 3. Yes, I'd worked on the previous week's match, which was the 18th successive defeat for Wales men's side.
Phil did it, you see.
Phil broke the run as Fernando in, ball pulled away on the leg side, and initial shouts of catch it, but it wasn't anywhere near a fielder. In fact, he didn't time that very well, Everson, and it's just
slow
a single
pitch again, isn't it?
down to deep backward square. 142 for 3.
Yes, it's I don't suppose the struggle is the word since lunch, but they've been made to work hard as the run rate shows us 3.4, and probably Belbranman knows that a lot depends on him as we get an adjustment in the field, I think. The onside.
Yes, there's now short leg and 2 short mid wickets as Fernando bowls to Belbranman, but it's on off stump and defended to mid off. No run.
The short leg man in, then some 15 to 10 yards to his left, and then a man straight. Reverse swing, do you think?
Lack of edges, I think. You don't need him in the slips because not much. Actually, there's no third man either, so that is a huge gaping hole.
Yeah, it
must be coming back in to the batter. Belbranman on 35 not out. Kent's top score so far. Plays that one through that leg side though, and that one will run away towards mid wicket. Bisected the 2 short mid wickets, and no time for the sweeper to get round from square leg. And Belbranman making the most of it. Yeah, looking at the replay of that, there's a little bit of in-swing there for...
Yeah, it's hard work for the bowlers, isn't it?
146 for 3, having won the toss. David Harrison on manoeuvres with Richard Dawson, and members were told at the lunchtime forum that David Harrison will be in charge of the One Day Cup, as he was during the 2021 triumph, with Richard Dawson off on 100 duties.
Just been talking to his dad, Stuart.
Oh, right.
Former Glamorgan player.
Yes.
Says that he was watching the seconds last week and saw a wonderful century by the young lad we were talking about this morning, Henry Hurd.
Oh, yeah, yesterday that was, yeah.
They were 22 for 6 apparently when some young lad walked in to join them, and they took the score rapidly.
Yeah, Tom Norton was the second top scorer with 62, a teenage all-rounder from Gwent.
It was good to see young Welsh boys. Here's Van de Gooten to start in the over, bowls, and Everson pushes it down to mid-on, and there's no run. 146 for 3.
Interesting also that Colin Ingram will be prioritising coaching during that One Day Cup rather than actually playing.
It'd be good, to give these young lads. Probably Hurl will play, won't he? Smale might get a game. Horton, will Chris Cook play?
I would have thought that Horton would be involved somewhere, but you've got so many wicket-keeping chances.
Here's the next delivery, which is meant to play it straight, but angled bat went out to mid-on.
And it'll be interesting to see, I hope, Romano Franco, a teenage left-arm spinner from North Wales, who's...
Not North Italy.
Indeed. 3 wickets for the 3 for 13 in the seconds today. And be interesting to see him, one would hope, getting a first-team chance as well.
Yes, that's with your competition. Are you going to watch a couple of games?
I expect so.
Yeah.
As
next ball is coming in off the pitch and hits Everson on the pad.
Since I have to summarise them for Wisden, I shall be at all the home games anyway. I'll probably go to a couple of away games.
Will you?
Yeah, there's Worcester and Bristol in striking distance.
Oh, well, that's a good shout. I'll probably come up to Worcester and watch a bit of that. Go and watch a game at Neath, I think.
Indeed, well, it's practically in your back garden, isn't it, that
Well,
one?
it's a long way. It's 12 minutes in the car. Yes, Van der Gooten bowls outside the off stump, goes low down. Yes.
Chris Cook taking that down round his ankles on the second bounce.
I think most people know now that we shall not be on official duty, BBC-wise. But I suspect...
Until the knockout stages.
Oh, right. I suspect the stream will be there.
Yeah, there will be some BBC radio coverage of a featured match here and there, we believe. Yeah, to be officially confirmed.
Van der Gooten in and bowls. Again, it's left. Good bowling here. Difficult to score off and getting some bounce after that last delivery.
But for Glamorgan's home matches, yes, they'll be providing the county stream. And fingers crossed it doesn't blow up as it did at Neath one year.
Yes, because they only use it 2 days a year. Van der Gooten turns, last ball of the over, bowls, right forward comes Everson and plays it back to the bowler. I think Kent determined here to try and get a sizable score, especially after they were hammered by an innings in the corresponding match down at Canterbury. Everson's calling for something. I hope he's not got an injury. Fernandez will continue.
What's the conditions like? Is it warmed up at all, or is it still sort of fairly cool there?
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Always is that far.
Well, yes.
It was a breeze, but it was a warm breeze. The sun was out. It was very pleasant. I thought, shall I go back? No. I thought, yes, I better.
Here's Fernando continuing from the Cathedral Road end here on BBC Sport Online. Edward Bevan, Nick Webb, Matt Cole with you for the first couple of days, as no shot played by Bell Drummond as the ball came back a little bit from Fernando, but not enough to disturb the equilibrium or indeed the stumps of the Kent captain.
He is a free scoring player, very good bat, I think, and batsman, and he has reined himself in here. Well, he's had to since lunch because of the accuracy of the bowling. And he has moved slowly on to 39 from, he got 70 balls, but he's doing a job for his side.
Fernando is in again, bowls, and that's chopped into the gully area by Bell Drummond, and there is no run.
Test match tomorrow. If there's anything as exciting as the last one, I was absolutely glued. Sort of lunch is ready, or tea is ready. Right, can you bring it in on a tray? Pardon? It was a terrific. Did you watch it, Nick, or you were away, or were you working?
Was I? I was either working or on holiday. I've seen very little of this test series so far. Just the odd couple of hours here or there, unfortunately, as that is pushed away on the offside by Bell Drummond. No run. I'll tell you what happened. India were, I think, something like 8 wickets down and 60 short of victory when the passengers please turn off their mobile devices. We're taking off from Cardiff Airport, so I didn't know until 3 hours later, until we touched down, that England had won that match.
Oh, I'd feel sorry for the number. You know, they were winning it, 20 odd runs.
Fernando in bowls, Bell Drummond forward defending. Beckenham, they're inspecting around now after rain the match between the Counties 11 and Pakistan Shaheens. It's been disrupted by rain. The county's team 101 for 2 after 17, but presumably that will be reduced and Duckworth-Lewis should they be able to get back on.
Did you see that picture yesterday of the Canterbury ground? They won't play there for a month. Submerging water.
Yeah, I wondered whether that had been that was a real photo, was it?
Oh, absolutely.
It been
reminds me of the Worcester.
CGI'd or whatever these days.
No, terrible.
As that one's knocked away past short leg by Bell Drummond this time. He'll take a single down towards backwards square, 147 for 3.
Submerge. I was talking to Matt about it this morning, and yes, it does get like that, he said. And for a change, the East have had the rain. Lots of it.
It's usually the west of Britain that gets rained on, isn't it?
Then, of course, you see, you've got the hosepipe ban. As soon as that comes into force, it starts to rain heavily.
Yeah, and that's the wrong sort of rain because it
stands, isn't it?
Runs off the ground in the wrong way and stands around and doesn't get into the reservoirs. 147 for 3. Everson has 14. There are now 3 mid-wickets as Fernando bowls and Everson is on the defensive. Second 11 game at Abergavenny. Glamorgan 100 for 1 against Kent in their second innings, a lead of 143. Kent were bowled out this morning for 189. Ollie Morgan top scored with 71. Mason Crane took 5 for 22. And Romano Franco 3 for 13. Yeah, I saw Franco bowl under quite a lot of pressure in the second 11 game here against the Gloucesters, I think, and you know he held his nerve well under fire as Gloucestershire were really going for a big target, and more than held his own, and looks as though he could get a first team chance in the One Day Cup with Callaway and Crane away. Yes,
and as I said a few moments ago, I'm glad probably, I don't know if Chris Cook will play, Collins isn't going to play, Van der Gooten probably won't play a lot. But he is playing in this game and he's coming in to bowl. Bowl was the first ball and Bell Drummond showed his arms and goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, you'd expect Glamorgan to field some experienced players in each game, wouldn't you? And maybe rotate them in turn, and as they have done in the past, give one of the batters a week off here and another one the next week. But I'm just surprised that Douthwaite hasn't been picked up by the franchises, and good if he's available to Glamorgan.
Yeah,
an explosive sort of player needs for that sort of tournament.
Here's Van der Gooten. Right forward comes Bell Drummond. Yeah, I can see it because, okay, he shone down in Taunton when he had that innings, and then he did well somewhere else, but a lot of his bowling, he was quite expensive and get many runs, so it's just the odd game.
Yeah, but, if you have, in that's the nature of T20 and therefore of the 100 as well, isn't it? You come off, you want to win one game in 4, you're valuable to your side.
Van der Gooten bowls this time. It's clipped away down towards fine leg. They think of a second. Harris is onto it very, very quickly. Not the best of throws, but at least it's restricted the batsman to a single.
Nice to see the Welsh lads back in the Derbyshire side today.
Well, talking about contributing, Niall in a terrific T20. Is it odd that they finished bottom of the North Group, the Derbyshire, and he scored 500, didn't he, or something like that. Van der Gooten bowls to Everson, and he plays forward to mid-off. No run. 148 for 3.
And I've got a handful of games up here. In the second block of games, he had a 54, a 71 and an 85.
That must be half
and then
century.
A 60 shortly before that. I haven't got the full list of his T20s here, but very impressive, very explosive, and equalled the record, didn't he, for the quickest 50 in the blast.
Playing his first championship match in this game against Leicestershire. Van der Gooten bowls. That's a drive which is not timed and just bounces gently back to the bowler. 3 pounds for 3. It's been a quiet afternoon. thanks mainly to Glamorgan's accurate bowling. Some determined batting from Everson and Bell-Drummond after Benjamin, and there been a judge LBW to Kellaway for 23. Van der Gooten, last ball of his 12th, very accurate now, naught for 26, in he comes. Bowls, gone, caught at the wicket, flash at the wide one, in fact you could hear it from here, and that's just reward for some very accurate bowling, and Everson departs caught Cook. Ball Van der Gooten for 14, it's 148 for 4. And what's good about Glamorgan this afternoon is that they make an inroads, Nick, quietly, and the score is not rocketing. It's very, very slow.
It is the nature of championship cricket with the Kookaburra ball, and Everson, who'd showed his fair degree of defensive grit, if you like, saw a wide-ish one from Van der Hoogten, tempted into driving at it. Clear nick that we heard, you probably heard at home on the commentary, and Everson walks off having failed to make much impact in that innings, gone for 14 off 40 deliveries.
If Denley is, Joe Denley that is, not his nephew Jaden, is not fit, let me remind you that he did look at whether it was a calf or
hamstring somewhere,
or a hamstring.
Yeah.
Has it been confirmed?
No.
Well, if he doesn't come back in, Kent now down to the lower in a moment, the number 7 to the lower middle order. And if Glamorgan bowl like this, who knows what can happen. But full credit to the home side for Harry Finch is coming in, the former Sussex player.
Yes, he's averaging 23.6 in the 8 matches that he's played so far. 354 runs and a full-time keeper these days, which he wasn't at
Sam Billings not playing. I forgot to ask, do you know Sam Billings? Does he not play?
White ball these days, yeah.
You know, an accomplished player like that. Well, he is not getting a huge amount of cricket then. As they say, one of the reasons why the players want reduction in championship cricket is because they think they play too much. Bell-Drummond has a rather long conversation with Harry Finch, who is by nature a very attacking player. We remember him playing for Sussex, and he was a very fine stroke maker, rather unlucky not to make a regular place. I know Tony Cotty thought a lot of him. As Fernando will continue to Bell-Drummond, Nick will tell us all about it.
Bell-Drummond settles then with a short leg crouching and plays that one out on the offside. It really is an extraordinary field to see the fielders behind the bat on the offside, which is a deep backward point just behind square. And apart from that, there is no one in the whole arc round from backward point to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, we've got a 6-3, we normally say 6-3 field and 6 on the offside, but it's 6 on the leg side now.
As Fernando steams in, bowls turned off his hip. Bell-Drummond single down to deep backward square, 149 for 4.
Yes, and Glamorgan won't mind that one bit as Finch comes down, because Fernando, as well as Van der Gooten, is also bowling very well. Colin Ingram moves back now from that cover position into slip. So there's a mid-off and a cover point, and somebody else is coming across now, another fielder, I think it's Hussain, into the cover. So we've got 5-4 field now.
So Sam Billings' last first-class match was in May 2023, so two and a bit years ago.
But he is all over the world in the winter, isn't he? Plays in all these.
Oh, now they've
taken him back. Yeah.
2-3 on the leg side, catching. 149 for 4. New batter Harry Finch on strike as he defends that one out on the leg side. It's fielded by Al Hassan.
Yes, they put him there, and then whether it was Fernando said, no, I want him on the other side. Harris having a practice bowl towards us. Probably come on. Oh, you have to give Van der Gooten one more, surely. You've got a new batsman in there. 149 for 4.
There's Fernando striving for a second wicket, 1 for 42 at the moment in his 13th over, and a leave by Finch. There's now a slip in, having remarked for the new batter, having remarked on the lack of players behind square on the offside for Bell Drummond, who's 42 not out, the top score. Billings 34 years old, and well, you would presume it's a pretty lucrative career being for a gun for hire in the limited overs formats.
Yep.
Because he has played in a remarkable variety of countries. As Fernando is into bowl, defended back up to mid-off, no run. Played Sydney Thunder, Chennai Super Kings in the IPL, Rangpur Riders, whoever they may be, Antigua and Barbuda Falcons in the Windies, Lahore Qalandars in Pakistan, Bangla Tigers, Bangladesh, Delhi Capitals, Islamabad, Sydney Sixers, Dubai Capitals, Brisbane Heat, etc., etc. He must have a
play too much cricket.
a map of the map of South Asia.
Tell who's with him up there is Jason Roy, and Hales of Nottinghamshire.
Full ball driven on the leg side by Finch, and he'll get off the mark there with a single. So it was half stopped by one of the mid wickets, but the ball cannoning away. 150 up for Kent, 2 mild applause. Finch is off the mark with a single, and he will retain the strike. 46 overs bowled, 50 remain, so we're a couple of overs still from the halfway mark of the day.
You say,
I think it's going to be a 6:30 finish tonight at best.
Yes, why not? Enjoy the cricket while we can. Talking about applause, I've seen quite a number of Kent supporters down here with their hats and their sweaters. A lot of people have done it for many, many years. This time of year, they take their annual leave or whatever if they're retired, and they go and watch their county go. You know, a couple of say if they want to go up to Hampshire, then they'll pop down to Taunton and make a little tour of things. Especially when the outgrounds were thriving.
There are a few being used in this round, aren't there? Scarborough, Cheltenham, and Northwood and Middlesex.
Not Northwood, no.
No.
Van der Gooten continues and bowls. And last moment, it's left by Finch as he goes through to Cook.
In a more joined-up universe, I think the ECB would encourage counties to play on outgrounds at this time of year and just put a bit of central marketing oomph behind it. You know, cricket out and about, cricket on tour, cricket at the seaside, whatever.
Yeah,
you will.
I quite agree. The number of people have come up to me, you know, why they ask me, as Van der Gooten bowls to Finch. Finch is beaten outside the off stump. And he wasn't far away from nicking that again. This is a good spell by Van der Gooten. We do miss, they say, Colwyn Bay and Swansea. Well, Swansea, Colwyn Bay, I don't see any sounds coming out from the club there, although the women did play up there, didn't they, about 3 weeks ago, which gives you some little hope.
Yeah, they beat Middlesex at Colwyn Bay. Well, I suppose it's a South group, so whoever they would took there would be a long way for the visitors.
There's talk of Rydal School, do you remember that? And nothing happened. Here's the next ball, which is left. An encouragement here because there's a second slip come in. So you've got Ingram and Carlson.
And mentioning the Glamorgan women's side, I shall be following their progress on the BBC commentary on Saturday afternoon from Northampton, where Jonathan...
Northampton?
Yep, the League 2 Division 2 finals day, where Jonathan Deutsch and myself will be commentating on Glamorgan against Yorkshire in the second semi-final.
Is that 2020? Is
2020,
it?
yeah.
Favourites are?
Yorkshire.
Are they? When's that? Saturday?
Saturday,
all right.
yeah.
In comes Van de Gooten to Finch. Finch is defending out into the offside.
Yorkshire, of course, go up to the fully pro level next year in the women's game.
Right.
Glamorgan the year after. Yorkshire and Glamorgan were due both to go up in 2027, but Yorkshire, some might say they threw their toys out of the pram and protested vigorously. And
they've beaten everybody in sight, have they?
They have in the North Group, yeah. Glamorgan finishing second in the South Group.
Let's hope they can overturn them on Sunday.
Sadly.
Yeah. Next ball, and again Finch watches it carefully onto his back and defends.
Yeah, Kent women were winners here in Glamorgan's last game on Friday afternoon.
Geraint was down, wasn't he? Geraint Jones.
Was he?
Coaching the Kent.
Okay.
I heard somebody say, yes. I'd like to see Geraint because he worked with us, as you know, Nick, for a long time, and he was, what a top man he was. Still is. Van de Gooten, one ball left for a maiden. In he comes. Bowls, half sort of turns him around, but an excellent over. 13 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 26. Epitomises. Well, it's not surprising because he's had a very busy season and has kept going, and I suppose he'll be glad to have a couple of games off in the next competition, 50 over competition.
Yes,
starts.
he had a bit of a rest during the blast in the Van der Hoogten, but he's
but why
looks weary at times.
Everybody was asking, why did you rest him on the important games? They could have taken them through. Yeah.
Speaking of Geraint Jones, one of the most amusing moments was his tale of being identified, asked for ID to buy some alcohol at the age of 38.
Hey, you're not the only one. 2 years ago, I nearly said to the girl in the supermarket, you drunk or you are over 18. Well, I might be flattered that I had a good conversation. I have to do it. It's all right, love. I said, there's no problem. Yes, I am.
Oh, very strange. James Harris, who is also over 18, he's been playing first-class cricket for more than 18 years, is going to come back into the attack from this Cathedral Road. And interesting that Glamorgan are bowling in shorter spells than usual, with Kieran Carlson in charge in the absence of Mr. Northeast. On paternity leave, as Harris is in to bowl, full-length ball driven by Bell Drummond straight to mid-on.
He only finished bowling about 20 minutes ago from this end, and Leonard hasn't bowled since before lunch.
Yeah, he's got a bit of stick off Bell Drummond.
3 fours in the over.
Four in a row.
4, was it?
Yeah, 4 in a row. So Bell Drummond is leading the way for Kent, 150 for 4. The day nicely poised at the moment.
Yes, it is.
As Harris is into bowl, big appeal for LBW out, playing right across the line was Bell Drummond there, and he's gone for 42, 150 for 5, and the day tilts back towards Glamorgan.
Big wicket, Nick, and that was absolutely plumb. And Kent will be struggling because Bell Drummond has played so carefully and watchfully, the best player. Oh my word, yes, that was hitting middle of the leg. Yeah.
There's a bit of movement towards leg side, but not enough to save Bell Drummond, according to Mr. Baldwin.
And Mr. Bevan. That was hitting.
But because of the nature of the shot, I think playing across the line, it probably looked worse than it was. Bell Drummond might have thought that it was just swinging past leg stump. Mr. Baldwin, whose opinion is the one that counted, thought otherwise. And successive wickets really falling for Kent. Everson for 14, Bell Drummond for 42, just 2 runs added between those in the space of 3 overs or so. So Kent rather falling away, and Kieran Carlson's decision to bowl first looks justified as things stand.
The thing is, Nick, that they didn't bowl particularly well, I thought, before lunch, and they bowled so well. Well, they've been had a rocket from the coach at lunchtime, but ever since they started with Kellaway, everybody who's bowled since lunch has bowled well. Now this will be interesting as Garth Stewart comes in. 118 not out in one game, and then he got another century. So this will be interesting.
He's averaging 47 with the bat and 30 with the ball, so for an all-rounder to have a batting average that much higher than your bowling average, you can tell he's... the
thing is, like, you see, you've got Stewart coming in, then you've got 9-10 Jack. Apart from Denley, I suppose he might hobble in and hold an end if somebody's if Stewart is going well or whatever.
But this is, as you say, a big partnership, isn't it? With
you got two new batsmen though.
Last two all round. Well, Finch obviously keeper batter.
Finch has faced 10 balls, and Harris, who didn't start off well, has really got into his stride. He's taken 2 of the wickets that have fallen, one apiece to Fernando, Kellaway and Van der Gooten.
So it'll be Harris to bowl to Stewart with a slip, 2 mid-wickets, no short leg. Harris in bowls and Stewart up on his toes defending, and there's no run. And
I think that if Finch and another wicket or whatever, if they do lose 2 wickets, I think then that Stewart will show his attacking prowess, because they're losing a couple of wickets now. What have they lost? 3 since lunch, but not scoring. What was it at lunch?
111 for 2, so 39 for 3.
Runs,
Harris is in to bowl to Stewart, who hits it off a flat bat to cover, and there's...
I think that shows intent.
Doesn't sound good, this ball, though, does it? Coming off the bat once
it's so slow. You're playing too early, aren't you?
Yeah, it's a slow wicket, but it's also no hardness left in the ball, so it doesn't crack off the bat as it should do with a fully fledged shot. It's a struggle to score at times. It can be done. Leicestershire showed it against Glamorgan at Grace Road. Harris bowls. Stewart drives, but again doesn't get any reward for it, as it's fielded at cover. So if you're just joining us, Kent were put into bat. In the morning session they lost the wickets of Compton for 17, Jaden Denley for 29, and Joe Denley retired hurt, although that's obviously not a wicket as yet, for 17. This afternoon, Chris Benjamin for 23, Everson for 14, Bell Drummond for 42. Harris is in to bowl to Stewart, wide outside off stump. No shot played, a flashing leave by Grant Stewart, and the applause for a wicket maiden from James Harris, who has 2 for 31 off 10 overs.
I was often befuddled for years when somebody said to me, "Oh, what was the partnership for the 3rd wicket today?" Well, how do you mean? Because for that 3rd wicket, you had Joe Denley and Chris Benjamin added so much, and for the remainder of the partnership, Bell Drummond added so much.
Yes.
It's very, very confusing.
It was sort of a partnership of 61, but it was actually a partnership of 20 and 41, if you see what I mean.
Yeah. Van der Gooten to continue his excellent spell here. 1 for 26, 14th over, and he comes, bowls to Finch. Finch leaves, 2 slips in attention now. As what interested me in the 3 balls that he faced, Grant Stewart, he's not holding back, was he?
No, he was going after it to a certain extent, looking to play firm shots, but not really timing it. Still an hour till tea. Matt Cole will do the next half hour in company with Edward.
Thanks very much, Nick, as Van der Gooten comes in this very accurate spell and bows to Finch. Finch is forward tentatively, pushes it out, and there's no run. We have a substitute fielder on 97. Is that by Eddie Byram? Yeah, I thought it was. He's come on as Van der Gooten with 2 slips. Keeper standing back. Comes in. Bowls again. That's again nothing he can do. And I think Van der Gooten's figures shows how accurately he's bowling. 13 and a half overs, 7 of which have been maidens. 1 for 26. So he's going, if he gets a maiden here, for 1 point something.
Good bowling effort this by Glamorgan, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Good bowling effort by Glamorgan.
They bowled extremely well since lunch, haven't given anything. As Van der Gooten comes in to the right-handed Finch. Finch has one that ducks back into him. Yes, I was making the point, if Bell Drummond can't score fluently, as well, you know better than any, it's a lovely player to watch, and he was bogged down, and in the end was out. Then Stewart will probably show attacking intent by the way he played the first 3 balls. He's not going to die wondering, because if you lose wickets, you have to start attacking, and he has the prowess to do it. Van Booten bowls down the leg side, caught to the wicket, and another wicket falls. He followed it, he knew it, and this is a struggle now for Kent. 150 for 6. Finch departs, caught Cook. Cook's 3rd catch, the 2nd of Van der Gooten, and Finch departs for 1. Matt.
Yeah, indeed, and Kent, I'm afraid, showing that
here we are.
Bit of mental fragility as well in these innings. It's happened all too often to them, particularly in the first innings. They've started badly, and 150 for 6. You might call that 150 for 7. I doubt very much in the first innings that Joe Denley would come out.
We were just talking about it, and he might just come back. If somebody say Stewart is going well and is 40 or 50, he'll just come out with a run and prop and cop, as we call it.
Obviously, it depends how serious the injury is, isn't it? But yeah,
if you've got a hammy, you don't aggravate it in any sort of way.
But there we are. I mean, yeah.
You're down to 9-10 Jack now, you see.
Yeah, I don't want to be too one-eyed about it, because I think Glamorgan have bowled really well. They've just
extremely well.
They did this very much the same at Canterbury. Obviously, they batted well as well in the first innings. Big first innings score, but frustrated Kent firstly, and then I think just played on the minds of the batters. And Kent all season have been poor in the first innings, particularly with the bat. 150 for 6 now. Stewart, as you say, he's got himself 2 centuries. That 180 from number 8, very much a Kent record, and 130, I think, in saving a draw at Lancashire against Blackpool as well. It's a tall order, isn't it, to ask of a number 8 to just keep scoring centuries to get you out of a hole.
Well, should he be seriously? Should he be batting higher?
Well, it's a question. I mean, this is, as you say, it's very much the way he bats is to
put bat to ball.
Yes, to put bat to ball. He's occupied the crease a great number of deliveries as well. But it's a good question. But I have to say, it's working for him at the moment. It's not all century scores. He's got a 50 earlier in the piece as well. So I'm arguing for you, I think, Ed, down there. But who's out next? It's Matt Parkinson to join. Stewart, you're absolutely right. So.
He came in at 11. I saw a couple of T20 games.
Yeah, Parkinson, he's good, stubborn at the crease. Has improved his batting, I think, since he was at Lancashire, batting for Kent. He's had to in some regards. I'm not sure if that's a great thing, but Parkinson at 9, Agar presumably at 10, and Matt Quinn at 11. So you're absolutely right. Into the tail proper now. Glamorgan and Sentin, perhaps. This could be a... Bottom out cheek would be massive on this.
Comes in now as last ball of the over, and bowled him first ball. Hit the off stick back, 2 wickets in the over, and now it's real trouble for Kent. So Van der Gooten, his figures are quite incredible. 3 for 26 off 14 overs. He pushed down the wrong line, and heard the click. Off goes poor Parkinson. Yeah, he didn't know much about it, did he? It's bowled all ends up. 150 for 7, They are collapsing, I'm afraid.
Yeah, beaten for pace there, Matt Parkinson. You say never really got organised for it. Van Houten has just beaten him. Yeah, that's good movement actually off the pitch as well from the seamer.
Yeah.
He's done well there. And Parkinson goes off to follow. I was going to say 7 of his counterparts, but 8, including Joe Denley, limping off. But so will it be Wesley Agar next? I think I was going to say looks like his body shape, but he and Matt Gwynn are both big fellas. But I think that is Wes Agar.
Brother of?
Indeed.
Yeah, Ashton.
Ashton, indeed, yeah. He was probably most famous in this country for a test match against England, isn't he? But
Yeah.
he's had a long career in Australia and around the world. But yeah, Wes Agar. Different kind of breed, big, burly fast bowler. He probably wouldn't have been expecting to come out to bat this quickly. He may be bowling before long at this rate. 150 for 7.
150 for 7, this one stage, Kent were 122 for 2.
Yeah.
So, that's 28, 3, 5 wickets for 28, real collapse. And I think you've got to commend the captain here, the acting captain, if you like, in the absence of Sam Northeast, Kieran Carlson, because we saw Kellaway bowl a very good spell, and I thought surprisingly he was taken off, and Nick made a good point that they were bowled in very short spells. Harris bowled, then in about 15 minutes he was back on again. So
I was saying that
worked well.
Yeah, about Harris earlier, that I thought he was taken off too soon, but as you say, I was going to say an easy game from the commentary box turns out not to be quite so easy. The captain's doing a better job than I am, that's for sure.
Mid-off has gone back a bit here, and I think we shall see an attacking.
Yeah, Stewart cutting the ball, and that could well be 4. Fielder goes after it, cut away, he's cut it off, he's done well. Kept with it, they're going to run 3 in the end. It's a jogged 3.
But they won't mind, because you get Agar down there.
Yeah, absolutely, they'll get Agar on strike. He really is a C-ball, biff ball merchant. Grant Stewart's got a bit more subtlety than that, certainly, but can swing for the fences if you need. But you've got 2 pugnacious players out there, so by and large, remind me, I said this in half an hour, and they're still blocking the ball out. But by and large, you'll probably see some shots played here. 153 for 7, Kent. Wes Agar to face his firstborn. James Harris bowls it now from the Cathedral Road end. It's flicked off the pad. Might all have been pad actually. Short leg there. Is that Ace of Tribe under there now?
It is.
It was Billy Root earlier in the day, as Nick was pointing out, but
He's a good short leg fielder.
Yeah. Tribe Fields. And there is no run.
Well built young man, Agar, strong shoulders. He is.
You know, I think if you were
Make
to
a good flanker, or a number 8.
I was going to say, back in the day, be number 8 or a lock, couldn't he? But these days,
Probably be a winger now.
Indeed. It's certainly playing in the centre. This is just defended to Zainul Hassan at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Well, if you pitch it up to either of these, if you say they're attacking players, it's either going to be straight caught mid-off or into the crowd because of the slowness of the pitch.
So
And I think mid-on and mid-off have certainly gone back, and one of the people at the cluster of close fielders has also been taken away, put a little deeper.
Harris to Agar, and that one is, well, he's got everything in line there. Nice straight bat out to mid-on to Tim van der Hoogten, and there's no run. 153 for 7, Compton and Denley for 17 and 29 in the first session. That's Jaden Denley, I should see. Joe Denley limped off injured during that first session. And Benjamin 23, Everson 14, Beldrummond 42, Finch 1 and Parkinson none. That was 2 in 2 balls from Tim van der Hoogten. Will be on a hat-trick when he comes back. Fended off from Wes Agar.
Could easily have gone to short leg.
It ended up at short leg, but just one bounce at the toes, or in front of the toes of Ace of Tribe. Had no time to react.
Looking back at, you say, the frailty in the corresponding game at one stage, Kent were 23 for 5 down at Canterbury, thanks to Chris Benjamin's undefeated 94. They got 212, but then only 176 in the follow-on.
Yeah.
So I can see why you say they're pretty frail.
And you look at their first innings score across the piece, even in the Kookaburra ball games, have not done well. Steered by Agar. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Up to Tim van der Houten at mid-on. That's the end of the over, and it's a maiden over.
You'd be
sorry,
looking.
did Stewart take 3 off the first one?
Down
He
third
did.
man, yeah.
Sorry, yeah, 153.47.
And Van der Gooten will be looking for a 5-4, I'm sure. Unless he's going to be taken off. If I was Van der Gooten, I'd grab the ball from the captain.
Is he not on a hat-trick at the end of the over?
He is,
Yes,
yeah.
I was going to say.
He was looking
Crikey.
around. Fernando was doing his exercises as he's doing it. I was striding it, but I thought, surely not.
He's a brave man to take it off him. Absolutely
Yes.
right.
On a hat-trick then, and it will be Van der Gooten to bowl at Stewart, who is on 3. He's faced 5 balls. Agar has faced 5, so a chance here now to wrap up the innings. Van der Gooten, 3 for 26 as he comes in from that river end. Hat-trick ball, bowled, but it's played away onto the onside, and applause for a knowledgeable Cardiff crowd for 2 wickets on the trot.
Just looking back at Kent's stats across the season, they've only had a first innings lead in 1 game this season.
That's all.
And that was the very first game of the season when they beat Northants away from home.
And a flurry of wickets, and Glamorgan, I've neglected to say, have got 2 bowling points as Van der Gooten is in. Bowls, this is played away, well fielded, sharp bit of fielding by Callaway at cover, who threatens to throw down, but he's looking to drive with Stewart. What would be interesting and great fun if Callaway came on to bowl his slow off spin against Stewart. Something would have to happen, but at the moment, as I say, you won't take the ball out of these seamers' hands. Van der Gooten bowls, and that's ducks in to Stewart, who forces it down towards mid-on. The run rate now is 3.03. I'm repeating it because at one stage it was 4.88.
Yeah, they were trading in boundaries, weren't they,
Yeah.
in the first session very much, and certainly that opening partnership of 30 odd between Jaden Denley and Ben Compton. There was no sign of this at that point, but very confident.
61 for 1, 122 for 2, then 3. As Van der Gooten bowls, that's driven up and fielded, and again there's no run. 4 balls bowled, and if he does get a maiden here, it will be 3 for 26 off 15 overs.
I'm just saying, these are not Kookaburra ball in English conditions figures, which shows how well he's bowled.
And the Kent bowlers will know where to bowl. They've seen what this pitch is doing, and they'll have to adapt. Van der Gooten bowls. This time he will get a run off Van der Gooten. Stewart pushes it up to deep extra cover, and they go through for a single. And Van der Gooten will he'll have 1 ball at the number 9 batsman. Or is he? No, he's number 10. There you go.
Yeah, yes, you're right. 7 down, but number 10 is
Number 10 is.
Denley's off.
Just trying to work out. Somebody asks you, what is the partnership of the 3rd wicket? It's 16 and 41 or something like that. Stroke 41. Because it was interrupted.
Yeah.
Poor Joe Denley had to leave. Last ball of the over. In comes Van der Gooten bowls, and it's defended by Agar. Back down the pitch. The sun comes out. It's 154 for 7. And all's well in the... Well, it's not all well in the camp, but all's well in the world, I hope.
You can still enjoy a day if your cricket team are not doing so well, that's for sure.
Yeah.
It's sun's out here at
It's a lovely day.
Gardens. Yeah.
154 for 7. Harris has taken 2 wickets, Van der Gooten 3, and 1 apiece for Fernando and Callaway.
A couple of emails coming in on Ken Cricket at bbc.co.uk earlier, one of which I answered, Andrews, and the other which I didn't, Jonathan. I hope you're still listening in Norway. We'll get round to that in just a second. But I went off to do some consultation on the answer to it. Here's Harris bowling to Agar. Sorry, to Stewart, beg your pardon. It's number 8 and number 9. Good footballing numbers, or it would be a... This one's a dot ball into the onside. It would be a number 8, wouldn't it, for Wes Agar? And I'm not sure. Well, maybe Grant Stewart these days, muscular scrum half. He's maybe a little bit too big.
Scrum half a bit too big, yeah. Well, we've got footy starting now on fortnight Saturday.
Yeah.
Where are you? Where's your the Gills first?
Yeah, it's the Gills at
Gills, rather.
Accrington first off. Yeah. As Harris bowls to Stewart, reacts to that one rather. Got big on him. Plays it up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Swansea, my team, they're up at Middlesbrough to start off. A long trip.
I think the championship looks great this year.
Oh, aye.
Unpredictable, I think. I'm hoping it's unpredictable.
What else do you do down there?
So our top non-league teams, we just have the one league team. Gills in League 2, then the likes of Maidstone, Ebbsfleet, Dover, all in National South this year. So here's Tunbridge as well. This one's defended by Stewart into the onside. He's not sought to free his hands just yet.
So you do home and away with Gillingham?
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
Long trips then,
mate? Yeah, it's not Ben Watts does the Saturday ones. I do the Tuesday ones, because I love the night road closures and seeing my way around different
it must be horrible in the winter. It's bad enough in the summer.
Different parts of Greater Manchester and Leicestershire.
You don't stay that
country roads. Is Harris to Stewart, goes on the drive on that one, can't quite get forward, another good ball.
You don't.
154%.
The time you do interviews surely must be about
some and
11.
Some. Yeah. There's it depends where it is, to be honest. Yeah.
Not going to do Carlisle to wherever you live in Kent, are you?
It's quite a northern league as well, the League 2. I suppose some might say, well, if you live in Kent, everything's north.
Oh no, they've gone now.
They're
with us now.
Yeah,
posh.
Only there 5 minutes on their rampage through the divisions. Yeah. But that's another reason. Yeah, the championship looks like a fantastic division this year. It's Harris to Stewart. Slightly rocks the bat, but defends it off middle stump. And there's no run. But yeah, for you guys, BBC Wales, you say Swansea, always an interesting team.
Cardiff, we're now in Division 1.
Yeah, Cardiff have dropped.
Newport are down there in Division 2.
They're in League 2, yeah.
And Wrexham are up with Swansea.
Yeah.
That'll be the derby this year. It used to be Swansea Cardiff, you see, for many years.
That's a good point. 154 for 7 as Harris bowls to Stewart. Again, trying to get forward, but Harris has done really well to pin him down. Ends up with Carlson at wicket, and there's no run. 154 for 7. Because I think Wrexham have got American owners, is it?
Yeah, the two film stars.
I don't know if you've covered any of that, Nick, have you? You guys should think about it.
Nick's a rugby man.
Segment about Snoop Dogg.
Snoop Dogg, we've got.
Oh, at Cardiff, that's true.
Swansea.
Oh, Swansea. Oh,
please.
Dear. Oh, goodness me. Wash my mouth out. Am I allowed back on the microphone?
He's joined the board and he's snooping around.
There we go. Tom Brady at Birmingham, of course, outside Wales, but yeah.
He's done a lot of good at Birmingham with his money.
The Americans
coming in, aren't they?
Yeah.
But we had Americans, I say we at Swansea for 7 years, absolutely hopeless, and they've gone now, thankfully.
There we go.
We've got a change of bowling, and rather a surprise, I think. For
Zain Al-Hassan.
Hassan, medium pace.
I should say for completeness, actually, Gillingham have got American owners. The Gahansons from Florida took over a couple of years ago. New investment in there. New bounce in the stride of the team. All they have to do now is get
win
promotion.
Some games.
Yeah, win some games, get promotion. It's as simple as that. Anyway, back to the cricket. 154 for 7. Zain Al-Hassan is the bowling change.
He bowls medium pace, brisk. Can bowl quite accurately. Here he bowls his first ball on the stumps, and it's defended.
Did Nick at the back of the box love that one? I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, I'll probably be proved wrong, but I would have thought surely you had Leonard, you've got Callaway.
Yeah, it's an interesting change.
Interesting beyond. Clouds over a little bit now, but A lot of cricket left today as Hassan bowls. Appeal for LBW gone. LBW. Well, who's the magic man here? It's Carlson. Come and have a bowl. Second ball, LBW, and that is the end of Agar without scoring.
Well, he's got everything right, hasn't he, Kieran Carlson? He must think this captaincy business.
Ask him.
Very easy.
Can he get us the winner of the 3:15 at Kempton Park?
I'll settle for the lottery numbers, but yeah, absolutely. And Agar has gone for none, and Kent are very nearly there, you would think. Now, is Matt Quinn coming down the steps? Is Joe Denley in any fit state? I doubt it'd
be Denley. You'd have come in earlier, wouldn't he, if he was going to bat?
I would say second innings at the earliest for me from the way he went off, but let's see. Agar takes a long walk off. We're still to see who's going to come down the stairs. So keeping us waiting.
That was the third LBW, and again he shuffled across, didn't he? Agar there.
Yeah, that's Matt Quinn.
Matt Quinn, yeah. I think if it was Kent 10 to win, 9 wickets down, you'd see Denley.
Yeah, I think, as I said, I would think more second innings though.
Yeah.
If he has to come in, he might do, but if it's pressing, as you say, close result. But it'll be Matt Quinn to come in.
I got about 3 wickets in this little stint.
You've done very well. The Morgan fans cheering you away. They'll be
2,
carrying you off the field at the end
3. I've had 4 wickets. Yeah. Sorry about that for you.
That's a great spell, to say. I think you're due a breather in 2 or 3 minutes' time, but if you just get through the rest of this over, Ed, maybe take another one.
I'll let Nick do his reports and things. Let him have a rest.
Well, of course, if you get another wicket, it's more than likely we will be
absent hurt. What is it? 13. Was it
17. Yeah, got injured. Effectively going for that 17th run. You say playing the shot and
as soon as he played it.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if he slipped back with it.
Yeah, I don't
know.
But reached up to his calf, didn't he?
And they're going so well then. It was 120 odd for 2.
Yeah.
Or just 60 odd they put on. So we have Matt Quinn, and will it be all over in this innings? And poor Grant Stewart has watched a couple of wickets and he's only reached 4. El Hussain bowls. Oh, and that's gone. Has it? Well, the umpire says not out.
It was a big old celebration, that one.
Cook was walking, as was Colin Ingram, towards the pavilion. Let's have a look.
I mean, you can't
really tell there.
Because it's an edge, isn't it? They're asking
inside edge they're looking for, I think. Eventful over.
There we go, yeah.
Dot ball wicket, huge appeal, not out, carry on.
Making it all happen, Ed. You're making it all happen here.
I got the shine going. Well, Hassan turns and comes in again and bowls to Quinn. Quinn is forward this time and plays out to mid-off. Yeah, a couple of fielders were walking away.
Yeah, they look at it.
I think they were looking for the inside edge.
Yeah, I mean the look of it was great. Certainly comes back at the batter. He's played and missed, it turned out, from the umpire's reaction. Yeah.
Well, Parkinson naught, Agar naught, Finch 1, Everson 14th, lower order and the middle order complete collapse as the next ball comes in and Quinn pushes out to mid-off, and I think if he can defend the next ball, Stewart has got to look to attack because there's no point pushing.
He's got to launch at that point, hasn't he?
Yeah, but it's going to be a bit awkward because surely he'll put the fielders out. It was 148 for 3. In comes Hassan, bowls, played back down the pitch, end of the over. Now it's 154 for 8. We've still got in the day 43 overs remaining. A lot of cricket to be played, and Kent will want to bowl as well as Glamorgan.
Yeah, I'm just looking around the country to see. Are there wickets falling? There are some. Durham have been bowled out by Somerset. 145 they're bowled out for. Somerset 32 for none in reply. Nottinghamshire 71 for 2 against Hampshire. Sussex are 187 for 9 at Hove against Essex, the wickets falling there. Yorkshire 198 for 2 at Scarborough against Surrey, and 128 for 4 Worcestershire against Warwickshire at Edgbaston into the second division. And Harris now bowling to Stewart, works it into the offside, but they'll just take a single, so Quinn will be back on strike, so not protecting the number 11 there. They'll take a run added to the score, 155 for 8. Leicestershire have made a really strong recovery. None for 2 they were. 2-3-2 for 3 are Leicestershire. With Lewis Hill 82. Rayan Ahmed made 115 for Leicestershire. So they 2-3-2 for 3, having been none for 2. Incredible fight back there in the battle of the
Certainly is.
2. Lancashire 142 for 3 against Gloucestershire. Middlesex 2-3-1 for 1 against Northamptonshire. Harris 2. Quinn, and he has gone. He sort of fended at that. It's no sort of stroke. He's looking at his bat, Matt Quinn, but it's definitely gone behind, and the umpire says that's definitely out. 155 for 8, and Grant Stewart is following. Sorry, 155 for 9. Grant Stewart is following Matt Quinn off the field, and he's not going to be met by anybody coming down the steps. Grant Stewart. Kent are bowled out for 155. As Ed Bevan said, they were 122 for 2 at one stage. Kent, fantastic bowling after lunch. No fewer than 7 wickets falling in the second session so far, and still time to come. Just 3:30 here on BBC Wales and BBC Radio Kent on the first day. Glamorgan won the toss, elected to bowl first, and I think Kieran Carlson has been absolutely justified in his decision. It's gone pretty well for him as well.
Yeah, you wouldn't have said that earlier this morning, would we? But it's been excellent bowling. We have to credit the Glamorgan bowlers. They've lost, 8 wickets in the afternoon session by some good bowling, because they've restricted the progress of the batsmen. Even Bell Drummond was tied down after lunch. And Glamorgan now have the opportunity with 3.5 days left to try and build up a big lead. And the way that Kent are batting these days, then it'll give them a very good chance of winning this game. So 155 all out. Sadly for everybody, Joe Denley has been unable to resume his innings, but that might also tell us, Matt, that he won't be able to bat in the second.
Yeah.
Because you don't mess about it, what looked like a hamstring.
Yeah, not a strong suspicion that he will not be coming out unless it's a real emergency. But players going off then, it'll be Glamorgan's reply pretty early on day 1 for that. 155 all out. Kent will be back for the Glamorgan's innings.
batting for Glamorgan, Asa Tribe and Zayn Al-Hassan.
Good afternoon and welcome back here on BBC Sport Online to a long final session on this first day. 42 overs of the play remain to be bowled, and Glamorgan are replying to Kent's 155 all out. They lost their last 6 wickets for 7 runs. They finished 9 down, but Jaden Denley was unable to return after suffering a leg injury during the morning session, so he goes down as retired hurt for 17. 3 wickets apiece for Tim van der Hoogten and for James Harris, and Daniel Bell-Drummond with 42 and Jaden Denley 29, Chris Benjamin 23. Moderate contributions at the top of the order, but a modest total indeed for Kent to defend.
Looks like Matt Quinn is going to start from the River Taff end with 3 slips in. Chris Benjamin at 1, Bell-Drummond at 2, Ben Compton at 3 alongside Harry Finch. And it'll be Zayn Al-Hassan to face first. Down the leg side. Excitement there from Kent. I mean, a bit of lift and carry, but Al-Hassan pretty clearly got his bat out of the way of it. There were more hope than expectation, Kent, there, that's for sure, but they need to bowl up a storm if they're going to keep this one competitive.
Yeah, Al-Hassan under a little bit of pressure. Obviously he's a very useful extra seamer in the squad, but only averaging 25 with the bat this season.
Matt Quinn coming back from a long-standing injury, playing his first 4-day game in best part of 2 years against Northamptonshire, through to the wicket-keeper. Some decent pace there, Quinn. Outside the off-stump, through the wicket-keeper, and there's no run. Left alone by Al-Hassan. So great to see him back and fit for Kent, but not much to bowl at from a first innings point of view. Glamorgan have bowled so well, and Kent all at sea. 6 for 7 they lost during that second session, the afternoon session of the day. And well, the 7th actually finished off that session, didn't it? With Harris getting rid of Quinn himself. He now bowls to Al-Hassan. Oh, defends that. Didn't know where it had gone. Off the inside edge and forward of square. Fielded by Joey Everson, sporting a big white floppy hat. I think that's the first time I've seen Everson in one of those. There we go. Sort of thing you can't reach for stats for, unfortunately. Or should get the scorers to do that kind of thing.
Who's wearing what hat at what time?
Lorne Art's just back with us after I spell out the Kent scorer. I'd ask him to add perhaps headwear to it as well. Guided down past third, the scorer, by the way, that is. Al-Hassan does well in control of the shot. Down through third, Jaden Denley chases it from point. Back through, backward point perhaps, and Glamorgan on the board. 2 for none in the first over. And as I said, from a Kent point of view and from Matt Quinn's point of view, just to be good out there. Playing cricket once again. Missed the whole of last season with a back injury. Had some niggles early in the season as well. But back firing now. Al-Hassan defends that. Head over the ball into the offside, fielded by Grant Stewart. Relay throws. Jaden Denley is up on his toes, as befit the fact he's still a teenager, I think. Just bouncing around with the exuberance of youth from point. Taking relay throws on the slips and then back to Everson up towards Matt Quinn from the River Taff end. It's got a white sweatband on the left forearm. Bowls now to Al-Hassan. Behind that, no run. End of the over. 2 for none. Decent one from Quinn. No wicket for him. Al-Hassan said very deliberate shot. Back on a square on the offside for 2. Making it 2 for none. Just coming up to 4 o'clock here on BBC Wales And BBC Radio Kent via the BBC Sport website, and with the pictures here from Cardiff as well. Welcome wherever you are listening or watching, with Matt Cole, Nick Webb hosting here with Ed Bevan as well.
Yeah, you have to feel sorry for Kent losing Joe Denley at that point. It just felt as though that stand was starting to develop for the third wicket, and although they did move forward thereafter, obviously such an experienced guy not being able to return did play a reasonably significant part in that falling apart later on. 3 little ducks all in a row from 9-10 Jack. So the burly figure of Agar, South Australia and Australia, wearing 8, runs away from us at the Cathedral Road end to bowl to Asa Tribe, and that is outside off stump, and Tribe offers no shot. Asa Tribe, who had one very busy weekend during the T20 Blast when he played for Glamorgan at Taunton on the Friday night, somehow managed to make it to Amsterdam to play, or somewhere in the Netherlands anyway, to play for Jersey against the Netherlands, and then was back here on the Sunday. As that is through outside off stump and not cleanly taken by Finch, diving across to his right. 2 without loss it remains. Unfortunately, he wasn't then allowed to go back to play for Jersey on the Tuesday, which would have been far easier logistically because of some obscure regulation in terms of ICC tournaments.
I mean, you stated it very clearly, but I still didn't understand it.
No, I don't understand why it's in place.
Quite. That's not your fault. That's
as that one is cut by Tribe, but straight to point, and there is no run. Mark Wallace, the Glamorgan director of cricket, said he's just playing the one match, so it must have been known about beforehand. So Kent with a lot of work to do to get some sort of foothold back in this game. Glamorgan having won the toss and chosen to bowl. Agar in, bowls, outside off stump, no shot offered. Update for BBC Radio Wales to come shortly. Agar in, bowls, played off the back foot by Tribe, again straight to point, and again there is no run. So Glamorgan have to work hard for these runs. Even with 40 overs to play with. Saw earlier the Kent run rate went down against the older ball during the course of the afternoon. They had plenty of boundaries in the morning session. Looked like a debatable decision to insert from Carlson. Proved to pay off in spades as Tribe square drives, well fielded by man at backward point, and a maiden to start with from Wes Agar. In the women's international match, India 271 for 3 with 4 and a bit overs remaining against England. The skipper Kaur on 95 not out. Here it's slower going as Quinn begins his second over to bowl to Ul Hassan, who's forward defending, and there is no run. Nothing further has happened at Beckenham, I'm afraid to report. The county's team 101 for 2 against Pakistan Shaheens, which is their A side. On his way in again is Quinn, running towards us from the River Taff end, and bows to Ul Hassan, who defends. In the top of the table match in Division 2, Leicestershire, who were 0 for 2, 241 for 3. Rian Ahmed hit 115. Lewis Hill is 85 not out. Derbyshire side featuring the Welshman and Aaron Donald and David Lloyd. Quinn in. Balls to Ul Hassan. Plays that one to mid-on. No run. It was an excellent afternoon session for Glamorgan as they dismissed Kent for just 155, and the visitors' last 6 wickets tumbling for just 7 runs. There were 3 apiece for Tim van der Hoogten and for James Harris, 1 each to Asitha Fernando, Ben Calloway and Zain Ul Hassan. Daniel Bell-Drummond top scored with 42, but Joe Denley, one of their more experienced batters, had to retire hurt for 17 and was unable to resume. So Kent 155 all out. Glamorgan have just started their reply. They're 2 without loss. Quinn back on his way in to Ul Hassan, who's forward, looking for the possibility of a quick single, but it wasn't there as the ball was just pushed gently towards point. No run. 2 without loss, so a cautious beginning for Glamorgan. Just the one scoring shot so far from Zain Ul Hassan. He's the sort of player who is willing to grit it out. Asa Tribe is more of a natural stroke player. As in comes Quinn. Ul Hassan playing no shot. Through it goes to Harry Finch, who lobs the ball to Bell-Drummond and dashes off up the other end. 2 without loss after 3 overs here on BBC Sport Online. If you want to email us, glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk or kentcricket@bbc.co.uk, which Matt will keep an eye on. But it's been very much Glamorgan's day so far, thanks to that remarkable collapse in mid-afternoon from Kent. 4 wickets going for 2 runs, and the last couple didn't add much either.
It's Grant Stewart then bowling to Asa Tribe, and Stewart had the arm out. It was almost an Alan Shearer celebration as he ran through there. He was very excited by it, and it's Stewart from... Oh, sorry, Agar from this end. Beg your pardon. I thought it was Grant Stewart for a second. Can't believe I'm getting those mixed up. They've got different numbers on their back as well.
8 and 9.
Agar, yes.
Very similar numbers.
Yeah, indeed.
Both big chaps bowling right arm, fast medium.
I get confused over 7, to be honest, and you can tell that they're absolutely right. Here's Agar. Comes into bowl to the Tribe in his 2nd over, in the 4th over of this innings, and Tribe's on the front foot into the offside. That is Grant Stewart, and I should recognise the fact that he has got a sleeveless pullover on, Grant Stewart, at the moment as well, and a faded Kent cap. But there we are. I make no excuses for myself. I was slightly distracted. I'm going to use this as an excuse by something flashing up on my computer saying, in big blue letters, white letters on a blue background, managed application deployment. Is that good or bad? We have no idea.
Gosh.
I'm going to hit postpone on that. I think that's probably the good idea.
Otherwise it'll switch it off for the rest of the day.
Is that right? Well, if I can't see the stats of the Kent innings, perhaps that'll be a good thing. Glamorgan 2 for none here in reply against 155. Bouncer from Wes Agar. We didn't see much short stuff from Glamorgan, did we? What they did was very effective, but...
No, they're not a side prone to bowling a lot of short deliveries. James Harris is usually the man asked to do it when there is a leg side trap, but they were looking to post fields for catches on the drive on the leg side rather than the square leg or mid wicket or back on the ropes.
Goodness me, it worked well too. But surprise delivery perhaps then from Wes Agar, digging the ball in, just aborts his run up there. Bob Baldwin looks over his shoulder, perhaps quizzically. The big Australian just losing his thread as he came in there. Goes back to his mark now. Broad of shoulder, and as Nick says, number 8 on his back, which is a giveaway to who he is. Right arm over the wicket now. Oh, it's played on! First wicket for Kent. It did feel like it got a little bit big on Tribe there. He's chopped down on it. Ball perhaps hitting the top part of the bat and has broken the stumps. Bails come off and Kent do have a wicket. 2 for 1 then. Bit of extra pace perhaps from Wes Agar. Yeah, she's just slightly outside the off stump. Played on.
Has come back in a little bit, I think, to get the inside edge. It wasn't really there for that shot, and there was a little bit of movement back, and Tribe has in fact chopped it down onto his pads, and it's rolled onto the stumps as well. So played on off inside edge and pad. And Kent get the early wicket they really needed to keep their tails up, and Glamorgan 2 for 1 in the 4th over. So you can see it's going to be a struggle for Glamorgan, you would feel, as we expect Kieran Carlson. Yes, Kieran Carlson emerges at 3, Billy Root at 4, and that in the absence of Sam Northeast, who is not playing in this match because of the birth of his second child, and our best wishes to him and his better half.
Absolutely right, a happy event keeping him out the side. Well, I'm not counting any chickens, having seen what Leicestershire did against Derbyshire, having been none for 2 and then scoring 200 effectively for the next loss of the next wicket. But pleasing for Kent, there's no doubt about that. 2 for 1 then as Kieran Carlson comes out. He's a Tribe going. For those 2, 155 Kent bowled out for, and no, I'm assuming no Joe Denny on the field. I haven't actually looked to see who is the 12th. That's quite easy actually. It's George Garrett who's chatting at the moment to Chris Watts, the umpire, at square leg. Coming on as 12th. 13th would have been to Anamieye, but he has a hand injury, so Garrett onto field. Square leg. Wes Agar just waiting patiently while Kieran Carlson goes through some marks his guard, goes through some squats to get the knees moving. For some of us, just be down there half an hour, be no point in it, but Carlson bounces up quickly. Agar then, the Australian bounding away from us, but it was a leave by Carlson at the top of off stump. Kent trying to build atmosphere here on the field.
Presume Kent have got someone else here as well, you would hope.
As the 13th, yeah, you would hope.
As the 13th, if Mieye, they named 13, but if Mieye is not fit, unless he's got a sort of very minor injury, but you wouldn't really want a guy with a hand injury to be a fill-in fielder, would you?
I'll keep you informed. We'll probably see someone at the end of the day when we go for interviews, won't we? Who else on the staff is here, but or if the Kent office are listening, they can tell me. Ooh, wraps him on the thigh pad, that one from Carlson. Beaten by pace by Agar, decent delivery from him. Carlson a bit of a rude introduction to the crease, but that's very much as Kent wants it, trying to keep the pressure on, having bowled out for just 155 by some excellent Glamorgan bowling. End of the over from Agar. It's a decent one. He has 2 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for none. It's 2 for 1 Glamorgan.
Yeah, Daniel Bell-Drummond, 42, the highest score of the day so far. There's Zainul Hassan and Kieran Carlson meet for a chat, and Carlson is by nature the more attacking of the two players, though he has shown this season that he has developed a few lower gears as well, rather than just being an all-out attacking batter. Al-Hassan, gritty opener, but no half century since match 3 of the season at Lord's, as he allows that one to go through outside off stump from Matt Quinn. And it's unclear really whether ball's ticking by. All right, it makes the ball get older, but who does that actually benefit, the ball getting older? Because it gets difficult to score as well as difficult to take wickets with at times. But Glamorgan proving the latter wrong in mid-afternoon around the 50 over mark. Al-Hassan works that one on the leg side.
Yeah, it's a very good point, is that it should be going soft and a bit useless at that point, shouldn't it? But they were still working up decent pace and decent pressure.
Yes, I mean, once Glamorgan had got through that middle order, with Stewart left high and dry, the last 3 lasting no time at all and not contributing. Quinn in from the river end. Al-Hassan turns the wrists on it and gets it past Garrett at backward square and through for a single as Fine Leg comes round to do the fielding. 3 for 1. Kieran Carlson on strike. Difficult times for the batters then here at Sapphire Gardens under these largely overcast skies. There's a reasonable amount of blue sky around, but not much in the way of actual sunshine today. Reasonably pleasant day for watching. 3 for 1 in reply to 155 here on BBC Sport Online. As Quinn bowls, Carlson runs it down through the gully. There'll be a single, and he'll turn and have to hurry back. He does hurry back for the second run. The throw had to be on the turn, really, and Carlson just about getting the judgment right.
To say, from Jaden Denley's point of view, that throw on the turn, remarkable accuracy. Couldn't get it in quick enough, but I'm surprised he got anywhere the stumps, to be honest. It's just a reaction as he turned, but you're right.
Usually throwing on the turn is enough to deter the batter in itself, isn't it? But of course it's very difficult to get the power in if you're throwing on the turn, let alone the accuracy, which he did. 5 for 1. Carlson flat bats that one through the covers. That'll be the first boundary of the innings as it pierced the infield. There is no sweeper on the grandstand side away to our right. And away it goes for 4. 9 for 1.
Yeah, good shot from Carlson.
A little bit of width there from Quinn, and well, Kent did well to put away the bad balls in the early session. They were scoring mainly in boundaries for the first 90 odd runs. I think we said that 60 had come in boundaries. Next delivery sees Carlson playing to mid-on with a few oohs and ahs for no particular reason other than dramatic effect from behind the stumps. And Glamorgan 9 for 1 with 7 runs coming off that Quinn over. That's in reply to Kent's 155.
I guess you would hope certainly Kent supporters would hope at this point that their fielders are excited at 9 for 1, but when it goes quiet, that'll be an indication that Glamorgan getting on top. And you would, I was saying to Ed earlier, Kent have only had a first innings lead in the first game of the season in the county championship. That's the only time have really suffered and not batted well in the first innings of the remaining games. And you would put odds on Glamorgan getting past 155 at this point, but this is cricket after all. Well, it's sport. It's unpredictable by nature. Here's Agar down the leg side. Good take from Finch. Well, who started that? that appeal.
I think it was behind the wicket.
I was going to say, it wasn't Matt Parkinson then at a wideish middle. It looked like it might have been, but yeah.
It sort of went round
It's
the
sort of a
field.
relay, wasn't it? It was almost like a Mexican wave of an appeal, that one. Who went first? Yeah, I think you're right. First slip was up first. And but yes,
Finch had to catch the ball before joining in,
that's
really.
true.
And then the bowler really wasn't interested, but thought he'd better give a bit of backing vocals eventually.
Felt like it gained momentum rather than being too lusty from the start. As Agar bowls, the grunt from him. It's played into the offside by Ul Hassan.
Second 11 match between these two sides at Abergavenny. Glamorgan 173 for 5 in their second innings. That's a lead of 216 runs. Mason Crane took 5 wickets to dismiss Kent for 189. In the Glamorgan second innings, 3 wickets for Mo Rizvi, keeping Kent in the game, the leg spinner. Played for Glamorgan quite a bit. Will Smale made 56. Tom Bevan is 75 not out.
That's Agar round the wicket to the left-handed. Ul Hassan tries to get on the front foot, does place it into the offside. Matt Parkinson picks up, running down from mid-off to more or less cover. Jaden Denley was on his toes as well, trying to get there first. Joey Everson already loosening up the shoulder. Might see him bowling before long. Right, Stewart just tossing the ball to Wes Agar. He'll be thinking about his first spell as well. He's saying Kieran Carlson rotating his bowlers in short order. 4 overs apiece, keeping them all fresh, keeping Kent guessing. Bouncer, and Ul Hassan is definitely not having any of that, just swayed, almost limbo-like, away from that one. It was quick, I'm not sure how accurate it was, but Ul Hassan was not playing any part in that. Dot ball. So Agar goes back to his mark. Missed the last couple of T20s, was actually left out for those. Which Kent did win, to be fair to their selection committee. It's his third county championship match. Agar bowls to Ul Hassan now. Gets bat on it. Once again, the arm goes up from Agar. So he's reaching to the heavens, asking for divine intervention. Kent might need it to get a first innings lead here. So defended, and there's no run. So took just 1 wicket against Northamptonshire and none against Lancashire. And a couple of punishing innings for Kent. 639 for 9 Lancashire scored against Kent at Blackpool, and 722 for 6. Just 722 for 6 Northamptonshire. In the game at Canterbury, this has turned into the onside. There's no run off the final ball of the over. It is 9 for 1. Good morning.
Surprised anyone's managed to score that many just in terms of the time with the Kookaburra ball.
It's true enough.
Kashif Ali playing for the second 11.
He is indeed, yes.
Thoughts?
Yeah.
Bit unusual, isn't it?
As you're overseas, it is unusual, but
Yeah.
Kent have been trying to rotate their bowlers as much as possible, injuries allowing, this summer as well, and I wonder if that is... I mean, it possibly may be that Nathan Gilchrist, who's in the seconds, may not play much of a part for Kent in the remainder of the season as they try and move on, I suppose. They're going to have to look at other options for next year, so... it is going to be Grant Stewart, isn't it? I think that's him.
This is according to the scoreboard.
He's very easy to mistake for Wes Agar, but I don't think Agar can bowl at both ends. So, as far as I know, yeah, it's going to be Stewart.
Anyway, it's going to be another big chap born in the Southern Hemisphere. Grant Stewart, who was really unable to contribute with the bat due to the inadequacies of his colleagues. He was left 5 not out. And for a guy who's got 180 earlier this season, that's far from ideal.
Yeah, 2 centuries batting for number 8.
In he comes to bowl to Kieran Carlson, who plays defensively to Everson at cover.
Kent's under-18s are underway at Gravesend against their Essex counterparts. Essex 28 for none there off 6 overs. There's so much cricket being played, isn't there? Which is great to see from...
Yeah, with second 11 national counties, under 18s, as in comes the next delivery, which Carlson defends on the offside. A team labelled Glamorgan Women Academy are playing Surrey in a couple of T20 games at Newport, where the under 18s boys are also playing. I think there's a Glamorgan Women Academy, in inverted commas, is fielding several players from the first 11 squad, as it were, as well. As Carlson defends to point, and there is no run. Likes of B. Ellis, Eve Jackson, Sarah Phillips, Poppy Walker, Katie Cobb. So at least half that academy side have played for the senior side, which, as I suppose, is as it will be. Glamorgan Academy winning the first of those games by 16 runs at Newport. A little bit of gentle sunshine trying to battle through the clouds as Stuart bowls, and Carlson was hurried a little by that one. Jumped as he played it defensively.
I should just say, actually, that Essex-Kent game at Gravesend, I thought it just got underway. I'm late on it because the day's already ended. There we are.
All right. Are they playing 2 games or something?
No, I think it must have been well at Gravesend because they got through 5.5 overs and they're starting again tomorrow at 10:30, so it's a 3-day game.
Okay.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Beckenham, they're restarting at 4:30 as Carlson drives that one back to the bowler, and there is no run, where the professional county club select 11,
of course,
are 101 for 2 off 17 overs, and that looks as though that's now a 28 over match. They'll be struggling to make it a 28 over match, surely. 39 to be bowled in the day. Let's hope the light holds at Beckenham against Pakistan A. Stewart bowls, Carlson drives. Oh, it's gone through mid-on, and there's a couple of runs there as Al Hassan calls his partner back for the second. Thought that Quinn would be able to block that one, but it's a long way down, I guess, for a big fast bowler. 11 for 1, Glamorgan limp into double figures after 7 overs. Slow going.
And it's so the 2 batters meeting in the middle for a conference. What's it doing?
Bit of this, bit of that.
Yeah. What should we do? Stay in as long as possible, wait for the ball to go soft, and make hay. 11 for 1. That's my amateurish assessment. Agar to continue into his 4th over. Not conceded a run as yet. He's taken the wicket of Asa Tribe. So just his second in the championship in 3 games so far. Bowls to Al Hassan. It's behind that one off stump. No run. Just slightly coming forward to a good length delivery. Working up some pace here at Agar. Be interesting to see if they do decide to bowl him in short spells as well for maximum impact. Just a brief chat and a word from Matt Parkinson. Very genial fellas off the pitch. I'm sure all business right now. So, there you go in his short sleeve shirt with 8 on the back. Runs round the wicket now. That's a good bouncer. That one, Al Hassan certainly felt the breeze from as he ducked underneath it. The others have been a little bit too far over the head to be intimidating. That one got close to the Glamorgan opener. And so through 4 balls this over. John from Norway, I keep saying I'm going to get to your email, and then well, there was quite a flurry of wickets. I don't know if anyone remembers in the so I'm using that as an excuse. I will address it very presently. This one defended by Al Hassan. I thought it might bring a wicket, but no. Good morning. You can tell how long it was ago. I hope you're still listening, John, in Valldal in Norway. Great to hear from you.
Is it Norwegian?
No, I'm just checking the date on it. 'Cause it's great to hear cricket from one of the outgrounds. Away grounds anyway.
Away
certainly,
grounds,
Cardiff,
okay.
yeah.
It's not quite an outground.
It's not a usual one, but yeah. I think I take it at meaning. Sorry, Charles.
15,000 capacity stadium.
I'm probably being too literal, but round the wicket, Agar to Olasan. It's beaten him. There's a big shout for LBW. Umpire says no. So, John, having said I'm going to get you straight to your email, cricket intervenes.
Not bad shout.
Well, I was going to say that's not too bad.
It's fairly adjacent.
You're saying it's going down, I wonder? Maybe it's
I think
round the
so.
wicket coming into the left-hander, so possible. John says, excuse my ignorance, none of it, John, having read your email. He says, can you please tell me... wait a minute. No, that is wrong. I do apologise. That is the wrong email. So here we go. Here's Agar, played behind square on the offside. It's all going so terribly well today. And that will be guided through there. Carlson is hustling for the third, does well. Really good running by the Glamorgan captain. Throw coming in. There's a little bit of a second look from Finch to the fielder on the offside. I think that might have been Jaden Denley perhaps saying he just needs to come in quicker. But... that is the end of the over. I've gone to a previous email from John. I do apologise. We will get there eventually. Here we are. I'm pretty sure this is the one. It's not from an outground. It is in Wales. If there's any news you can give me on the Kent members meeting last week about the fixtures, he says, being ruined by the ECB. Sorry, the fixtures for the next season, he says. Seems farcical given the current situation. Well, firstly, I shall hold that there as Grant Stewart comes in. It's driven through the offside, lovely shot. Perhaps over-pitching a tad, Grant Stewart there, but that's firmly struck by Kieran Carlson for another 4, and they move on to 18 for 1. Or is that, those runs already gone up? No, 22. Oh, wait a minute, that was the end of the over, I do apologise. That was 18 for 1, is already on the scoreboard, so... I'm in a complete tizzy here.
This is being translated from the Norwegian, I think.
Get me out of this one. 18 for 1 at the end of the 8th.
Yeah. Are the members revolting, sir?
Firstly, obviously, Jonathan, as the club will say, anything that happens in the members' meeting is not for our consumption. So, obviously, if you've heard anything from anybody, fair enough. We do know that the schedules for next year are being put to members of members clubs all around the country for their consideration and voting, but nothing further on that at the moment, and the vote is not yet convened for the counties to decide on what happens next year.
As forward comes Al Hassan to the first ball of Stewart's over.
It was Agar, of course, the other last ball of that over, wasn't it? Goodness me. I think I'm due to go now, aren't I? Which is great. I mean, completely. But he says, not great news, great morning for Kent, waking up to Gilchrist news. They think Gilchrist going to Warwickshire next year. And now seeing Super Joe Denley getting injured. My claim to fame, he says, shows how limited I am. My late dad was Joe Denley's dad, school teacher in Whitstable back in the 80s.
Al Hassan is forward, defending out onto the offside, and there is no run.
The 60s, he says. The two of them used to sit and talk together at many Kent games while I sat on my own keeping my dad's seat for him. There we are. John, thank you very much. Got there eventually in some sort of form. I'm not sure I made any sense for the last 10 minutes. I blame the heat here. It's outlandishly 20 degrees at...
18 for 1, Glamorgan making laborious progress in reply to Kent's 155 as Al Hassan defends that one up to mid-on, and there is no run.
I still maintain it was a lovely shot from Carlson, but it wasn't off Stewart, it was off Agar at the end of the last over. It was a lovely shot. 18 for 1. Shall I actually...
Do you want to go and have a lie down?
I was going to say, shall I? As I'm saying that, let it take over. It's all been too much.
Go and have a nice cup of tea. Oh dear. Oh dear. Steve West hoping that Glamorgan will be in the lead by the close. Doubt it, Steve. Al Hassan defends to mid-wicket and there is no run. 33 overs remain. The deficit is 137. Neil Thornycroft says, only when you had to go out does your team take 6 wickets for 7 runs. Well, Thank you, Neil, for your contribution by going out to missing Kent losing a load of wickets. 6 for 7. As that one is defended back to Stewart. No, there was no 10th wicket, was there? So it was 6 for 7. Edward Bevan is back alongside me. Well, Matt Cole goes to examine emails from further parts of Scandinavia. In comes Stewart, bowls. Ul Hassan is tucked up by that one, but plays it quite nicely out onto the offside, and there's no run. Ul Hassan has 6, Carlson has 12. Tribe, the man out without scoring, bowled by Agar, inside edge onto his pads and onto the wickets. So in terms of the schedule, Glamorgan members have a special general meeting on Friday evening at 6:30. Now, if play continues as it has been doing, you're not missing anything, because well, Kieran Carlson is getting all sorts of attention. He's having a drink. I don't know if there's a painkiller pill of some sort involved. He's taken off. rather more of his.
It's not a pretty sight, Nick.
Rather more of his gear than would be normal, and he is getting a strapping applied around just above his left knee. So. Jaden Denley we've seen crocked. Kieran Carlson isn't as immediately hurt, but is needing a little bit of attention as the stream picture cuts away from Kieran Carlson. It's all right, there's nothing you wouldn't see on the beach.
It's not X-listed.
It's not an X-rated. X-rated. No, his trousers are fully up. 18 for 1.
Enough of that, Nick. I think I better take over.
Yeah, Glamorgan special general meeting on Friday evening at 6:30, which may require members to make a special journey for, because this match might be over in rather less than 4 days. Who knows? So
yeah, I was thinking of it, but I'm doing today and tomorrow, so I'm probably one of those, yes, that won't attend. A member came on to me lunchtime and said, "Are you going to?" And I said, I wouldn't have thought so. Glamorgan is a members club, of course. As in comes Agar to start another over, wide, very wide of the off stump, wide in a one-dayer.
Yeah, good take by Finch in between first and second slip, saving first slip's ankles.
But it's slow going, but all the time in the world. I think the weather's pretty fair for the next few days. So Glamorgan just accumulate as they want, as long as they build a lead. But impressive bowling from Agar, I must say, the first couple of overs. Big strapping man he is, and comes in from a height as he comes in and bowls Carlson's shoulders, arms, and lets that go through to wicket-keeper Harry Finch. Yes, if you're a members club and the members would disagree with what the club wants for the future, I would imagine, does the club have to submit the members' feeling rather than perhaps their own? What do you think, Nick? I'm quite.
It's interesting as to the status of a special meeting, isn't it? In
comes the next ball, and the forward defensive prod. The man at second slip leaps in the air, and don't know quite why. It's Drummond. It's still clapping his hands, but it was well played by Carlson. 18 for 1 then, and we're already in the 10th over.
I see Lancashire have submitted 3 options to their members, all of which involve a 12-match championship, so they haven't even given the members the option of saying, yes, we want to stick with 14, which strikes one as somewhat unfair.
Yeah, I agree. in comes, I think, looking around the counties, nearly every county the members want 14, but some counties want 12. You've got to have
it's majority for any change.
Majority, yes. So I think you have. This is a special general meeting, so you have to have 50 members there who have called this meeting, I suppose.
We'll see on Friday evening what transpires.
Agar in and bowls again to Carlson, who shoulders, arms well outside the off stump. And Gamble, don't know what he had for tea. DBL Drummond, he's jumping about there, probably giving encouragement.
Well, you have to, don't you? When your side's up against it, you have to play up any remote hint of half a chance.
It's good bowling though, especially from. I don't know quite why Quinn was taken off after a couple of overs. You make him on this end. Nice steady run up. And he comes short, pulled away 4 runs. As befits little men, they're very good on the back foot at cutting or on hooking. Second boundary he struck now, Carlson, off Agar. It was short and he was onto it immediately and hit it up to mid-wicket for 4. 22 for 1, and Carlson moves on to 16. Hassan, very patient, very watchful, is not out 6.
Yeah, Carlson, if you're wondering, has moved 1 up the order from his normal 4 because Sam Northeast is on paternity duties, knee deep in nappies or whatever.
Remember those days, Nick? We didn't have that sort of. Well, I didn't have paternity in those days.
No, it was a lot less than it.
It is now.
It is now. Here is Stewart is in to bowl, and Ul Hassan is forward defending. I think it was something like a couple of weeks when I was a new father in the 90s, and
didn't it? One of your daughters, did it coincide with Glamorgan's victory in the championship?
Yes, it was the reason I was unable to attend Canterbury in 93 when Glamorgan won the one-day league against Kent. And says that is down the leg side, turned away by Ul Hassan, single down to fine leg, 23 for 1. But of course Glamorgan then won the trophy again in Kent, sorry Kent listeners, 9 years later, which of course was her birthday, so I didn't go to that one as well. So that match in Colwyn Bay that I did with you, that's the first one that I saw in the flash out of those Glamorgan
did you get
limited overs trophies.
97 championship?
No,
or did another child was born?
No, I wasn't. I was at work, I think, working somewhere else, and had to listen to you on the radio describing the winning 11 runs from Taunton.
There's a very good YouTube. I was watching it the other night, actually.
Here comes Stewart once more from the River Taff end. Carlson drives into the offside. It's eluded Everson and it's run away for 4. So as Kent did this morning, top order batters heavy on anything off target, and Carlson going well.
Yes, it's a 35-minute programme of the final day. It was the third day, but the final day of Glamorgan's win down there, and it's a most enjoyable programme presented by Alan Wilkins.
As Carlson plays that one more gently towards cover, Everson is able to field, and there's no run. The president of the club at the moment,
yes.
Mr. Wilkins, and pulling all his South Asian contacts into play.
That's right.
I believe.
Yes, it showed some Maynard and Morris, magnificent batting. Croft got 80 odd, and
Stewart in, bowls. Carlson drives and takes a single up to wide mid off.
And we talk about Mike Burns, the umpire. I've seen a lot of Mike, and he was bowling off spin that day. He was a wicketkeeper, ex-Warwickshire, and he could also bowl well. He didn't bowl very well because Crofty hit him for 3 successive sixes exactly in the same area. And then when we thought we'd be back on the 4th day, Darren Thomas bowled the best I've seen him and took a 5-4 and won the game.
Stewart is in. Final ball of the over to Ul Hassan, works it on the leg side. Dot ball. Glamorgan in reply to Kent's 155 are 28 for 1. Carlson 21. Ul Hassan 7.
Yes, it was. It's worth a look. Any of you want to have a look at it on YouTube. Somerset v Glamorgan 97. $28 for 1. Carlson leading the way. Captain today in the absence of Sam Northeast. Ul Hassan doing what he's there for. Just pick the bad ball out. There haven't been many bowling him. He's on 7. Yeah, as we thought. And Matt Quinn, who only bowled, how did he bowl? 2 overs. It'll go up in a minute. 3 overs from the far end. Has replaced Agar, who took the wicket of they should try with an inside edge via pad. Rather unlucky, out for naught. That was 2 for 1. And Carlson and Hassan now put on 26, 28 for 1. The deficit 127. Still 31 overs remain. And it will be Quinn with 2 slips. A cover and an extra cover in the mid-off. And Kent adopting the Glamorgan field place here. I'll describe in a moment. In comes Quinn, bowls, defended in front of his stumps by Carlson because there's a man by the square leg umpire. There's another man some 15 yards to his left. Then orthodox mid-on. Take a slip out, put him at backward short leg or one in the middle there, and then you'll exactly the same field. Copycats.
Yeah, it's a combination of ball and the surface, isn't it, that you think players are more likely to be dismissed caught on the drive than edging to the slips.
Quinn turns, comes in over the wicket, bowls to Carlson. Carlson goes back, plays firmly up through the cover region. They'll cross for 1 and they're going to come back for a second. And good run in there, very good run in. Often you see batsmen, and we all say, and others say, oh, come on, there was a second there. And Carlson, quick runner, when he says, come on, you've got to get your skates on. Best runners I ever saw in a Glamorgan shirt was supposed were Messrs. S.P. James and A. Dale, by a long way. Quinn turns, comes in and bowls. And this is played nicely down towards the vacant 3rd man position. It's a long chase. I think the ball will and has won. So his 3rd 4 chopped away. Why don't you have a 3rd man when you've got only 150 on the board?
It's a bit of an innings of 2 halves, isn't it? Because Ul Hassan is grinding away in singles at one end, and the
shot maker
is merrily going along as a better than a run of ball, 27 off 24.
Yes, 34 for 1, and here comes Quinn. It hasn't really worked for him. He's conceded 15 runs. This is his 4th over. Bowls, short, and he's caught at the wicket. Well, after playing so well, it was a very wide delivery, and he went to cut a very short ball, nicked it, heard it from here. It's 34 for 2.
Yeah, the bowlers continue to dominate the day's play as Quinn gets the 2nd wicket. Carlson sparkled briefly but is gone for 27 off 25 deliveries. Just a little bit of bounce off a tall bowler and a fairly routine catch through to Harry Finch. 32 added for that 2nd wicket. Carlson had 27 of them, but Glamorgan 34 for 2 in the 12th. And, well, Kent keeping their
Well,
feet in the game.
People who look tomorrow night could say, was that pitch like at Cardiff? Nothing wrong with the pitch, it's just slow, but some poor shots played.
Well, it's slow, and the combination of the pitch and the ball means that batters are trying to force it when it's not quite there.
But that's the way he plays, and when he does get runs, he's a very attractive batsman. As you say, that's it. As Colin Ingram comes in, sorry, it's not
Root.
Billy Root. Yeah, because we so often see him coming in there. It's Billy Root, left-hander.
First championship game of the season. First team game since the One Day Cup final at Nottingham last September.
He's beginning a stack of runs, and
I suppose the thing is, as a top middle order bat, places haven't really been vacant because Ul Hassan has kept his place on the strength of also being a seamer in most Glamorgan lineups.
The balance
seamers
worked for him.
Even though he hasn't really had the volume of runs, but the wickets that he provides have just about kept his place in the side, and Tribe has been going well, albeit dismissed for a duck today. So Root has had to bide his time. Byram likewise, he's had quite a few runs for the seconds, but hasn't got back into the team since the first 3 matches, when he wasn't doing disastrously badly, averaging 29, but Asa Tribe forced his way in. Good to have too many options rather than too few.
Absolutely, he's beginning a stack of runs for, I think it's he plays for, club side, and also for the second team. Here he is. 2 balls left of this over from Quinn, as he comes in and bowls, and Root gets off the mark with a nudge between mid-on and mid-wicket. It's beautifully timed. It's not going to, not quite going to get there, but they'll get 3. Lovely timing from Root, and good running then again, as he is off the mark and running. 37 for 2.
Subfielder George Garrett it was who made the stop just inside the boundary edge, and presume he'll have to field for the rest of the match with Denley.
So we had it, didn't we, Nick, the first game of the season with Leicestershire, when the opening batsman Patel, remember, he was injured?
Yeah.
Was he on the? He did get on the field and fielding at second slip, if I remember.
He batted at 11 then and was not out as he tried to get. Was it right to a century?
People may want to be coming down here. Quinn bowls and completes a good over in the end. He was hit for 4, but got his revenge the next ball. That was defended by Ul Hassan. 37 for 2. And Ul Hassan is on 7, Root's on 3. Batsman out. Asa Tribe was bowled by Agar for 0. Now Carlson caught by Finch, trying to cut him on quite wide of him, and bowled by Quinn for 27. 2 left-handers at the crease.
Indeed, and another one to come in the shape of Colin Ingram in at 5. Ingram, who will be playing a coaching role during the One Day Cup, we understand.
Is he going to play?
It seems that's probably not the intention, from what I understand at the moment, that he'll be sticking to advising others and bringing through the young talent. 37 for 2. As Grant Stewart will start his 4th over, bowling to Roots, who chops down on it fairly late and plays it to mid-wicket, and then makes the little hand gesture to signal to his partner which way it moved. National Counties match for Wales, by the way, looks like ending in a draw at Salisbury. Wales are chasing 282 to win. They're 74 for 2, but that into the final session of a 3-day game. The first day was rain limited. Root plays this one to square leg, and there's no run. A few slightly unfamiliar names in that Wales side, led by Cameron Herring, the wicketkeeper.
Ex-Gloss. Plays with the Bond and Dice now.
Alex Russell included, the former Northants leggy, born in Newport. as Roots
Exaggerates a bit.
he does, doesn't he? He's made as if he was almost chopped in half by that one, but in the end it was a regulation defensive shot from Billy Root, who's been around the first team squad quite a lot without getting games. It must be a frustrating time for an experienced pro. You think sometimes although it's obviously good to be next in line, to know that you're next in the pecking order, but you wonder whether you'd rather be out in the field actually with a chance to do something for the second 11. As Stuart bowls, no ball called very early by Chris Watts as it goes down the leg side.
I also felt a bit sorry for Eddie Byram. As you mentioned, they've got Ul Hassan. I'm glad he's been given the chance, but he's been getting out for sort of 20s, pretty 30s. But of course he's got another string to his bow because, as you said, he's an useful medium pacer.
Yeah, 1 wicket late in the innings today, and is only over as Roots chops down. There's a lot of histrionics from the Kent infield. That one was, I think, bat onto pad, rolled down the wicket, but rolled away, well away from the stumps in the opposite direction. So Kent are playing everything up, of course, as you'd expect them to do in these circumstances, and no doubt Glamorgan would do if the roles were reversed.
And every other of the 16 counties.
2 slips. Stewart in to Root, who flicks it away on the leg side. We'll pick up a couple, I think, down to backward square as Quinn comes round from fine leg, beating the man backpedaling from square leg. Glamorgan 41 for 2.
I witnessed a tie last Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
Header seconds against Ennis Towers seconds. 266 plays 266. 266 for 4 plays 266 for an 8. Very exciting. I saw a detailed report. If your game 2 from you, who are you playing?
As that is defended by Root up to mid-off.
Somebody got 100?
Yeah, no, I was not in the country at the time.
Good Lord.
41 for 2. Someone sent me a couple of pictures.
And the report?
I made up the report.
Well, you can watch it, you know that, do you?
You can't watch the games that we play in, no. No, they're not streamed. A
If
lot
you
of
play on
games
the first team, though? Ground?
No, we don't have streaming at Machen.
Oh, yeah.
No. Can't afford the video cameras. It's,
I can't see a camera, but it's on the ground, most
Okay.
grounds, and it goes round. I don't understand, but you can watch it from the.
yeah,
Most of the club grounds have got them now.
A lot of senior clubs, yeah, and the top end.
It will be Quinn to continue. 4 overs, 1 for 18. He's coming in and bowls to Ul Hassan, who thinks, shall I pull this? No, and pulls his bat out of the way. Goes through to Finch. Deficit of 114. So it's a low-scoring first day here at Sapphire Gardens. It's a bit cloudy, but no threat of rain.
I've never seen so many games listed on the nvplay.com
Oh, I know.
website. A huge number of games today, all sorts.
Good. In comes Quinn. Bowls down the leg side, and this time he gets a bat on it. Gallops down the pitch to Ul Hassan, and it's just a single.
As well as the county games, the second 11 games, there are some women's games, some under 18 games, national counties games. Dozens of them.
And why not? It's the middle of summer.
I suppose the under 18s are made possible by the fact that it's the end of school.
When does the 100 start? Here?
I'll tell you now.
Comes Quinn. Bowls. And again, you get the impression that from Root that it's keeping low. It isn't really. And he just pushes it back down the pitch.
The first game for the 100 is on the 5th of August. The first Welsh Fire game is up in Leeds on the 7th, and the first game here is on Saturday the 9th of August, when the North Londoners will be visiting Spirit. London Spirit.
Oh. Quinn in again, bowls and Root defends, moves across his stumps and just nudges it up to mid-on.
And it runs until Sunday the 31st. So the 5th to 31st of August. To be followed by the T20 quarter-finals, in which Kent will be looking forward to a trip to Old Trafford.
Yes. Yeah, is it?
At the expense of Glamorgan, who finished one below them in the table.
Yes, well, and who they convincingly beat Kent here in the T20. 2 slips and a 4th slip. There's Quinn backing up Stewart and Ager. They bowl well. Bowls. Again, he defends and pushes the ball back down. They've got the spin of Parkinson, of course. Everson, I think that he bowls medium pace. Yeah. Joe Denley's been known to bowl his leg breaks.
Yes, but not in this game, he won't be, will he?
No.
If you are just joining us, Kent listeners, I'm afraid Joe Denley hobbled off with a leg injury as he set off for a run. And was
first game of the season.
After. Second game.
Yeah, this is his. Yeah, he played one.
Previous championship.
Yeah. What did he get? About 17, 20?
Got 35 across the 2 innings. So
Denley, I mean.
Joe Denley, yeah. Oh, 17 today, yeah.
17, yeah, I thought it was.
Very
sad that. End of the over. 42 for Tool. Hassan is 8. He's been there since the start and scored 14 overs, but it doesn't really matter because of all the time that's left in the game, and they don't want to lose too many wickets because there are 28 overs left. Mrs. Bevan, I'll be late for dinner tonight.
In the second 11 game between these two counties at Abergavenny, Glamorgan 218 for 7 in their second innings, leading by 2-6-1. This morning, Mason Crane, the leggy, got a 5 for. This afternoon, Mo Rizvi, the leggy, has got a 5 for Kent. As Ul Hassan pushes forward and defends.
He's turning at the Veddy.
Tom Bevan made 94 and Will Smale 56, but a lot of low scores as well in there. And Mo Rizvi actually played quite a few games for Glamorgan seconds a month or two back.
You're losing me now, Nick.
Well, it's the
trialists move around, don't they?
It's the way of these trialists. Stewart bowls a short pitch delivery that Ul Hassan ducks out of the way of. Yeah, Glamorgan have got a trialist called Matt Marriott, who's a left-arm paceman, who I believe is from Kent as well. But Glamorgan, unfortunately, have found it very difficult to produce their own fast bowlers in the last decade and a half, really.
Who was the last? Simon Jones? James Harris? Yeah.
As Ul Hassan is forward and there's no run. Shame they lost Roman Walker to Leicestershire when they did.
He's not pulling up many trees, though, has he, since he joined Leicestershire? Plays the odd game, and he's not a bad batsman. Do you remember that 6 he hit down at Hove?
Yeah. Lucas Carey was another one who promised for a few years, didn't quite manage to nail it down in the long term. As Ul Hassan drives into the offside and just beats the dive of Everson, but it won't go to the boundary, and they'll come back for a couple of runs. 44 for 2. Ul Hassan finally moves to double figures, 10 off 42 deliveries.
Actually, a bit of Lucas. He's proing for Honest Tower in his second year, I think, with him.
Okay. Yeah, I think he was due to play for past Glamorgan players at Mumbles the other day.
Did he?
Stewart bowls and Ul Hassan is forward defending. No run. Mike Powell got a team together of former Glamorgan players to celebrate Mumbles' anniversary.
That's right, yeah.
Well done to them.
Nice ground, Mumbles. Down by the sea. Don't like to play there in April or late September, though. You're right on the coast. And it's rather chilly, but it's a well-run club. Excellent.
As Ul Hassan defends, back to the bowler. 44 for 2 it remains in reply to Kent's 155 all-out. Steve on X. Back from a 2-hour meeting at work. What happened? Kent lost 6 wickets for 7 runs is what happened in the second part of the afternoon session. Don't forget, you can email us on glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk or kentcricket@bbc.co.uk. BBC Sport Wales is our official X address. Full of tributes to the late Wales footballer Joey Jones.
Joey is a character, he was. New over to start from Quinn, his 6th. He's coming round the wicket to bowl to Root. Root gets behind this, nice sound of the bat, plays it up to mid-off, and there's no run. This is a famous word, attritional again. And it's been good cricket, really, throughout the day. Glamorgan's trailed by 111. And for once, I haven't put on my team sheet follow-on target, which was 6. Because we've had some big scores here this season. Quinn is in and bowls again, well pitched up, and he's played nicely, but straight to cover point. And I do wish the Kent fielders with their sweaters had their numbers on. I think that's Denley at cover. He threw left-handed, he batted left-handed. It must be. Looks a youngish lad.
Andy on Blue Sky says Chelmsford locals will be delighted to hear about the new assistant coach for Glamorgan. Yeah, Colin Ingram taking on a coaching role rather than featuring largely on the playing side.
Counties will. It comes the next ball, and that's open face just down towards third man. They're going to come back for a second. A shoddy bit of no, they weren't, because by the time Ul Hassan got down there, he was about 10 yards past the wicket keeper.
Yeah, Kent's fielding has not been entirely up to scratch in this brief hour we've had so far.
Colin Ingram's on his looking for his 3rd successive century in Championship cricket. May be wrong, but got 100 against Gloucestershire, didn't he?
Yeah, 117 and 133 not out at Leicester in the second innings.
I thought, yeah. My word, he's had 2 great years, isn't he?
Phenomenal, really, in the county
really,
championship.
Yeah, you've named it. It's at the age of
40 now.
Well, that's no age, Nick. If you and I were 40, we'd be playing. Well, you are. In comes the next ball, and it's a wild delivery, and Finch has to dive down the leg side to gather it.
Yeah, I'm strictly making up the numbers this year, I hasten to add. I've played 3 matches and haven't actually...
How's your back and arms and fingers and thumbs?
Done a bit of wicket keeping. Haven't been called upon to bat as yet.
Haven't you?
Since
have you complained?
No. I've congratulated the captain and those batting above me.
It's rather slow going here at 2.8 runs and over, but interesting. This is a nice looking shot from Ul Hassan. It's going up towards the long off boundary. They'll probably get 3. They've scampered 2, and Root is coming back for a 3rd. So 3 more runs to Ul Hassan, who's been patient, but he's been sensible in his approach to this innings. He's moved on to 13. Root's on 6. 48 for 2.
Yeah, the right knee is somewhat problematic.
Oh dear. Quinn, in his 1 ball left in his 6th over, 1 for 23. He's coming round the wicket to Billy Root, and Root jabs it away onto the offside, completes the over. We've seen Quinn Agar and Stewart, and We might see a bit of Park. In fact, we will see a bit of Parkinson, I'm sure, and a bit of Everson. But I think for the moment, the big pace men are going to continue, because we have got 26 overs remaining this evening, and it's a bit cloudy. I don't think the weather's going to interrupt.
Right, Matt Cole has delivered the news to the good radio listeners of Kent, so Matt will come back in alongside Edward for a while.
You sure it's safe?
Had your little lie down, Matt?
Read some more emails from Sweden.
It'll be Stewart from the River Taff end to continue, and he is preparing to bowl to Zain ul Hassan. He is on 13, and he's coming round the wicket, and here comes the first ball, which is wide of the off stump. And again, the two slip fielders throw their arms up with the ball that's about a foot outside the off stump. As a helicopter hovers above us. Two slips cover mid-off and an extra cover. Still no third man, a long leg. He's rather square. Mid-wicket, man 15 yards to his right and a mid-on the on side. In comes the next ball, that's wide of the off stump again. And the batsman has nothing at all to do with it. 0 for 14, Stewart, 5 overs and 2 balls. He's kept the run rate down. The run rate is marginally under 3, 2.94. You all right to continue, sir?
I'm not sure, to be honest. It's been very trying for everybody concerned, I think.
It's been a long day. All his sound waits, and pedal drummer every time the ball doesn't beat the bat, he pads up, he puts his hands in his head. So I don't know quite whether it's an exaggeration to try and put the batsman off, but it's nowhere near the off stick.
As you say, they've kept it pretty tight, Kent, here. But
Yes, they have. Well, Glamorgan don't have to take any sort of chance.
no, absolutely not. With the way
You
they're
know,
bowled.
3 days to go, and 25 overs remaining. In comes the next ball, down the leg side, clipped away. Fine leg will come racing in, gathers it and returns. Quinn down on the long leg boundary. 49 for 2.
You have to do something quite extraordinary to get anywhere near what Glamorgan did in the first innings, taking 6 wickets for 7 in that.
Yeah.
And 7 in that
Well,
after lunch. So
If they do, they'll do remarkably well.
well, that's the thing, and
Glamorgan will have to bat remarkably badly.
yeah, almost certainly they'll be facing a.
Ingram next, looking for his 3rd successive championship century. Kellaway, who's been in top form. Chris Cook coming in at 7. Here's the next ball. Root is, beaten by that as he just nudged forward. And a good delivery there. They bowled some good deliveries, the 3 seamers, in fairness. They've kept it, as you say, very tight. Found a good 8. James Harris, who's a first-class 100. It's a strong batting lineup. Then you've got Leonard, who certainly knows how to hold a bat, and Fernando. Pass.
Yeah. I've enjoyed the batting of Fernando in the past, so yeah, absolutely.
Here comes Stewart in for the last ball of the over. Balls, and again, it's nudged away on the offside. End of over. 6 overs, 0 for 15. Good bowling, 49 for 2. Hassan 14 to Roots 6. The 2 Glamorgan batsmen out. Try bowled by Agar without scoring, and Carlson flashing at a wide one off Quinn, caught by wicketkeeper Harry Finch. For 27.
Yeah, I have to say from a Glamorgan point of view, as you say, don't need to take any risks at this juncture, and going at 2 3/4 and over.
2.88, yes.
2 8/10, if you like, or 2.88 even, don't you? To be absolutely exact, yeah. So,
Yes, and that's all they really need to go on, because they face him some pretty good bowling, it must be said.
But obviously, shine comes off the board. They can tire these bowlers out as well. Long session, this one. Still 20,
Very long.
25 overs remaining of the day.
40 odd, isn't it? 42,
Yeah.
43.
42 in the last session, yeah. 49 for 2 as Quinn bowls. It's coming back towards or round the wicket to Hassan, stretches outside the off stump and leaves it. It's got to do a lot from where it's pitched.
Yeah.
And that's what he's banking on, isn't he, to leave that on length, but particularly on width as well.
I was looking who to come. Everson,
Yeah.
he bowls a bit of medium
Yeah.
pace, and the twirler, Markins.
Everson's very handy, I'd have to say.
Yeah.
He's bowling better and better. He's just improving as a cricketer, which is why obviously some Kent fans are a little bit nervous about the contract still open for next year, but Quinn to Hassan does play that on off stump, and no run up towards Wes Agar at mid on. But yeah, you're right, Everson. And well, I mean, bowlers from the lower order would be Joe Denley. We won't see him.
No.
But his nephew Jaden, keeping it in the family, bowls some left arm spin as well. Kenderby hoping they won't be in the field too long. They have spent many long overs in the field this summer, particularly in the Kookaburra games. 49 for 2 as Quinn bowls to Hassan, works that off his pads, again using the angle around the wicket against Matt Quinn. Does well, really sprints for the second.
Good running.
Good running, yeah. It was a decent throw from Stewart. Didn't really test them as they got across the ground so quickly. The 50's up for Glamorgan, 51 for 2. So they are just 104 in arrears now. England women, just looking at, I saw a post from BBC Sports, and they're going to need a record, an ODI record to get to 319 to beat India in the third one-day international. They're 13 for 2, so that'll be even more spectacular if they do that. It's Quinn to...
They've gone back a lot against India, haven't they, the women? Well, not only against India, they had a dreadful tour in the winter of Australia.
Yeah, I think Australia...
They were dropping catches for fun.
Yeah, they've had a long refit after that, haven't they? But I think that's it run the other day saying it's not going to happen overnight. But yeah, this has been a testing series for them, isn't it?
Well, we had a go at them. One of the ex-players, Hartley, was it? The Lancashire lady?
Yeah.
Out there, and there's a bit of a hoo-ha.
Yeah, well, it's Quinn to Hassan, and it's pushed back
That
past
shot.
Quinn. It is a good shot. Using his timing, Hassan will come back for at least 2. And 53 for 2. The argument being, obviously, if you're fully professional and you're grabbing media attention, there is going to be negative comments as well as positive comments when you're not doing so well. But
Somebody refused an interview, and there was a bit of a row about that.
I think to be fair to the... This is rare, they say this. I think it's fair to the ECB and the organisation there. They have taken a long, hard look at what they're doing and are making a plan for the future. But yeah,
John Lewis left, didn't he?
Yeah, it's a really competitive series against Charlotte Edwards in charge, of course. Former
She'd be disappointed.
Kent and England captain. But yeah, I think they were, as you said, they were a long way short of Australia, weren't they? When they
Oh, dear me,
Quinn to Hassan, dropped into the offside, and that by the batter. End of the over, 53 for 2. I think it's fair to say, and this is not in any way excusing England, but Australia, in world sport, they are one of the teams who are head and shoulders above their opposition. They are so much better than everybody else. And yeah, absolutely.
Not in rugby.
Oh no, I mean, sorry, the Australian women's team, in their sport, they are so far away from the competition.
Oh, they're a superb side.
But England had been closer, that's for sure, than before. But,
it'd be interesting, Ashes series this winter, something to look forward to.
Yeah, Australia haven't been batting terribly well, didn't bat particularly well against the West Indies, though that bowling attack is still not bad.
Stewart starts a new over, and the first ball is pushed back by Root. He's been very, very quiet and accumulating in singles. He's faced 19 balls, as has Hassan, 56 balls for his 18. And Glamorgan just going along quietly, trying to accumulate and get as many runs as they can in this innings to try and put big pressure in the second innings of Kent and get a lead. Coming around the wicket is Stewart, and he's in and bowls. This is clipped away on the onside. One of 3 men on that offside, exactly as Glamorgan had in their field placing. So I need to ask you, Matt, describe today's pitch. I suppose you'd say it's there is a saying, slow seamer, but it's not a seamer, it's just a slow pitch.
No, absolutely right.
Allied to that, the Kookaburra.
Yeah, as you say, it's difficult to get any momentum on it for the batters, you'd say, and so consistency key for the bowling.
That's rather short, but it's chopped into the gully and fielded by who is that? Compton.
It's Compton, yeah.
That's right. You just tell your chaps too that they must get some numbers on their sweaters by next year.
You're not the first to say it.
It's all very nice on your shirts.
Aesthetically very pleasing.
I don't know how we managed in days gone by, you know, when nobody had it.
No, I appreciate it's very tricky if you've not seen these lads before, and as
same for anybody.
It's tricky for those of us who have as well.
Stewart is in, bowls, and well, he's played defensively the middle of the bat with lots of whoos and ha's. Got to keep the bowlers going in the field.
Just going to check with you. There was a 13th man on briefly for Kent. I'll try and get their identity.
The sun comes out here at Safari Gardens, and in comes the next ball, and that's driven, and it's a good pickup, and oh my word, that hit the stumps, but he was home. An ambitious appeal from a few fielders, but I was watching him closely, and we see the replay. He got home.
Yeah, great work, I have to say.
What was that? Was that young Denley? Cover?
Cover, that's Everson, I think.
Everson, was it?
Yeah. Throwing in, but yeah, nice work in the field, certainly, but...
The batsmen confer, and one says, take your time, really, we've got all day to do this.
That's probably about right, isn't it?
Yeah. Great bit of feeling. 54 for 2.
Yeah.
Well, sign to face. Patient 18 for him. And in comes the next ball, and that's defended. They bowl him very accurately. Nothing there on half volley length to hit or short. That completes another over. And that was the 19th over bowl, 54 for 2.
Yeah, more conversations between the two batters out there. Kent continuing with Matt Quinn from this end, 1 for 27 from 7 so far. No Joey Everson as yet. The bowl's much more medium pace, and in the T20s we've seen his expertise taking all the pace off the ball. Matt Parkinson comes over for a bit of a chat. You're not missing anything in terms of action. It's Messrs Quinn, Bell Drummond and Parkinson.
Bell Drummond, the captain, of course.
Indeed, so yeah.
G is players up.
Red ball, he's organising the field. Ben Compton just going away from slip now to cover for Billy Root.
Well, the lesson to be learned here is bowl a nagging length, let's have a defensive field and just try and stop Glamorgan accumulating.
Yeah, they put I think then it's the 13th man out towards deep square leg, slip in. Bell Drummond in at gully more or less. Bowling now is Quinn, defended by Root, up towards mid-off. There's no runners. Parkinson fields.
Yeah, Quinn, Agar and Stewart are the 3 bowlers we've seen. And for a long time, in fairness, Glamorgan, Van der Goot and Fernando and Harris we saw.
Yeah.
Before Leonard just at 5 overs, Callaway 7 and Al Hassan just the 1 over, 1 for naught. So both sides know what bowlers they need on this pitch.
Yeah, I wonder what they'll do with Wes Agar. Will they bring him back in rotation after a few more overs from Quinn and Stewart? He's pulled away low, slightly short from Quinn, and Root goes on to 8 as they take a comfortable single out to the man on the square leg boundary.
I think Billy Root is determined here because, you know, he's been left out of this side for a long time. And if he were to get a big score here, it would put pressure. A bit of pressure on probably the man who's at the other end.
So, Zainul Hassan, who faces now the left-hander and just takes the bottom hand off as he just glances it out to a deep square leg again, and he takes a single, so more or less identical shot from Root, not quite as short from Matt Quinn this time. Quinn has one for 29. And Glamorgan 56 for 2, so under 100 now, in double figures the arrears. Kent 155 all out, 155 for 9, and Jaden Denley didn't come out, so we think he's maybe a hamstring or a calf tear. As Quinn comes in to Root, up to mid-off. There's no run. Matt Parkinson fields there.
What a record his brother has got in Test cricket. I had a good look at it in the last Test.
Billy Root's brother, of course. Sorry, yeah, he's an incredible player, isn't he?
Yeah. To think, you know, Mark, that he's only got Tendulkar in his sights now. Everybody else.
Yeah.
And I think at 2.5, 3. I think he's going to beat him because he's fit as a fiddle. There's no weight on him, and he's playing as well as ever.
That's Quinn bowls now to Billy Root. That's a good ball, Yorker length. It's back towards Quinn, who volleys it to Joey Everson at mid-wicket. No, I'd agree. His powers don't seem to be, well, far from waning. He just seems to go on grinding the runs out, a bit like Tendulkar, really, I suppose, throughout his career. There was,
and he feels it slip, you know, concentrate every ball there. And he appears a thoroughly nice chap as well.
Absolutely. Demonstrative cricketer as well, just gets on with it, but as you say, the class is immense. And all played up to mid-off on the scamper. Matt Parkinson fields it, and that's the end of the over. 56 for 2 Glamorgan, 99 behind Kent, who the home side bowled out for 155.
Aesthetically, he's wonderful to watch.
Yeah, absolutely.
You may say that your man, at times, when he does get runs for England, Zach Crawley, obviously, but you know, he does remind me a bit of Ian Bell, who was, in my mind, the best cover drive of all time. And if you want to try and argue with me, don't.
No, it's a thing of beauty, I have to say.
You know, I know David Gower and the left-handers make it look a little bit better, but my word. We have Mr. Everson coming on to bowl at the river end. We thought he might, and he will be the fourth seamer. Let's see what he can do on this turgid, I think, might be a good adjective for this pitch.
Yeah, I think, as you said, for Glamorgan, they don't need to be in a hurry. It's almost like batting second in a T20, isn't it? They know exactly what they've got to look at here, and they can, if they're patient and can see off the shine off the ball and tire the bowlers out, they can build themselves a very decent first innings lead.
But here is Everson coming in and bowls the first ball down the leg side. Is clipped away down to fine leg for a single by Atwal Hassan. He moves on to 20. Glamorgan move on to 57 for 2. And this partnership, what's it worth? 33. Everson brisk, but not electric. And he's coming round the wicket and will remain so. 3 men on the offside and 3 men on the leg side, all saving a single as Everson bowls down the leg side again, and there's an ambitious appeal for a catch at the wicket, and Finch didn't bother to appeal himself, the keeper. Not the best actions I've seen. I'd forgotten what he did bowl when he was with Notts, but it seems just a little bit laboured to me.
What, his action's a bit laboured, you think?
Yes.
Oh.
I may be wrong, but here he is again. This is chipped out on the leg side to one of 3 men saving that single.
Yeah, a couple of 3 wickets hauls against Middlesex in the game at Lords, which they lost in a squeaker. Was out with a side injury after that, but
I think he's been a good signing for you.
oh, absolutely, yeah. They are very keen to keep hold of him. His contract is up at the end of the year, so as I said, in the T20, his bowling's been great. Pace off, variety.
Here he is again. This is driven firmly, and a good bit of fielding there at mid-off. I think it's Agar, is it? Big man.
I think that is Stewart. Yeah. Where's Agar? Yeah, where's Agar? Just to cover now.
Oh, cover.
Yeah, just to cover with the short sleeve shirt.
Not a place where you normally see big strapping
It's
opening
not, no.
bowlers.
Got a good pair of hands though.
No runs of his first over. In he comes, bowls. Beg your pardon, it is 1 run and 1 ball to go now.
Yeah, I think this will be the question. He's no great pace, is
No.
Everson.
So you've got to put it in the right place, otherwise you'll get punished on this.
And do Glamorgan think it's time to expand a little bit, or do they just... It might just be...
If they go in tonight with 120 for 2, they'll be perfectly
Yeah,
happy.
you're right. Just grind it out and make it hard for Kent. They've got to make all the running now, haven't they, in terms of trying to get themselves back in this day.
Bell Drummond has just run up to Everson, mentioned something, and one of the men on the offside is coming onto the onside and is going to field very, very close to the cut strip.
Short mid on Chris Benjamin, I think.
In comes the next ball and is defended. Well, the England fielders worked out where Matthew Hayden hit the ball there, and they used to always put a man straight, very close to the batsman who's backing up. And whether it was successful, I don't know. But put it this way, I would not like to field there if Matthew Hayden really hit the ball at you.
No, I've seen it used a number of times,
Yeah.
almost as a distraction technique. I've yet to see a catch there.
And me.
But I think it's almost like a
Yeah.
disruption, isn't it, to the batters? I was asking when Wes Agar might come back, and right now is the answer. Oh, well...
Stewart,
well...
you're off again.
No, I'm not off again. That is Wesley Agar with 8 on his back. I've learnt my lesson. Your man...
You're stuttering now, aren't you?
No, your man on the PA has just said it's Grant Stewart. It's not Grant Stewart. This is Wesley... Thank you very much.
You would like that.
No, I'm so delighted by that.
Yeah,
It's
well
easy
done.
to get wrong. Easy to get wrong. There we are. I'm vindicated at last, Ed. I haven't lost my last marble.
It isn't often that Andrew England gets mixed up.
No, absolutely not. It just shows how easy it is to do, Ed. There we go. I feel completely at home.
It's that time of season, isn't it?
The last marble is still rattling around there somewhere. So this will be Wes Agar round the wicket to Rothesay. He's bowled 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 11 so far, Agar, with some real vim and vigour. And, well, that one just straying perhaps on middle, and Rothesay gets inside the line, just turns that down towards backward square, and there's a single run for them. They go on to 58 for 2. That's absolutely fine for Glamorgan. They don't need to go at any pace here. There is plenty of pace on the ground rather.
Well, the Glamorgan supporters have had their entertainment with seeing that collapse and all out for 155. If you like seeing 6s and 4s, and there's other times for that,
Yeah.
but this is attritional.
Yeah, did a great job with the ball, and Kent absolutely collapsed in the middle order.
But to their credit, the Kent bowlers have bowled well. And to keep Glamorgan going at 2.7 runs and over is pretty good.
A little conversation between Joey Everson and Matt Quinn. They eventually get the ball to Wes Agar. Said he's wearing a short sleeve shirt with name and number on the back. Bright sunshine late in the day here at Savannah Gardens, and it's a little bit low perhaps to Root. He's done well to get the bat on that. It's into the onside and fielded by Joey Everson. There's no run.
Here comes Bell Drummond again.
Yeah, just running up
Have a
to
chat.
It's not going to help the over rate, though. It's we're told it's level at the moment. They do it session by session, more or less, don't they? It's not over by any means. So.
53 overs, well, on 2 balls. Glamorgan bowled, and Kent were around 3 and over, and it's the same sort of pattern here, just under 3s, which tells us how difficult it is, I think, Matt, to score runs.
As you say, not going any great rate here, Morgan. As Agar bowls short. Oh, it's caught. Is it out? It is. That's an incredible grab.
Back of the bat, I think.
I think you're right. And that is Chris Benjamin, I think, at first slip. I'm not quite sure how he's taken it. He might not be sure either. But goodness me,
I'll kept his eyes on the ball, must have.
Absolutely.
Here we go.
I'll need to see that again. And it's
it must be.
It's absolutely come off the inside edge, is it, and swung.
Or the outside edge, I don't know.
As you say, it might be in the back. Oh, it's looped up off the back of the bat. I think you're absolutely right.
A bit unlucky, but a very good catch.
Goodness me. Chris Benjamin's kept his eye on it, though. It looked for all the world it was going to go down the leg side. I think it's come off the back of the bat and bounced to Chris Benjamin, who's taken it. Yeah, it's gone for a pull, and it's come off the back of the bat, ended up at slip. And Benjamin, that's a fantastic catch, you'd have to say. But from Billy Root's point of view, he goes off shaking his head, and no wonder. What a way to get out.
Well, again, this shows how slow the pitch is, because he'd played the shot, basically, and it just caught the top edge, and when he wanted to make an impression, he gets something like that. But at least now Kent have got a point, Matt. Okay. 1 point to them.
1 point to do it.
And
a third wicket.
13th wicket to fall today.
Yeah, 58 for 3. That's what they say about these Kookaburra balls, Ed, isn't it? They take too many wickets. The game's over too quick. That's what we're all worried about.
Yes.
22, the 22nd over rather. Billy Root goes for 8, and Kent take a third wicket, a valuable one for them as well, as Colin Ingram comes in to replace Billy Root at the crease, and Kent know all about him over the years. He's scored many a run against Kent, both here and at Canterbury. And he comes out to join Zainul Hassan, who has a 21. Ingram will face his first ball against Wes Agar. Will have his tail up, 2 for 12.
And
he's a handful.
Pose the question: will you perhaps be cancelling your hotel room for the 4th day? The game is moving on.
Yeah, well, it might be 150 plays, 250 in the first innings, but it could well be 500 plays, 700 in the second innings. Who knows?
I don't think so. This pitch
I think it's, as you say, it's an interesting pitch. It doesn't seem to be doing very much, but maybe that's the key to it, in fact.
Colin Ingram has come in, and
yeah.
I'll say it, but I don't think I should. He's scored 2 centuries in his last 2 games and looking for his 3rd, but it's asking a lot, I suppose.
Yeah,
but he's facing some good bowling here, especially Quinn, I must say. 2 for 12 and 2 balls with 6th over to go.
Yeah, there you go then. Round the wicket now to Ingram. Wells takes on the pull and keeps it down well, actually. I thought it had gone further than that, but Grant Stewart fields at long leg.
Because he played early then, he went right round with the shot. Still a lot of cricket played tonight, 20 overs left, 120 balls. Well, 121 to be exact.
He's going to get his record against Kent up in 4-day cricket. So 3 matches, 5 innings, 246 runs, 105 his highest, 102 50s in 3 matches. That's not bad, is it?
Who was that?
Colin Ingram against Kent.
Against Kent, yes.
Yeah. I'm sure he's done this to many counties, but yeah, he's averaging 61 against Kent. A mere 61 as Lassand faces this one. Good ball from Agar. Heavy ball defended by the Glamorgan opener. 59 for 3 at the end of a successful over for Kent.
And Agar has been signed for how long?
Just the end of these period of matches. So this one and the next one.
And then he misses the last 2 Champos.
In September.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not been signed for September at this point. I wonder with Kent whether that's not unusual for them, that in that they might, if there was more on perhaps the where they were going. Perhaps if they were going for promotion, Ed, you'd
Yeah.
think they might extend his stay or go for someone else, but I would imagine, given where they are in the Championship, they would probably save the budget for next year, but there we are.
Yeah, we shall see. Harry Finch epitomises the slowness of the pitch because he is coming up to the stubs. And,
To Everson, yeah.
Daniel Bell Drummond goes back a couple of steps at first slip. He is the only slip. Interesting to see how Ingram plays in this sort of pitch. As Everson bowls to him and he drives. Lovely looking shot, and that'll be 4 runs. A great, beautiful shot from Ingram. And he's moves on quickly to 5, and Glamorgan move on to 63 for 3. Quickly into stride there's Ingram. Slow wicket on all. I'll go through this over before Nick returns as Everson bowls short of a length, and it's defended up to mid-on. 13 wickets have fallen today, an eventful day. We've just come in, and I can tell you that Kent lost their last 6 wickets for 6 runs. Huge collapse. Everson bowled short, pulled away for 4 runs. Oh, 6 runs, I beg your pardon. I didn't see where it ended, and not quite what we thought this pitch was like.
Oh,
Typical Ingram. Yeah, shortish boundary, but he hammered it. You can't bowl short at this pace, can you, on this pitch?
Wouldn't have thought so, no.
No.
So he's gone. I was going to say his T20 bowling is better than this. He's gone for 10 off 3 balls. He'll be worrying getting out of this over cheaply enough.
Here he comes again, and bowls to Ingram. Ingram is forward, plays defensively back to the bowler. So Ingram quickly on to 11. And he's just faced 5 balls, and
This is an issue for Kent as well. If it's going to be a lowish scoring game, certainly in the first innings, Daniel Bell-Drummond will have to think about how he uses Joey Everson, and I'm not sure when he'll call for Matt Parkinson, will be his other frontline bowler.
here's Everson into the left-handed Ingram, bowls to him and he defends. He's amusing me, he's Bell Drummond. That was played with the full face of the bat, and he jumped up. As a captain, you desperately need wickets, especially today where the batsmen have failed him. He himself was the top scorer with 42. And the next was Jaden Denley with 29. 69 for 3. Last ball of the over. In comes Everson, bowls, pushed out into the gully. That's the end of the over. That's the end of me. Well, I hope not the end of me, but you know what I mean. As Nick comes in to join Matt.
He'll be back, in the words of Arnold Schwarzenegger. Ed, thank you very much. And maybe within the next half hour. Just looking at the second 11 game between these two, and Glamorgan bowled out for 253, so the target on Kent requiring 290 more. They're 7 for none, so that could be an interesting chase. Young Harry Fulton's at the crease. I feel like I might know someone he's related to. Wes Agar round the wicket to Zainul Hassan, defends that. 21 off 61. Been very patient so far and watchful. So.
Yes, Blake in the written media box was drawing my attention. Apparently there have been an awful lot of LBWs in that game.
Oh, really?
Some of which might not have been entirely to the liking of the batters, as you would expect.
Oh, crikey, yeah. Just looking at just picked out a card at random, Kent's first innings, and there's 5 batters in a row. There we go. Is it keeping scurrilously low there? Who knows? Is Agar, just great bowling, to Hassan, drives it back at him. Agar reaches the right hand down to take most of the sting out of the ball, so it's a dot ball. There we go.
Yeah, I'm still trying to work out, having seen it from a slightly different angle, how Billy managed to edge a pull to slip.
Yeah, well, we're thinking it's off the back of the bat, but...
Back of the bat, you reckon, was it?
I think it almost looked like it bobbled off the back of it as he swung. You're absolutely right. There are a lot of LBWs in that game. But here we are. Here's Agar. Oh, it's edged low through second slip. So it wouldn't have carried to a slip anyway, but 4 runs. Perhaps it's a moral victory, I think for the bowler, but 69 for 3. Sorry, 75 for 3 handed out on that. So was on 25. Ingram has 11 so far, just 80 behind Glamorgan now after a fantastic bowling effort and a bit of a miserable collapse from Kent. So yeah, that game has gone on a pace, as we were saying, hasn't it, Abergavenny? They might get home early from that one, Kent. Well, it'll be which side will win it is a different question, but as Agar into Ulasan now, and just nudges that one into the onside, and it's fielded by Joey Everson on the floppy cat at mid-wicket.
At Beckenham, the counties 11 were bowled out for 187. Will Smead top scored with 84. Hamza Sheikh made 44, but something of falling away. Glamorgan's Dan Dowthwaite managed just 6 as they had to bat again after a long rain interruption. So understandably there was a bit of a clatter of wickets there.
Zagar now to bowl to Ulasan, leaves it outside the off stump.
So the county sides were bowled out in the 28th over with a couple of balls to spare. It's a 28 over match, and Pakistan, by the look of it, required 204 to win at Beckenham, and they're 14 for naught after 2 overs. So could be interesting cricket there if you're in the vicinity and you fancy picking up an hour or two's cricket at the end of your day.
It's Agar now. More than an hour left here, that's for sure. As this is turned behind square on the onside. And single taken. So they move on to 76 for 3. Colin Ingram is racing along 11 from 7. Simon Cook on the ground earlier, the Kent Director of Cricket. I'll be trying to grab him at the end of the day's play to talk about, well, the good and the bad, I suppose, from a contract point of view for Kent. With Tuandami signing for another 2 years, Nathan Gilchrist departing, we've heard in the last couple of days. So he's turned into the onside, and there's no run. 76 for 3. I don't know if you heard when Wes Agar came on to bowl, what Andrew Hicknell called him.
No, I missed that.
And Grant Stewart.
Okay.
I think it might be contagious. I apologise to everyone at Cardiff, so there we go.
There we are.
Ed said it's an easy mistake to make. I said, well, you didn't say that when I said it. But, to be honest, I've seen more of Grant Stewart, I think, this summer than I have my other half. So that really is a massive mistake. Anyway, I should stop going on about it. I'm just digging myself a bigger hole. 76 for 3, Glamorgan, in reply to Kent's 155 on the first day of this game here at Sapphire Gardens in the County Championship. BBC Wales and BBC Radio Kent via the BBC Sport website and app.
And the camera just there picking up a chat between the two coaches around the corner of the partition between their sides of the dressing room balcony. Richard Dawson and Mr. Hollyoak chatting away there. As Everson will come in to bowl, and that is defended by Ul Hassan. Mo Rizvi finished with 7 for 90 for count twos, having spent quite a few weeks in Glamorgan colours recently.
I was going to say he likes it better in Kent, obviously, but he's not in Kent, is he?
No,
so he's sending some mixed messages there.
Yes, well, such is the life of a trialist. As the next delivery is defended by Ul Hassan up to mid-off, and there's no run. I think Ul Hassan himself had quite a spell of going round the second 11s. That must be a difficult existence, have kit will travel.
Absolutely.
I mean, they do get paid for trialists for playing second 11 games, so they wouldn't lose money on it, but it's a very insecure existence as Everson bowls and Ul Hassan defends to that very straight short mid-on, who is basically where the non-striker would normally be.
Quite.
Who's been forced to go a bit wider. So 3 wickets down. Glamorgan not yet halfway to Kent's 155 all out. It's been a difficult day for the batters. Drummond's 42, the best effort so far, as Ul Hassan works that one on the leg side, and there is no run. Colin Ingram with a 4 and a 6 already. Kieran Carlson went at it, scoring 27 off 25 balls with 5 boundaries. Ul Hassan just 1 boundary so far off the 71 balls that he's faced, and that remains the case as he blocks another one towards short mid-on. There's no run. Billy Root faced 36 deliveries for his 8, having got off the mark with a 3 first ball.
Yeah, it's a bit unlucky to go from the shot he played, but fantastic catch from Chris Benjamin.
Benjamin still at slip, the only slip, as Ul Hassan noodles one away down towards fine leg and goes through for a single. It's the only run off the Everson over. Ul Hassan retains the strike, therefore. He's on 27. Ingram has 11. It's 77 for 3. Glamorgan is 78 runs behind, and well, all passages of play are important in the game, but you just feel that this is a pretty vital last hour of the game to decide if Glamorgan only lose 1 more wicket, then they'll probably be having the upper hand. If Kent manage a couple and Glamorgan is still 30-40 runs behind, then it'll be very much game to be fought for on day 2.
Absolutely. 77 for 3 here. Agar continuing. 2 for 20. Pick of the Kent bowlers so far. Ul Hassan has dealt with him very well though so far. Very patient. 27 from 74 balls now as he defends it back to the big Australian. And it's picked up by Matt Parkinson in the covers.
Yeah, the trouble is you've got to stay in a very long time to get a big score, haven't you, when you're batting at that sort of tempo.
That's true enough. And Kent perhaps might be argued 1 or 2 of them were trying to get on with it too quickly. Jaden Denley perished, didn't he, going for an attacking shot, so too Joey Everson. But Glamorgan just stayed accurate and waited for the Kent collapse, and they did oblige. It's Agar to Ul Hassan on the back foot, playing it to the offside. It's fielded by Jaden Denley.
It's strange, isn't it? Sometimes there's no rhyme or reason to the way that these games with the Kookaburra ball will go. You think, it's going to be really difficult for scoring, and then up at Leicester a couple of games ago, Rian Ahmed clobbered it round, and so did Sol Budinger and Van Beek.
Ahmed's got himself 100 today against Derbyshire, and a quick one at that. So Agar bowls. Goodness me, that's an expansive bouncer. And expensive. Expense a run. It's wide. Harry Finch bounces from behind the stumps to talk to Wes Agar. Is he going to say, maybe just a little bit closer to the batter? Maybe. Not sure he's seen something and is suggesting something to Wes Agar. He's adjusting the field as well. Matt Parkinson told to move slightly to his right at cover, and does so. Precision this is. It's just a slip and a gully in. Ooh, that's a great ball, and he's gone. Goodness me. Well, whatever Harry Finch has said has worked, and it's short, whistling under the nose of Ul Hassan. He's taken defensive action. I think it's come off the shoulder of the bat or the glove and gone through to wicketkeeper Harry Finch. Well, I was making fun of Harry Finch's instructions Well, conversation with Wes Agar, it's absolutely worked. That's a great bouncer. That's followed him into throat high or face guard high. He's tried to fend it off, and it's gone straight through to Harry Finch. And that is a third wicket for Wes Agar, a fourth for Kent, 78 for 4. Well, whatever he said, it certainly worked. All Hassan has gone.
So 27, the age for rock stars, becomes the fateful age for Glamorgan batters today. Carlson made 27 off 25 balls. Ol Hassan has made a very contrasting 27 off 76 balls, but that was a brute of a delivery. It's self-defence, it's instinctive from the batter. Had he known it was coming, he could probably have swayed back, but that is the skill of the short ball. He didn't manage to sway back, and just getting the glove through to the keeper.
The incoming batter for Glamorgan is Ben Kellaway.
And Ben Kellaway comes in at 6 for Glamorgan, and having told all and sundry, including my other half, yeah, it'll be probably late Friday. 14 wickets have fallen on the first day. It still might be. It still may well be. But 14 wickets have fallen on the first day here at Glamorgan. And home side 78 for 4 now. Replied to Kent's 155. It's made it look a little bit better for Kent, I suppose, isn't it, Nick, at this point? Obviously Glamorgan still on top. I mean, bowled so well and absolutely destroyed Kent's middle and lower order.
Yeah, but Glamorgan halfway to the Kent total, and 4 top order batters back in the hutch. It's going to be tough for Glamorgan to get any sort of first innings lead. It's tough to build a partnership, but I'm sure Colin Ingram will be giving some words of wisdom and advice to his young partner at the crease. Ingram 40 years old, Kellaway 21, and Kellaway, of course, having had that fabulous 181 down at Canterbury. But you have to start again on naught.
Yeah, Agar then. You said it was a fabulous innings down there. Agar has 3 of this 26th over to bowl. And does bowl to Kellaway now. Leaves it outside the off stump. Bounces twice. Or once. It pitches and then bounces in front of Harry Finch. Not a great deal of carry on this, but that bouncer, had suggested before, hadn't seen very many from Glamorgan. That's not really the way they were bowling, but Agar was mocking the delivery before, which had gone very wide, the bouncer. And the next one was as you say, an intimidating delivery, and just a human reaction by Ol Hassan to try and get it away from his body or his face. Edging behind. That one on top of the bounce. Good shot from Kellaway. The pigeons fly up, about a dozen of them, as Matt Quinn and Joey Everson follow the ball. They've come back 4-3 in the end. Good running. As Agar just looking a little bit frustrated that they managed to get back for those 3. But one to come. The field changes over for the left-handed Colin Ingram. And as I mentioned before, in 3 matches there's a century and 2 50s against Kent in his career, averaging 61. But people used to say that about wherever we would go. Darren Stevens always seems to save his best for playing us. Yes. Say he's got quite good figures, but said about Colin Ingram is probably the same, isn't he? Like, he always saves his best for us. Well, I think he's just quite good. Ingram 11 as Agar bowls to him. And defends that last ball of the over. And the 26th is done. Glamorgan are 81 for 4 in a game that has moved apace today, with Kent bowled out for 155. This is Glamorgan's reply. Ben Kellaway has just started his innings, 3 off 2. Ingram has it 11 for 9. They're meant to go so far. Tribe bowled Agar for none. Carlson caught Finch, bowled Quinn for 27. Root caught Benjamin, bowled Agar for 8. And Ol Hassan in that last over, caught by Finch, bowled Agar 27. We have 16 overs remaining. So at I wouldn't say conservative estimate, as a normal estimate, that'll be about an hour's time we'll finish. Light's fine here at Sohar Gardens.
Yeah, no lights available due to council restrictions. I think Ingram obviously likes the southeast of England because of his 3 T20 centuries, 2 of them against Essex at Chelmsford and 1 against Sussex at Arundel as well. I think he had also a 1-day century at Essex, so there was some truth to Essex complaints that Ingram always scored runs against them. Here's Callaway off the mark for the over with a nice little flick away to deep square leg, picking out an outfielder and indeed a flock of pigeons that are disturbed from pecking away at the seed that we think is the reason they congregate on the used strips. Glamorgan are busy trying to reseed them. The pigeons think dinner. Everson bowls. Callaway is forward, defending to mid-off, no run.
Just keep everyone up to date with my laptop because I know that's been what everyone's really been worried about this afternoon. It's gone from a gentle, this update is needed, to you need to plug it in now, or I don't know, or what. It feels like there's some sort of threat going on here.
Or I'll explode.
Yeah.
Everson bowls. Callaway punches into the offside. Good tumbling stop at cover. Would probably have reached the boundary without that, but as it is, it's a dot ball. 83 for 4. 72 runs in arrears. Batting to come. Chris Cook at 7 is averaging 43. Tim van der Hoogten averaging 20, James Harris averaging 12.5, Ned Leonard averaging 24, and Seetha Fernando. Callaway leg glances for a single, 84 for 4. Seetha Fernando has compiled all of 15 runs for Glamorgan, but has been dismissed 5 times in the process, sometimes entertainingly, and sometimes with his feet closer to the square leg umpire than the wickets, as he gives himself room, you might say. So Bell Drummond is in at slip. It's a shortish mid-wicket in a catching position, and also the short mid-on as Ingram is on the defensive, playing to that fielder at short mid-on, who is just outside the crease at the non-striker's end. Is Ben Compton there?
Yeah. Ed and I were discussing that position and its evolution. Never. Have you ever seen a catch there?
Good question.
It's more of a distraction technique, maybe.
Ingram on the back foot plays to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, it's end of the over from Everson. 84 for 4. Callaway 6, Ingram 11. 71 the lead for Kent at this point. Hagar to continue to his 9th over. Chat with Daniel Bell Drummond. He's going to go relay the messages to the fielding unit. Chris Benjamin at first slip, taking that excellent catch off the unlucky Billy Root. I think the ball bobbled off the back of his bat off a pull to end up at slip. To be frank, that's the but that's the first slip catch, isn't it? And it came off the back of the bat rather than the edge of the bat.
Yeah, they took a catch at cover, didn't they? There were 3 or 4 behind. One of them was down the leg side.
It's Agar then bowling to Ingram. Flash. Oh yeah, sorry, it's Callaway, isn't it? Right-handed. Lovely looking cut, that one, but straight to Jaden Denley at point. It's going at quite a pace. 84 for 4. So Benjamin at slip. Daniel Bell Drummond is well forward of the slip and wicketkeeper at a gully. And Denley at point. There's cover, mid-off, mid-on. mid-wicket. It's a square leg umpire as well. It's Agar bowls. Defended. And the final fielder is down at long leg.
Good evening to Trevor Freeman, who's been listening to us in Dublin.
Good evening, Trevor.
And thanks us for our coverage. He's hoping to make it to Cardiff from Metrobank game in August. Hope so, Trevor. 2 games here, 2 in Neath of the 4 Glamorgan home games.
As Agar runs in, the ball to Ingram, driven. It's got a touch on it, did Everson as it goes through the covers. But did well actually, just to take some pace off it, and they've just got the single. It's Kedaway, sorry. My apologies. Driving into the offside. And there is, just one there. 85 for 4.
Philip Thomas emailed a question how he didn't know about the Glamorgan special meeting on Friday. Well, you missed an email from Glamorgan, Philip, by the look of it. Might have ended up in your junk folder, obviously, but I checked back and the club did send it out on the 4th of July. And I've seen it at that time.
So Agar now to Ingram. And sturdy drive up to mid-on. It's a dot ball. David, thank you for emailing in on Kent Cricket address. Now, Kent Cricket at bbc.co.uk, by the way, David, just to keep you up to date in case we lose touch with the other one. Asking who's subbing for Jaden Denley. I've asked. I haven't identified them, and I'd have to say I don't feel alone in that. I'm not sure the answers come back from Kent office either, so there is a 13th man on there. It was George Garrett originally, but there is an unidentified fielder at point. The best I can do with no reply or no identification. You could hear the effort from Agar, by the way, as he spears that bouncer in, and Ingram's having nothing to do with it, walks away. Dot ball, which I'll certainly ask at the close of play. Because if Kent are still on the field tomorrow, which it looks very much like they will be, we can't see Jaden Denley coming back anytime soon. So yeah, unidentified 13th man, I would say, David, with George Garrett having taken some of the duties. Agar over the wicket now to Ingram. And goes to the pull there off a short ball. It'll go back to long leg. Grant Stewart is positioned for just such a shot. A couple of bounces to him. And a single taken. Ingram on to 12, Kedaway has 7.
Update for BBC Radio Wales coming shortly.
Agar with a single ball to go.
Bowling it to Kellaway. Glamorgan are 87 for 4 in reply to Kent's 155 all out, so the home side haven't had things their own way by any means, as Kent have bowled well in the Glamorgan reply. Zain ul Hassan made 27, a cautious affair. Kieran Carlson a dashing quick 27. Colin Ingram is 12 not out, and a lot depends on him. Earlier, Tim van der Hoogten and James Harris took 3 wickets apiece as Kent lost their last 6 wickets for 7 runs. They were all out 155. Glamorgan at 87 for 4 in reply. The subfielder is called Will Harby.
Ah, well, okay.
Apparently, I'm told from the PA announcer's box.
Thank you very much. Box. I thought I saw Will Harby playing in one of the many games Kent are playing today, but there we go. Thank you. That would make sense.
Perhaps he's popped down from Abergavenny.
Yeah. So that's excellent. Shall I now tell Kent who it is? This is.
Well, that's who the scorers believe it is, anyway. Here comes Everson is in, and Ingram playing no shot outside off stump.
Of course, they'll have to put it in brackets, won't they? If they take a catch. So, yeah. Thank you very much for that for them. Well, I just went to the wrong source, didn't I? There we go.
So Ingram 12 off 14 deliveries, including a 4 and a 6. And Everson bowling, trying to keep him tucked up and succeeding on that occasion as he pushes it off the back foot to Compton at short cover, and there's no run. Players in unusual positions as we get used to during these Kookaburra games, where you tend to find more catching players in front of the bat than necessarily slips. Bell Drummond is the solitary slip, and the keeper's standing up as Ingram is on the defensive, pushing back to the bowler. The shortish mid-wicket, there's a shortish cover as well, who are in more catching than single saving positions. Ones who are saving the singles are a mid-on and mid-off, another cover, and a backward point stroke gully. Ingram drives but doesn't beat mid-off, and there is no run. .87 for 4. Glamorgan having lost Tribe without scoring. Carlson for 27. Root on his first appearance of the season in the first team for 8. And then Ul Hassan for 27. Ingram works one around the corner, down towards backward square. They amble through for a single. 88 for 4.
Yeah, this will feel a bit better for Kent than when they trooped off just before tea, 155 all out, but still a lot of work to do. Everson in for 16, ball shy of 5 overs.
Everson in, pulls to Callaway, who drives to mid-on. No run. Single off the over, 88 for 4. And again, Colin Ingram wanders down the pitch, has a chat with Ben Callaway, and, well, we've mentioned that Colin Ingram will be doing coaching duties during the One Day Cup. He's almost a player coach already, from what I understand, in that he is willing to help other players, whether it be out in the middle, to talk them through the course of an innings that he has so much experience in, the younger players anyway, and also bring an air of calm to the dressing room, as Richard Dawson put it, one of his greatest strengths, the calm he brings.
There we go. Difficult to do.
But when you're as talented as Colin Ingram, I guess it's easy to be a calm.
I suppose it is, if you're just very, very good. Is Agar to bowl to him now, slipping a gully in. Just closes the face on that as he glances it down to Grant Stewart, and Agar, I think this is the 5th of his spell. I'll just check that out in a second actually, but yeah, it's been Kent's most potent weapon, certainly the quickest of the Kent Seam Quartet on show so far. Bell Drummond certainly very vocal. That's at Gully, exhorting his bowlers and fielders on as Agar bowls to Ingram, to Callaway rather. And straight back at the bowler, and there's no run. It's a single seagull. Sorry, a seagull gull, not seagull. I've been told off for that before.
Oh, you've worked with Dave Fletcher, have you?
Yeah, it's true enough though, isn't it? They are different types of gulls. Yeah,
officially, even though we're reasonably near the sea.
Just making its way around. The pigeons, I'm sure that those are pigeons. She's just taking flight now, about half a dozen of them. As Agar bowls to Ingram, just sees this one into the offside, no aggressive intent, as Jaden Denley fields at point. And one more ball gone, 12.5 overs remaining here. Still a lively breeze around the ground, just wondering what it's like sitting out there on the bleachers, but there's no coats on there. I think it's pleasantly mild. Warm, obviously. There's summer probably around 19, 20, 21 degrees across the day. And not the biggest crowd on the first day, but Glamorgan supporters have been very excited, I'm sure, with their bowling effort. Hoping for more now from the batters. Kellaway faces Agar. Just guides that back behind square, fielded by Jaden Denley. It's a quick no from his batting partner, Colin Ingram. And another dot ball.
Yeah, it's difficult to know what approach Glamorgan should adopt from now on, as you can't really start playing for the closers yet. 12 overs out.
Yeah, it's a good point. They've not been going at any great speed, have they? The run rate exactly 3, and whether they think they should or have to attack Kent at any point, just fall down, I'd say not, but he does take this one off does Ingram, but gently pulled out, to get away towards the square leg.
It's that email from Norway. It scrambled your
You'd think
plane.
it's the other side of the world, wouldn't you? I'm trying to do about 5 things at once here, which is very rude of me. I do apologise. My laptop is, as I said, with all the stats on it, has given up in a sulk.
So technical term.
Yeah, 90 for 4. As Agar starts to come round the wicket, so he moves Kellaway at the non-striker's end. Ingram, slipping a gun, he's still behind him. Comes Agar to bowl to him. Oh, that's a good ball. It's played onto his pads by Colin Ingram. And that's the end of the over. 90 for 4. Ingram has 14. Kellaway has 8. Agar 3 for 29 off his 10. A question for Daniel Bell-Drummond, how long he wants to use. Where's Agar here? Comes over, Agar, who towers above him, puts an arm around his skipper. There's a bit of a low 5. Is that I think I'll just give you a rest here, or I need 2 more from your big Wes, who knows? But 12 overs remaining, he might need to be a bit conservative. Matt Parkinson gets involved. Very few conversations out on the field don't involve Matt Parkinson, from what I've seen over the last couple of years.
Returning to bowl, Grant Stewart.
But my guess is that Grant Stewart's going to bowl from the River Taff end.
Amazing, my dear Holmes. How do you work these things out?
It just came to me.
90 for 4. Glamorgan has 65 runs in arrears. There are 12 overs remaining of the day's play. And, well, it's been dominated by the bowlers, really. And whatever happens, even if Glamorgan don't lose a wicket from now on, it'll have been a bowler's day, you guess. Ingram and Kellaway will do their best to make sure that is the case, as Grant Stewart tosses a few practice deliveries to one of his mates. And we'll charge in towards us here on BBC Sport Online, BBC Sounds and the Glamorgan Kent websites. Welcome along, wherever you're watching stroke listening, on this pleasant but overcast evening, as Kellaway drives into the offside, and that is beautifully fielded at point. Is that our subfielder there?
Yeah.
Mr. Harby.
There's more controversy over this than I thought there was going to be, that's for sure.
They don't think, what, someone doesn't think it's Harby.
I'm troubled with the Kent office. He took because I was saying I thought he was involved in another match. He took a catch at second slip this morning for the seconds. So
that's played on the leg side by Kellaway.
Mind you, the seconds
That's
are
possible.
Abergavenny, aren't they?
They're less than an hour away.
So it may be, or it could have been last night, maybe. Yeah. So that would make more sense, wouldn't they? Bust him down with Tuandamuye's injury, perhaps. Yeah. I think from the photos I've seen of Will Harvey, I've not seen him play in the flesh. It looks like a good shout.
90 for 4. Whoever is at point. Stewart in, bowls. Kellaway drives. cover, no run.
You can only work with the tools at your disposal, I say. There we go.
Well, the reply I had was from Dr. Andrew Hignell, who's doing the PA and the scoring for Glamorgan, presumably talking to his
he'll be next door
Kent counterpart.
Hart. Yeah, he's next door to him. So yeah, absolutely. I think we'll go with Harvey. As you said, they're not very far away, the seconds, are they? So
as Callaway again pushes that one into the offside, fielded mid-off this time, and there's no run.
But given my inability to tell two Kent seamers apart, who I've known for quite a period of time, I didn't want to suggest that could be right or wrong. Intriguing evening, this one, isn't it? As a little bit of a leg side, well, not an umbrella, maybe a trap at mid-wicket. Looking for Callaway on the drive, Everson and...
2 mid-wickets.
There you go there, yeah.
As well as a mid-on. He does like a straight drive, Ben Callaway. But turns that one off his hip and flicks it down to fine leg for a single. Quinn, the fielder. Down to our left. 91 for 4. And Ingram and Callaway will want to take the drama out of this evening session. Morgan 78 for 4 when they were only halfway to Kent's total. So 11 overs remaining of the day's play.
I think
after this one,
Ed Bevan is poised to take over from me to give everyone a rest. Most importantly, the listeners.
As that's defended by Ingram on the offside. No run, 91 for 4 at the end of the over. I've got a bit of writing to do, so if you could make it a brief
There
break.
we go. No, that's fine.
Indeed. So I've got them. If you want to take 5 overs off a quarter of an hour or so.
I'll take 5.
Okay, take 5. Take 5, Mr. Cole.
Apologies, I didn't realise that you're in charge of the rotor. I'm just...
There is no rotor. It's an entirely hypothetical rotor. But it does involve me being off the microphone for the last 6 overs where necessary, so I can write some words that are transmitted via the interweb to whosoever cares to read them. Edward Bevan is back alongside me. Thank you, Edward. As we're going to see a bit of twirl for the first time in the Glamorgan innings. Bowler number 5 for Kent is Matt Parkinson, who I seem to remember got a little bit of tap from Glamorgan at Canterbury.
149.
Yes, but comes on as a rather more advantageous position for his side with the batters under pressure.
Parkinson from this end then, the Cathedral Road end, Glamorgan 91 for 4. And he will bowl to Ben Callaway. In he comes, bowls, Callaway tucks it round the corner, or did it come off the pad? It came, says the umpire, off the bat. And I don't know what the animated yells were, but there we are.
No, it was a ballooning delivery, wasn't it?
Yeah, flighted.
Certainly flighted it well first ball.
Get up there.
Thought Callaway might have tried to stick it into the grandstand, but he exercised caution.
Ingram waits. In comes Parkinson, bowls, and he pushes forward in the line of off stump, and there's no run. I suppose it's pretty equal at the moment, do you think? 63 in arrears, 4 wickets down. This is so important, this partnership, for both sides. As Parkinson takes about 3 or 4 steps, comes in, bowls, and this is defended by Colin Ingram. Yes, 3 for 149 or 41 overs was his last bowl against Glamorgan. Parkinson, formerly of Lancashire. And he comes and bowls, tossed up, driven and not timed. That has been this pitch throughout the day. We've, what have we had? 5, 7, just 260 runs all day for the loss of 14 wickets. Parkinson in to the left-handed Ingram. Ingram pushes forward to the well-flighted delivery again, and there's no run. 10 to Kellaway, 14 to Ingram. Mid on, goes right back to the boundary. Now I'm sure that Colin Ingram isn't going to try and hit him over the top for 6 of the last ball of the over. As Parkinson comes in, and that's left outside the off stump. Goes through to the wicket keeper. At least the overs will go through a bit quicker now. Just the 10 remaining, 92 for 4, deficit of 63.
Fascinating stuff here in the struggle at Sapphire Gardens. What have we had in terms of runs for the day? 155, 240, 247 so far.
Yeah.
As Glamorgan's players enjoy a laugh on the balcony.
Chris Cook padded up. Perhaps in about 6 overs, if he's still got the leggings on, we'll see Tim van de Gooten also with his pads on. Even though he bowled, he bowled superbly, 15 overs, 3 for 27. He doesn't mind at all, he says, going in as night watchman if needed.
Yeah, like Sabat, he's got a couple of half centuries this season, but his average is a little bit lower than it has been over the last couple of years at 20.8. Van der Hoogten. Kellaway on the back foot, defends the first ball of the Stewart over. We stay with the 2 mid-wickets field at the moment.
And the Glamorgan taking extra care, one feels, because 3 days left and already 14 wickets gone on the first day. They don't need... The prime objective is to get a lead. But they are 63 runs behind at the moment.
Stewart in, bowls, Kellaway pushes forward, appeal for LBW, dies away rather quickly as the ball trickled out on the leg side towards Everson at one of the short mid-wicket positions. Looked as though there might have been a bit of inside edge there as well, and possibly too much bounce. Some tall bowlers in this Kent lineup. Stewart, Hagar, Quinn, all well capable of getting some bounce out of the pitch if there is any to be had, as Kellaway drives to the offside, but fielded it wide mid-off, and there is no run. Kellaway, probably with advice from Ingram, seems to be playing well within himself at the moment.
I'm just going to say that, Nick, and he's checking his shot instead of really walloping the off drive as he normally does in good quick pitches. He is checking and just pushing rather than getting right into it in case he plays a little bit out a little bit early.
Stewart bustling in, bowls. Kellaway works it away on the leg side. So I thought there might have been a single there, but Everson does enough to deter them. Scampering back from the square of the short mid-wickets. 92 for 4 it remains.
Good day's cricket.
It's been hard fought. I mean, losing 6 wickets for 7 runs obviously tilted it well in Glamorgan's favour, but Kent have fought in disciplined fashion with the ball, led by Agar with his 3 wickets.
They bowled extremely well. 1
to Quinn as Kellaway hits that one hard down into ground. It bounces up and it's claimed by the leaping Stewart in his follow through. Slings it to Compton to do a bit of polishing. Not quite sure why bowlers don't polish it themselves on the way back, really.
Too lazy.
Always like someone else to do it while they march back.
And pick the ball up for them.
Stewart finishes over. It's into bowl. That one might have kept a bit lower as Kellaway chopped down on it, defended it into the offside. It's a maiden over from Grant Stewart, and Glamorgan remain on 92 for 4. You're on BBC Sport Online in reply to Kent's 155 all-out. Glamorgan having won the toss and chosen to bat. Bell Drummond was the top scorer with 42. There were 3 wickets apiece for Harris and Van der Hoogten. And a very good evening to John Hughes, who is in Salcombe, saying it's difficult to choose between the sea view and the live stream of Glamorgan on his television. Well, enjoy your break, John, and don't forget to tune in to us, whether audio or video, over the next couple of days.
Had a quick look at the forecast for tomorrow. Light showers from about midday onwards with light winds, and make of that what you may. As Parkinson will continue, and he will be bowling to the left-handed Colin Ingram, who is on 14. In he comes, bowls the first ball, tosses this one up, and Ingram mistimes a drive. Hands on head is Parkinson, and every batsman in this contest knows that this pitch is really not conducive to stroke play. Parkinson in and tosses this one up again, and is pushed forward by Ingram back to the bowler.
Giving it some air, isn't he? Giving it some air.
He is. And he's got his mid-on especially back, and a deep sort of cow corner 3/4 of the way back, as again he tosses this up. He's well outside the line of off stump as he appeals for LBW, does Parkinson. And umpire is not in the least interested. Parkinson keeping the runs down here. Glamorgan's batsman looking for the morning. And he comes again. Again is tossed up, and they go for a quick single as the man comes in, but Everson couldn't stop them racing through. Getting a single, well judged, 93 for 4. Got some run saving positions here. A very deep extra cover. Mid off is deep for the right-handed Callaway. Mid on is deep, and he's been sent through to extra cover, and another mid-off is coming into the orthodox position. He's got a bat pad, which is interesting, for the push forward, the sometimes rebound to the bat pad position on the offside. It's will Callaway try and take him on? I suspect not, as he comes in again and bowls from this end. And this time, he squares him up as he tries to play it away. It was the googly, which was, I thought it might be, especially with that man on the offside.
Yeah, it came off a leading edge. Not in the air, though.
Last ball of the over from Parkinson, comes in, bowls. Forward comes the 6'1", 6'2", Callaway. And Parkinson has now bowled his 2 overs for 2 runs. The scoring has become rather to a standstill.
At Derby, for the match of the top 2 in this division, Leicestershire have closed day 1 on 357 for 3, with Ahmed making 115, Hill 132 not out, and Hanscom 99 not out overnight. That after Leicestershire had been 0 for 2.
You can more or less say already that Leicestershire are not going to lose that game, because they know they'll just keep on batting. 500, 550, whatever.
At Cheltenham, Lancashire 271 for 6 against Gloucestershire. Hurst 94 not out for Lancashire, who I'll be commentating on for the first time in a couple of years next week. Stewart is in to bowl to Ingram, who plays defensively to short cover, and there's no run. At Merchant Taylor's School, Middlesex have closed on 319 for 1 against Northants, with Max Holden 137 not out, Kane Williamson 88 not out, and Sam Robson 57, the only man dismissed in the day. Ingram faces up to Stewart again and works that one on the leg side, and there is no run. So those are the other scores in Division 2. At Beckenham, Pakistan Pakistan A 72 for 3 in the 12th over. They're chasing 204.
He collapsed, didn't he, that side? Douthwaite was out for 8 or something.
Yeah, but it was a reduced slog after a long rain delay. Chasing 204 to win Pakistan A. Ingram defends. Douthwaite defends, doesn't happen very often. In the Women's International, England 111 for 2 in 23 overs, but they're chasing 319 to beat India. So despite the fight back led by Siva Brunt, 16 on out, England still very much second favourites there. Stewart in, bowls, Ingram pulls a rare aggressive shot, and as Colin Ingram does, he places the ball perfectly between two outfielders on the leg side and gets 4 runs to the grandstand side of the ground. A rare shot in anger from Colin Ingram, who moves on to 19, and the total to 97 for 4. Glamorgan 58 runs in arrears.
Matt was telling me earlier he's averaging 61 against Kent.
As Stewart is in to bowl, Ingram works another one off his legs. This one will be just a single up to square leg. Colin Ingram, who will be acting as assistant coach for the One Day Cup.
Where do they play away, Nick?
Where do they play away? Worcester, Bristol, the Oval and Chelmsford.
One longish trip if you want to go.
Well, that's
I'll be going there.
One that I won't be involved with. 98 for 4. Grant Stewart bowls. Ben Callaway blocks it up to mid-on. 5 off the Stewart over. Glamorgan 98 for 4. In reply to Kent's 155 all out. Our monitor screens think they've done enough work for the day. Flicking on and off furiously. Matt Cole will come back and describe, we hope, the final 7 overs alongside Edward Bevan here on BBC Sport Online.
Callaway's on 10, Ingram is on 20, and it'll be Ingram to face Parkinson, who has been tempting Ingram with flighty deliveries, but not to be tempted is the very experienced left-hander, as he, on 20 now, faces Parkinson's 3rd over. In he comes, bowls, and this is just pushed away gently into the offside for a single. And these two, I don't think, will be looking to hit Parkinson's flighty deliveries over the top, because there really isn't much point to it, with half a dozen overs left this evening. 56 runs in arrears, and they know that they've got to try and put a big partnership together. It's the right-handed Callaway now who is going to face the silver-haired, I think that's how to describe him, Parkinson, as he comes in, as well-flighted delivery again, as is every delivery, and it's nudged away to the man at bat pad on the offside. 99 for 4. Welcome back to the microphone, Matt Cole.
Thank you very much. Not sure that was even 5, but much needed break for everybody, I think.
Parkinson in, bowls, flattered delivery there, no ball. How can you bowl a no ball from 4 paces?
Ben Callaway bowled one, didn't he, earlier in the piece? And
stuttering applause for the 100 coming up for Glamorgan. In comes the next ball, short-ish, and is played into the extra cover region for an easy single. The two no balls, as you said, bowled today, been bowled by Callaway, an off-spinner, and Parkinson, a leg spinner, both coming from about 5 paces.
Have we had no balls from the seamers? I don't think we have we?
Whether he'd gone wide of the crease then, but no, I think he overstepped. His approach to the wicket is fairly straight. There's Ingram now. Will face him for the remainder of the over. 3 balls left, and this is a bit shorter, push into the gap, and another single of Parkinson.
Yeah, I'd like to concentrate on the right-hander spinning the ball away from them.
There's I'm looking at the and doing my commentary off the television, which is only about 2 feet away, and there's very little and slow turn.
Yeah.
No bite in it whatsoever. That's why Kellaway earlier on was bowling that much quicker, I think. Parkinson bowls to Kellaway. Kellaway drives, and it's fielded at short extra cover by Everson, who is wearing a sun hat.
Yeah, I was going to say it's the first time I think I've seen Joey Everson in a sun hat, but there we are. All the latest fashion notes on this commentary for you.
This time he goes back, does Kellaway, and plays it on the onside, where Benjamin fields and completes the over, and we're running 3 overs pretty quickly, which is good news. And there are now 6 overs remaining.
Oh, indeed. Yeah, forget your fashion magazines. You get everything you need. Here, right on BBC Wales, BBC Radio Kent commentary. With Matt Cole and Ed Bevan with you. I think we're the closers today. They call them in baseball, I think, don't they? Towards the end of the innings. 103 for 4. And it's going to be Grant Stewart as soon as he's tied his shoelaces up, I think. Oh, he's in a good bit of conversation with
Captain
Danny Bell Drummond, yeah, who's been trying to keep things ticking over, trying to keep his fielders limber, and it's Quinn at the far end, is it?
The Mighty Quinn.
Yes, indeed, yeah.
Remember that? Remember that song?
Manfred Mann?
Correct.
Is that right? There we go.
When you were a child, probably.
They do sing it to Matt Quinn on rowdier occasions than this one, it has to be said. I'm not sure is there enough of a Kent visiting support to get a chorus up. I'm not sure the regulars that follow Kent away are exactly barbershop quartets at standard. Danny Bell Drummond is a sort of 3rd, 4th slip position. Still Harry Finch. They've got 2 men on the drive at mid-wicket as Quinn comes round the wicket to Ingram, gets inside the line of that one and just patiently runs it backward of square to Matt Parkinson, who fields it. He's the
and when Kellaway, Matt, joined Ingram, Glamorgan was 78 for 4.
Yeah.
And not exactly in deep trouble, but in some sort of a pickle. And these two have done well to just steady the ship, and they've taken it up to 104.
Yeah.
Their objective now is to take it to the close. And Kent's objective is to grab one, surely, tonight if they can.
Ben Kellaway, 2 men at mid-wicket for him as well, but he cuts that away almost dismissively. Lovely shot. It's going a little bit over pitch, Matt.
Too short.
Pitching too short rather.
Yeah, too short.
Matt Quinn, but it's whipped away. Will Harvey, we believe it is him, 13th man, fields, and they'll take themselves 4.
Bowl short on this is a manner from heaven from the batsman, because they know that it's going to come up gently towards you.
Yeah. All but that one snorting bouncer from Agar, which got rid of Olasan. You're absolutely right. It's been the easiest outshot for batters. Kellaway, just keep a bit low. He just went down almost on his hands on knees there as he played it up to mid-off. Had to adjust the shot late, but adjust he did. Matt Quinn so far 1 for 34.
Good day's cricket, though, Matt.
Yeah, it's been competitive, and
fair play.
To say I approached this with a little bit of trepidation with the Kookaburra ball. Hasn't been our friend necessarily across the counties, is it? In terms of
it has at Derby.
Competitive cricket, I suppose. Yeah. With up on his toes there, Kellaway playing it on top of the bounce. Harvey fields at point, and there's no run. The sub-fielder on for Joe Denley.
I was just saying before you came on, the points Leicestershire have over second place Derby, they can bat 4 days if they wanted to, because they'll just play them completely out of the game.
Yeah, and with the lead they have, as you say, as well. And
and then there'll be battle for second place.
And just hope any reorganisation doesn't stop a promotion for Leicestershire. It would be cruel on them, to be honest. It's a big shout from Matt Quinn.
Just turned round, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Kellaway I mean, can't see from here from fine
Let's
leg
look.
behind the batter how big a shout that is.
That's not a bad shout.
It's not bad.
I
no.
think that would have hit leg stump.
It's just straightening up a little bit.
Umpire's call.
Yeah, I think close enough. It's the umpire saying it's
well.
going down. I thought it was holding, but there we are. But yeah, impact outside. It's the.
He did
the umpire's-
give one, didn't he, for Callaway? It took a lot of time to make up his mind.
He did, yeah. As here is Quinn once again to Kellaway. Closes the face. It's out to square. The floppy hat comes off the head of Joey Everson. That hill find is the main drawback of the floppy, isn't it? As you go at any great speed, the brim will lift and it'll come off your head. But single taken at the end of the over. 109 for 4. Kellaway 16. Ingram 23. 5 overs remaining here at Sapphire Gardens as Matt Parkinson whips off his jumper and gives it to umpire Baldwin.
If Glamorgan now are about 70 or 80 ahead and these two are here, we're in, I don't think they would be pushing Callum Parkinson back. But as the position is now, for 5 overs left, they can say to themselves, I mustn't give any sort of chance. As Parkinson about to start his 4th over, he's just gone for 7 runs and he's bowling to the right-handed Ben Callaway, and bowls the first ball rather flattish and it's ticked around the corner down towards fine leg, and Callaway's coming back for a second because it's went fine and the fielder down there is nowhere near fine leg. He's more square, just backward of square. 2 more runs. Nelson's on the board, 111 for 4.
Yeah, long chase for Matt Quinn there, and Parkinson losing his radar a bit, didn't he, to Callaway. Wants to be pitching it on middle leg and turning it away from him, but outside the leg stump. Bit of a gimme.
Parkinson bowls, appeal for LBW, no. Well, that was not as good a shout, I don't think, as it was the other one. I think that was going down. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think that is going
you're
down.
right, yeah, it's outside leg stump.
The other one.
Yeah, I think the other one was decent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, Park, he's the shout. He's had 2 shouts himself. As he bowls and Callaway sweeps, and we'll get a single down to the man on backward square in front of the big scoreboard. Well, they're off 111. There was a chance, and 111. 2 chances to have dropped a wicket, but one I thought was very close, but the other one was drifting down.
The excitement is it kept a little bit low for the spinner, which is perhaps good news for the rest of the match for the spin bowlers.
In comes Parkinson this time to the left hand. He was going to get 4 runs, who came down the pitch and hit it all along the ground for 4. He tossed that up just a little bit too much and met on the full by Colin Ingram, who played past the bowler for 4 runs. No chance of mid-on or mid-off stopping that. Takes the score to 116 for 4. Ingram on to 27. And this partnership was put on 38 as in comes the next ball. That's short, played away on the onside, but it's fielded at the short mid-wicket.
Yeah, he's such a classy batsman, isn't he?
Yeah.
Colin Ingram, that
Fine play.
he spots the Parkinson giving it some air and takes it on the full, using his feet really well.
Here's Parkinson in. Not quite so tossed up then. End of the over. 4 overs left of this absorbing day's cricket. 116 for 4. Glamorgan a trail by just 39. And the 2 batsmen converse.
Yeah, indeed. There'll be conversations with the bowlers and fielders going on as well. Danny Balderrama just trotting through with Harry Finch, the wicket keeper. Chris Benjamin is the one chatting to Matt Quinn at the far end. Parkinson none for 14 from his 4, and Quinn 1 for 35 from his 9.
Yeah, tomorrow morning, if these 2 are together, he will call on Agar to give everything. He's taken 3 out of the 4 wickets to fall.
And he literally and figuratively has looked the most dangerous, hasn't he, for
Oh, by long.
Kent, yeah. 3 for 29. Quinn it is, over the wicket to Kellaway. Defends it, bounces straight back up to the bowler on his follow through. Still that.
My eyes are not quite good enough to have a look in the balcony to see who's got the pads on, because with 4 overs to go, I suspect it'll be Van der Gooten. Perhaps we'll have a shot.
Natural night watchman, but Quinn just drops the ball as he turns, regathers it. So sort of those 2 men at mid-wicket. Catching positions for Kellaway. Should he try and chip one up through there? And he does. He defends it in regular fashion. You're saying there was the excitement generated around there for what looked like a fairly conservative and composed defensive shot from Kellaway.
Every side in the country does it.
It's true.
It's full face of the bat early on in the innings.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's anguish.
Now, I've said this before, and I think this is something that's been levelled at Kent, that they are a little bit quiet in the field, but I think perhaps under Adam Hollyoake they're trying to generate more of this excitement, as it were.
I sat out there for half an hour, and I can assure you, Matt, they weren't quiet by long.
They certainly haven't been in this game. No, they're trying to build excitement, even where there might not be any. But
there was one wonderful.
Kellaway defends it, no worry.
One wonderful shout. Make him frightened. Never heard that before. And I thought,
I'm presuming Wes Agar was bowling at the time and not Parkinson.
Come on, make him frightened.
Kellaway 19.
Going back a long time, you probably know the name Andy Moles, who played for a great character, played for Warwickshire at the time of Alan Donald.
As Quinn steams in, bowls to a Kellaway, defends that one into the offside, no run.
And he used to pouch there, and you wouldn't mind fielding short leg, would you, to Alan Donald?
Yeah.
And he used to crouch there, and as Donald was about to race in, don't be shy, AD, don't be shy. You could hear it around the ground. Yeah. Great to have Andy Moles. Went on to coach Afghanistan. And then he had a very, very nasty illness. I think he lost a leg or a foot or something.
As Quinn bowls to Kellaway, up on his toes and plays that into the offside. Another dot ball, 5th one of the over.
Why he had to say that, because AD wouldn't be shy of anything at his pace.
Donald had a coaching spell at Kent for a couple of years, and the gentlest man, genial man.
I was about to say, so quiet.
The first time I interviewed him and met him, I'm absolutely a little bit intimidated, having seen him bowl, but just an absolute gentleman. As
wonderful bowler.
As Quinn bowls to Kellaway, and maybe just a little bit outside edge as he played that delivery. It certainly kept it low, soft hands, and Harvey's after it, the subfielder. They come back for 218 then for 4. Kellaway 21, Ingram 27. Didn't feel a great deal of jeopardy in that previous over from Matt Quinn, but they had done. But it seems to happen quite a lot with it's sporting people of all persuasions, but it's particularly marked with fast bowlers. When you think you meet them off the pitch and you think they're going to be terrifying, you're already a bit terrified by them. It turns out that it's all out there once they stay over the white line.
The only time I saw them and millions of people on television was when Atherton nicked that ball in a test match to Mark Boucher, the keeper, and you could hear it wherever you were on the ground. And it was given for some reason not out. Arthur just stood there, and he often mentions it. Of course I nicked it, he said. And AD was absolutely furious. And the next delivery, I think, flew for 4 byes or something. But he was a wonderful, wonderful bowler. Parkinson, with 3 overs left, comes in and bowls. And this is tucked around the corner, but there are 2 fielders encroaching, and there's no run. This partnership worth 40, the best partnership of the innings, and was it the best partnership of the game, would you believe?
It's at
Well, we're
40.
dividing that third wicket partnership. It confuses me.
There's not much competition, is there? Oh, with it, yeah.
One was the second best of the third wicket partnership.
Was it?
There we go. So,
Be 2 runs away.
as you say, it's difficult with the retirement hurt of Joe Denley making that third wicket partnership.
Whatever, this 40 is a good partnership in this game.
Slip goes in, short leg as well.
Yeah, attacking. Parkinson goes around the wicket and comes in to bowl. Pond played gently all along the ground to mid-on. There's no run.
Just bowling a little bit quicker to Ingram, isn't he, in this,
Yes,
in this
and,
over?
pushing it through and round the wicket. And
Daniel
then
Bell-Drummond's moving.
why he's got Agar on long on, I really don't know, because surely with 2 and a bit overs left, he's not going to have a crack at him, is he? You wouldn't have thought.
You wouldn't have thought so.
No, but what do we know? Parkinson round the wicket bowls, and this is clipped to the man at mid wicket, and again there's no run.
There are some captains who would say, or students of the game saying, well, he's there for the bad ball. What does that say about your bowler? But
Deep
I'm not
mid
sure he
wicket,
is.
deep fine leg, deep mid wicket, and a long on. Parkinson bowls again, and Ingram is he dropped it? Well, we can have a good
not
look
sure.
at this. Might have been about Pat Compton's at very, very close in at short leg.
There was a big shout, wasn't there,
And
of catching
here
it?
we
There
are.
always is, but it
Is it
sounded...
grown?
Oh, we
Difficult to say
yeah.
because it's from the back, isn't it? I think they might. Yeah.
Yeah.
The next ball is push and run into the offside. They take a single. Yeah, I suspect that he might have got a nick on that.
Just on the reaction, yeah.
It was very, competent to dive forward and didn't anyone get near it in the end. But this is what happens when you got a leg spinner bowling, little bit of turn, and it's this time of night.
Yeah.
5-7. What are we doing here? Parkinson bowls, and this is pushed forward by Ben Kellaway.
Yeah. End of the over.
End of the over, and then there were 2.
So Matt Quinn, he's jogging in, Matt Quinn, full of enthusiasm after
His last over.
season and a half out with a back injury. A scourge of fast bowlers. Good to see Michael Cohen, by the way, playing for Kent Seconds in that game against Glamorgan. The left arm quick, who's not bowled a ball for the first team as yet, having had a stress fracture of the back in the close season before he was going to start last season, and his rehab has lasted until now. I mean, unsurprisingly, it's a terrible injury for anyone, but as a fast bowler. But
Yeah, there's so many of it about.
Yeah.
Stress fractures. Penultimate over.
indeed, round the wicket comes Quinn to Ingram. They would love a wicket here, Kent, just to finish off the day. But Glamorgan will be very happy with that. Just defended up to mid-on to Chris Benjamin. If they can keep these 2 in, as you say, it's a very decent partnership, this one. It's at 41 now.
Clubbing tonight?
Absolutely, yes, yeah. I mean, the late finish is good for me, really, because I'm much of I'm a night animal, so just point me where to go. And
You're asking me and Nick when we were in a nightclub last.
Wait, you're stopping that story early. It's Quinn to
Well, I can-
driven off the back foot.
It was many,
Fielded
many
nowhere.
years ago.
There we go. Spent some time at I guess places that are probably closed down by now.
Well, there wasn't a
Cardiff,
nightclub
yeah.
in Lampeter, was there?
Not to my knowledge. No, it's a small enough place. There would no, absolutely not. Student union that was.
Student union,
Spent
yeah.
time at the Club Ifabach
Did it in Cardiff?
in Cardiff. Yeah, it's
In the back street,
my
still
sort of
going?
band's absolutely right. Still going.
Yes.
Yeah. Round the wicket comes Quinn. He takes on the short ball as Ingram swivelling on that, but keeps it low as well. Agar picks it up at backward square.
So many students in Cardiff studying Welsh, and they all congregate at Club Ifabach.
Had to be, sorry about my pronunciation, had to be signed in back in the day, because
That's
you need to
right.
be a member, and but they were always very,
It's down that
Welcoming.
street with a funny name. Nick would know, perhaps. Wombermees, yes, that's right, the Wombers.
It's Quinn then to bowl. Fourth ball of the penultimate over, and it's gone short, up in the air. It's going to fall short of Agar, and he's dropped it short. Has Quinn.
Whether he tried that, I don't know, because he went stumbling afterwards.
Yeah, he did go stumbling, and it's Ingram, rather Kelway's lifted it, the right hander. It was up in the air for a long time, but just short of Agar.
Heart in the mouth time.
Yeah. Oh no, there we are. He went to ground, Matt Quinn, in frustration. Almost did a backward roll there. So he is fine, but...
That is the best partnership of the match.
Yeah, there we go. Just didn't quite judge it, Agar, I think. Didn't quite judge it, the batter either. Ingram's on strike now, 29-22 for Kellaway. And this one's defended up to mid-on, but showing there's still something in it for Kent here. And 121 for 4, intriguing contest.
Well, not only is there a little bit in it, but my word, they bowl well. Yeah. They've been disciplined, because on this sort of pitches, if there's anything short, it's 4 runs for you.
Yeah.
And they've been disciplined, and to tie they haven't tied them down, they've made them play with respect. And these are the 2 best stroke players in the Glamorgan side. Then you've done well.
Yeah, I think Glamorgan equally. We outbowled Kent, certainly outbowled their batters as Quinn bowls. He does drop short.
Plays that shot so well, doesn't he?
He does, keeps it low every time, just wondering if it's coming off the top edge, but it's unerringly out of the middle and keeps it low out towards deep backward square. Harvey Fields, single taken, end of the penultimate over. And then there were 6, and then there was 1. 122 for 4, 6 balls to come. 1 over remaining of day 1 here, with Glamorgan at the moment trailing by 33. 155 Kent were bowled out for earlier today, finishing just before the tea interval, or tea was taken as they were bowled out. Glamorgan 33 behind, 122 for 4.
Yes, and if Calloway got any sense, he'd go down to Ingram and say, I don't want to face anything in this over, so would you mind just blocking every delivery? Because it's 122 for 4, last over of the intriguing day, and Parkinson is going to attack Ingram here. I don't really think he needs a long on and a deep mid-wicket, but there we are. Here's the first ball of this final over, which is jabbed, nothing else, up to short mid-on.
Yeah, it might have been interesting if they, as you say, Ed, they brought the boundary fielders in and just, even just in this last over, just put some
pressure,
getting their eye line if they're not going to hit out.
Parkinson round the wicket, bowls to Ingram. Ingram goes back and does get a run, and it's gone all along the ground to long on. 123 for 4. Deficit now is 32. This will be the approach I fancy tomorrow. Although they might be just a little bit freer in their batting. Right-handed Kellaway waits, and in comes Parkinson, and it's driven out to deep extra cover for a single. Didn't really expect a couple of runs in this over, because but there has been tossed up. 3 balls to go, barring no balls wides or anything silly like that. Here's Parkinson, comes in and bowls. Ingram comes down the pitch. Nick Webb jumps up in his seat in anguish. Thought he was going to walk past it. Changes copy.
Stop balls, please.
Penultimate ball, and it's nudged away, and they get another single. So they've taken 3 runs off this over.
No, yeah.
125 for 4.
Now what we want for Nick Webb is a hat-trick of run-outs off no balls. How about that? Just to finish there. What do you say, Nick?
Yeah, love that.
25 for 4.
Last ball of the day, and we have 2 slips, a short leg. Callum Parkinson to bowl. To Ben Kellaway goes forward. And that, as the great umpire David Shepherd used to say, that gentleman concludes the entertainment for today. And it really has been entertaining, it must be said. And a brief resume of today. Glamorgan won the toss, selected to field. Kent were going quite nicely at 122 for 2, but an injury for Jaden Denley, who sadly had to retire hurt after doing something to his, what we think, hamstring, and a huge collapse then when 6 wickets went down for just 6 runs. And Kent were dismissed for 155. Glamorgan soon lost Tribe without scoring. Hassan made a patient 27. Carlson also made 27. Billy Root was rather unluckily caught of the back of the bat at slip for 8. But since then, we've seen Colin Ingram and Ben Kellaway, both batsmen who are in form this season and at the present, take the score from 78 to 125 for 4. The deficit at 30, Glamorgan will want to regroup and get as many runs in front as they can tomorrow. It promises to be another interesting day. Thanks to Matt Cole, and also thanks to Nick Webb and myself, Edward Bevan. We'll be here at 11 o'clock in the morning. Hope you'll join us. Good night, Nostar.